summation of my going to Cincinnati,
Yeah.
of the conversation I had with my father when I went to Tampa to join the Reds, and he hit the ceiling about how little money I was going for.
Oh, really?
Now, are we wired for sound?
We're wired for sound.
Robert?
Now, don't be nervous in front of a microphone, Mr. Barber. Just speak up.
One of the most mortal mistakes a man can make is to work at a job for a while and say to himself, and then say to anyone else who will listen to him, that I have gotten as far in this job as I can get. That there is now no more future for me. This is a very dangerous premise. And yet there are times, legitimately, that a person is justified in saying that. But he should make a careful examination of the job, of the actual physical potential possibilities, and also an examination of himself emotionally. Is this the job that he wishes to continue giving his efforts at? The job at the radio station at the University of Florida was a job that was definitely limited. The station was 5,000 watts, was daylight operated, was strictly educational, meaning that it had no commercials. It was operated on the campus of the university. And the budget had to be approved every 2 years by the state legislature. And in the Depression times, this meant that you, one, were not going to get a raise, and as happened once, you were going to get a 10% cut. So I think it's only fair to say that after I had been at the station over a year, I felt very strongly that I wanted to stay in radio, that I realized that if I was going to stay in radio and make a career, I would have to go from that station to some other bigger station in a more populous area and into the commercial turbulence of that form of existence. Also, after I had discovered, and I say discovered advisedly, not that I made up my mind, but it just came to me. I guess it was the thing that had lain inside me all those years, in which I wanted so strongly to be an end man in a minstrel show. The thing that had gotten me into the high school plays, the thing that had gotten me into the hometown dramatics and the amateur minstrels. It seemed that this was the way I wanted to express myself. In the entertainment of, in the communication with other people. I didn't try and analyze it this time then. I was unable to, but as I look back, I see that it all seems to flow together. And so that when I was given this opportunity to do this sort of thing daily at the station in Florida, that's when I say I discovered this is what I wanted to do. Beyond peradventure. There was no longer any doubt. I didn't want to do anything else. I never have since. At the same time that I had this conviction that it came to me, it also came to me out of my very strong ambitions. And I've always had them, and they've always given me a bad time. Because strong ambitions are hard to live with. Because strong ambitions are not often fulfilled. And the taste of defeat, rather accurate. And I have pretty sensitive taste buds in that area. But I wanted to go all the way to the top. But I heard Graham McNamee broadcast the World Series, and I heard Graham McNamee do football games. That was where I was going. I didn't tell anybody because I didn't think it. I didn't want people laughing at me to say, "Well, here you are making $135 a month at this daylight operated educational non-commercial station down here in Florida. Here you are thinking about the big leagues and the World Series and big college football games." But that's what I thought, and that's what I determined to do. And my wife was very understanding. I talked with her. She knew. She believed. And she and I were the only ones who believed I had a chance to do it. Nobody else. The friends that we had in Gainesville, as the years went by, I was at the station 4 years, married 3, last 3. Our friends, as those 3 married years, our last 3 years in Gainesville went by, increasingly became restive and dissatisfied with my earning such a poor living. And they didn't talk to me much, but they talked to my wife. And they would say, "Well, when is Red going to quit playing around at that radio station and get a real job?" And she would say, "When he gets ready." And the director of the station, Major Powell, was understanding. He knew that I wanted to go to a better job. And he wanted me to go to a better job, not only because of his interest in me and because he was a generous man, but also he realized that the strongest thing he had as director of the station was to be able to say to the university officials and the state officials and the people of the state, because this was a tax-supported institution, "Look how many boys I have sent from the station out into the radio world." And he did send quite a few. Well, I guess the facts will say that I was the best known after a while, but he sent quite a few others. There's some right here in New York. So he was cooperative and encouraging in my attempts to get another job, because he had plenty of fellows to replace me on the campus. There was a waiting line of boys who come out there and work at the station. See, I had a month's vacation time coming, and I used that vacation time. I didn't always take it in 1 month. But I used the vacation time, and we'd save our money. And a couple of times, the 9 months, first 9 months we were married, and my wife stayed in Jacksonville fulfilling her year's contract as superintendent of nurses at the hospital. She saved out of her money $400. And we put them in government bonds. And that's the only cash money we had. In fact, that's all the extra money we had. And several times I would borrow against the government bonds money to take trips in which I went off job hunting. And I knew, something told me inside, not to come to New York, that I wasn't ready to untutored. Nobody ever told me that concretely. I just knew that. And I worked out a route which would be from Gainesville to Atlanta, to Charlotte, to Louisville, and once to Cincinnati, and once to Chicago. And I would plan the trip to where I would ride the bus at night, which would eliminate a hotel bill. And I would get into one of these towns and find a barber shop. In those days, you could find them very easily, that would have a bathtub connected with it. And I would go in and rent their bathroom and take a bath and come out and get a shave and a shoe shine, and then go down to the radio station and importune an audience and take an audition and meet people and talk with them and do everything I could to impress myself favorably, and then would take a bus on to the next town. And when I would get to the end of the road, of course, of that particular trip, whether it was Cincinnati, on one occasion Chicago, I would have to take a hotel for 1 night, 2 nights. And always washed out my underwear and socks in the hotel bathroom because there wasn't any extra money. To me, taking a taxi in those days, if you couldn't find a streetcar that took you where you went, you walked. Because the money just simply wasn't there, and there was in my mind that things were different. That was the way things were. And I never felt that things were tough. But station after station that I went to, every time I would go in one, they would say, well, we'll give you an audition if that's what you want. And I would insist. As nicely as possible, but very firmly. That's what I came there for. But they said, we'll give you an audition, but we've just laid off so many people. People have been with us for years. Times were very, very desperate. They were hard. And they had been laying people off. And after the audition, they would say, well, you had a very nice audition, and I would get the man's name, and in the month that I'd be back at the station, I would write these people that I'd come in contact with. I got into the habit of writing a letter once a month. I merely wanted to keep my name fresh in their minds, and I didn't write once a month and say I would like to come to work. Remember, I took the audition. I would write, and I had no secretary. I'd do these letters all myself, a hunt and peck system. And I would write them a little episode that had happened to me in the past month, maybe on a broadcast. I remember to Mr. Credo, C-R-E-D-O Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S, who was the general manager of WJAX in Louisville. Very, very nice man, and offered me a job. And which I couldn't take, much as I wanted to. But I wrote Mr. Harris and told him about a fire that we'd had where Lylah and I were living. We were living 2 rooms upstairs at Miss Belle McKinstry's, B-E-L-L-E M-C-K-I-N-S-T-R-Y, at Miss Belle McKinstry's. She and her sister, they were old maids, had this big old southern house, and it had a wooden shingle roof that I know sitting up there drying since before the Civil War. And every time you had a fire in your fireplace, just about every time, and the spark flew up, you'd get the fire up there on that roof. Well, we didn't know it. We'd just been in there, and it was during the winter, and Ralph and Dorothy Nimmons were in Gainesville, and they came around to have a late Sunday morning breakfast with us. And it was right after Christmas. We had breakfast, and it was cold. It gets cold in north central Florida, don't let anybody kid you. And Miss McKinstry's old house had a fireplace in it, and that's all the heating arrangement. And it was cold, and we were sitting around in our overcoats. And we had the Christmas tree, and I said, well, I tell you, why don't we got to get rid of this tree. Let's just burn this tree limb by limb in the fireplace. And so we started to do that. And it began in a few minutes to get quite comfortably warm. And then it began to get hot. And we took off our coats, and we heard a crackling up above. And I said, well, listen to those squirrels running across the roof. About that time, Nimmons looked out the window and he said, squirrel's nuts, his house is on fire. Look at the flame hanging down. Well, we called the fire department, and they said, Miss Belle McKinstry will be right over. So they came over, put out the fire on the roof, and they burned a hole right in the roof above our bedroom. And for 2 or 3 nights, Lylah and I were off to bed, it didn't rain. So there we were, sleeping and looking right up at the stars. But I wrote this give you an example of what I tried to do. I wrote this little description of the fire to these people at the stations around in Atlanta and Charlotte and Louisville and Cincinnati. And my reception had always been guarded when I go in, because actually I'm looking for a job and they're letting people off, and also I don't know what it is, but somehow or other secretaries and receptionists, their first reaction when a stranger walks in the door is to tell him no, just repel him. In fact is, I never did get in to take an audition at WGN in Chicago. The receptionist wouldn't even contact anybody, wouldn't, no, we're not hiring anybody, no, you can't see anybody, no, you can't have an audition, in effect, leave. And I left. And I never will forget the satisfaction. The World Series of 35, which I was assigned to work with Bob Elson and Quinn, Quinn Ryan, R-Y-A-N. Both of them from WGN Chicago, and Quinn Ryan was the program director as well as broadcaster. And Elson was the baseball announcer. And we were on a train from Detroit going into Chicago. And this is the first time I'd been back to Chicago since I'd gone in there for an audition and gotten rebuffed at GN, and never gotten even to talk to anybody at GN and take an audition and tell my story. It's important to let young people tell that story. Really, I guess that's what I needed more than anything else. I needed to be able to tell another human being at another place my story. I didn't get to tell my story at WGN. That's the only place I was completely defeated. Not that the receptionist at NBC didn't try to defeat me. One of them did. Thought she did. I guess she still thinks she did. But anyhow, we were riding on the train, and I guess I'd done a pretty good job those first two games in Detroit. And Quinn Ryan said to me, he said, gee, he said, you know, it's just so refreshing and invigorating to run into fine new talent. He said, you know, he said, I'd give anything in the world if we had you at WGN. I said, you could have had me for $25 a week, and the receptionist wouldn't even let me take an audition. And he cursed. And wind up, the ironic twist of it was, I guess I had done a pretty good job for 2 days in Detroit. Because the next morning, when I woke up in Chicago, there was a man from NWA, the agency for the Ford Motor Company sponsoring that World Series, who said, can you come to a breakfast at the Drake Hotel? And I said, when? He said, as soon as you can get your clothes on. And he said, in fact, I'm going to come down in a taxi and get you. And I thought to myself, well, boy, is this the way they tell you that you failed and you're off the World Series? I said, this is too important. I can't figure what this is. So I went to this meeting, and with the agency fellows, and this, that, and the other, and the fellow said, well, now I tell you why we want you here. We've taken Quinn Ryan off the World Series, and you ought to do his work as well as your own. And we wanted you here early so you can get on to the ballpark, Wrigley Field. So things do come around a 360-degree circle if you can wait, and wait constructively. And
let me put this in the icebox.
another little side issue. This thing in Chicago was a brutal 2 days. Not only was Chicago a big, vigorous city in which I never was so pushed around by strangers in my life. I wasn't used to a place like Chicago, coming from Gainesville, Florida. And when you're down not even riding taxis and you walk in the streets, you find out how vigorous the people in Chicago can be. And also there was a high wind. From that time on, said the Windy City, I knew exactly what they meant. And I had these little linen clothes that were just too hot in Central Florida. But my teeth actually rattled. When I walked across the Chicago River to go to Merchandise Mart, the biggest building I ever saw in my life. Of course, I wanted to go in there and take an audition at NBC. And I'd been rebuffed at WGN in the Chicago Tribune building. And I got such a cool reception. I was technically admitted in the precincts at WBBM, which was the CBS station in the regular building. So, and I might just as well have been rebuffed there for all it mattered. At least somebody did come out of an office and say, well, you know, we just let people off and so on. It's late in the day, and well, really we're not set up to give an audition, and it's wasting your time. And if you want to come back in 2 or 3 days or something, and I finally said, well, no thanks, I've got to go on my way. And so...
Was that during the World Series or was that earlier?
This is when I'm in Gainesville,
Yeah.
Florida. This is, this would be, I would say, this would be in the summer of 1933. And so I've lost the battle completely at GN. I might as well have lost it completely at WBBM, and now I've got to walk across the bridge in that wind in Chicago in my light Florida clothes and go to Merchandise Mart, which is still a pretty massive structure. And I found out what floors the National Broadcasting Company was on. They were on 2 floors. And I didn't know which was which. So I got off at the first one. And this receptionist, this young lady, she gave me quite a bad time, just as bad a time as the WGN. No, you can't see anybody. And no, I won't take your name, and no, I won't give you any information, and no, just take the elevator and get out of here. And by George, she put me on that elevator, and I got on it before I really realized what had happened, and I thought, boy, I'm not going to make a first down in Chicago, that's for sure. Maybe I had no business coming up here, and then I got mad again. Said, well, they got another floor at NBC, and I'm going to see somebody here in this big building before I leave. That's all there is to it. I'm not going to Chicago and see nobody. And so I went up to this other floor. And as I went up to the other floor, I didn't know anybody who was at NBC in Chicago. I didn't know a name. And I remember having heard several months earlier a program on WLW, big station in Cincinnati, in which Robert Brown, who was the big announcer at that time, said, this is Robert Brown announcing his last program for the nation's station and telling all of you goodbye because I'm going to NBC in Chicago. And I said, he's here. He's here. I do know one name in Chicago. At least I hope he's still here. I never met Mr. Brown. So when I got off on this other floor where they didn't know me, I just went with calm assurance to the reception desk, and I said, I'd like to see Mr. Robert Brown. He said, who's asking for him? I said, Red Barber, a broadcasting friend of his from down south. Just a minute. Well, in 4 or 5 minutes, here came Mr. Brown. And I could tell it was Mr. Brown only because the fellow walked out of where he was supposed to walk out and kept looking around, inquiring to see who had come to see him. And I immediately went right over before the receptionist could intervene or anything else. And I said, Robert Brown? He said, yes. I said, I'm this broadcasting friend of yours from down south. Let's get out of here for a minute and talk. And before he knew it, we'd gotten off in a corner, and I quickly explained my dilemma. And he laughed, and he said, well, let's have a cup of coffee, and then we'll go meet some people. He couldn't have been nicer. I've always remembered that. And he's now in agency work and doing quite well in Chicago. And we didn't meet. We met that morning, and he took me in to see Mr. Clarence Menzer, who was the program chief, in charge of the announcers and programs, etc. And Mr. Menzer is now retired, living in Florida, and is doing he's doing a great job on the Board of Education for the state of Florida and all the new schools. And I hope I have the opportunity to see Mr. Menzer when I'm in Florida myself. When the governor appointed him, I wrote the governor a letter and told him what a wonderful appointment I thought he had made. I never heard from the governor. But that didn't have any bearing on the case. But I only saw Mr. Menzer this one time. And So Robert Brown paid it all back and made me feel like an individual and felt very good. And he took me in to see Mr. Menzer. He said, "Mr. Menzer, here's a fine young broadcaster from down in Florida." And Mr. Menzer said, "Sit down." And he let me tell him my story. And he said, "Well," and he said, "You know," I said, this was late in the morning. He said, "You know," he said, "we're in the same position as everyone else." He said, I think we have had to let off some 50 or 60 people lately." He said, "We haven't hired anyone in months." Now, he said, "I tell you that quite plainly." He said, "There is no job here for you. And there's not going to be any job here for you in the foreseeable future." He said, "That's what it is. However," he said, "I have a luncheon appointment, but I'll be back at 2 o'clock. And he said, if you want to come back at 2 o'clock, I'll give you the full NBC audition." Hello? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Excuse me.
In Chicago. Make sure this is on. Yep, it's on. Right.
Mr. Menzer said, if you want to come back at 2 o'clock, I'll give you the full NBC announcer's audition. Well, I had heard about the full NBC announcer's audition, that it was a beauty or a brute, depending on how you did. And aside from job hunting and wanting to job hunt constructively and score, radio announcers today say in these football games, get on the board. Aside from wanting to get on the board someplace, somewhere, some degree, I wanted the experience of a full NBC announcer's audition. And Mr. Menzer gave it to me. It was a good one. And when the audition was over, he said, "Let's go back into the office and sit down." Now, he said, when I told you about there's no job here for you, holds. And he said, what I told you about in the foreseeable future, there's not going to be any job here for you, holds. But he said, you went through a very fine audition. And he said, I don't know where you're going to work or what your future is going to be in detail. And I know that these are difficult times, and I know that you're not making much money in Florida, and I know that your ambition is burning you, and that you are impatient. But he said, I'm just going to tell you that you go back to Florida, and you keep on at the station, and you keep job hunting, and don't let anybody discourage you about being an announcer. You're not only going to be an announcer, you are one now, and you're going to be a better one. And if a fellow had given me, the fact is that was better than giving me a job. If I needed anything else to hold on until that job came, Mr. Menzer gave it to me. He and Robert Brown. Despite receptionists. Do you know that down inside, to this day, I have never really, genuinely, 100% liked any receptionist. So I got on a bus and made one stop, I think it was at Nashville, and then one back into Gainesville. And I waited. And for a few weeks I waited in pretty good grace. Then I got word from Cincinnati, where I'd already been at WLW twice at my own expense, that they were holding a competitive audition for a job. It was a job that had opened up on the staff of WLW. And if I wanted to come back at my own expense and compete for this job opening, fine. So I did. And the man who advised me was Chet, C-H-E-T, Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, chief announcer. He was chief announcer at the desk. He was not on a microphone. So, I guess this sounds awfully foreign in this day and time, but on my own expense, I went back to Cincinnati. This would be the third time at my own expense for the audition. And I laid out a little extra money, which has happened. It's a pretty good investment. I went down to the L&L men's shop, and I said to Herman Leibowitz, manager, I said, I'm going up to Cincinnati for an audition. This was in August 33. So I'm going up there for an audition. And I said, Herman, I want to look my best. I want a new linen suit of clothes. And I want some new shoes, brown and white sports shoes. And I want a couple of new neckties. And I want a new shirt. I said, I not only want to look my best, but when I take this audition, I want to know I've got on all new clothes. I want to feel new. He said, that's fine. We got the clothes. I said, yeah, but I haven't got the money. He said, well, you've got the credit. I said, I don't know when I can pay you. He said, that's all right. When you take that audition, I want to be in there with you. Let's get the clothes. When you come back, we'll worry about the money. So I had a lovely linen suit, never been worn before. I had a new shirt, ties, shoes, socks, underwear. And I went into Cincinnati on the bus, and I went to the best hotel in town. It was then new, the Netherlands Plaza. And I got a room. I got in there in the afternoon. And the audition was early afternoon the next day. And I came downstairs and I went to the main dining room. They had a band playing for dinner those days. About an 11 or 12-piece orchestra. And I got a table ringside where I could see that band and hear it. And I ordered the most expensive dinner on the menu, and it nearly killed me to think of the price. Week's work almost. But I was going to be in a major league frame of mind the next day, and I think it's the thing to do. And I had a very leisurely dinner, filet mignon. I don't think I ever had one in my life before. And all that attention, and I listened to the band, and I've always liked music, and I enjoyed it. And during the time I was having dinner, Les Pett, WLW, had a pickup, 30 minutes of the band, which I thoroughly enjoyed watching the engineer and the announcer, everything about it. It was manna from heaven. And I got a good night's sleep. I wasn't that excited. I slept well. And I came down and had a good breakfast, and put on my new clothes, and I got my shoes shined, haircut, and I didn't ride the streetcar to WLW. I took a taxi. I rode up to the front door, and I went in, and they had about 30 fellows from stations around the country. Well, it was a meat grinder. And you were almost like a number. They just called you in, and they had guys sitting in the control room, the lights off. You knew they were in there, but you couldn't see their faces. They could see you out in the bright studio, and they had this audition in Studio A. That's a big studio where they got the, well, where they had big Wurlitzer pipe organ. And man, that thing was big enough to have a country fresh pie in. And you didn't feel very big when you got out in that great big room. And it was a cathedral studio, and they had all the big shows. So at the end of the audition, Chet Thomas called me back in his office. He said, well, he says, I have news for you. He said, you want it. Now, he said, I have some more news. He said, we don't have one job open, we got two. But he said, you couldn't come right up here, could you, immediately? One job is wide open right now. I said, no, I'd have to go back to Florida and tell the people at the radio station I'd have to give them some notice. No, I couldn't come to work right now. Well, he said, that's what I thought. He said, now, he said, there's a boy, and he named him, from a station up in Dayton, Ohio, which is just a few miles up the road. And he's available, he can start tomorrow. He could start tonight if we wanted to put him on. Now, he said, with these two jobs, what I'll do is I'll hire this fellow from Dayton and put him on payroll right now. And how much time do you want? I said, well, I would like to, I think 2 weeks' notice. About right, that's customary. And he said, yes, I think that. He said, well, you go back down to Gainesville, and you give your people 2 weeks' notice, and you make all your plans to come up here. And he said, in 2 weeks from today, I'll confirm this by a wire. I said, fine. So I very happily rode the bus on back. But as I kept riding that bus, I kept saying, he said 2 weeks from today he's going to confirm this. And a little bell was buzzing in the back of my mind, and I said, I'm going to tell one person in Gainesville, and I'm going to tell my wife. And I'm not going to give any notice at the radio station. I'm not going to say one cussed thing. But I don't want to say something I've got to eat. And I told him, and we kept silent. And 2 weeks from that day, he notified me. And I remember as long as I live. I was working in the late afternoon at the station. In the early afternoon, I was taking a nap. And a telegram came to the door, which my wife got. I was asleep. Of course, this is what we were waiting for. And she came in and woke me up and handed me the telegram. And I didn't even get up from bed. I ripped it open, and the wire said, regret due to changing conditions, job no longer open, Chet Thomas. And I just rolled over in the bed and cried. And the other job, I'd heard the fellow since I'd been back home. He'd been on. He would work. And 2 nights later, because I listened to that station so religiously, I knew every announcer on it, by voice, by name. They didn't even have to give their name. I knew them. 2 nights later, I heard a completely new voice belonging to Stanley Payton, P-E-I-T-O-N. And I knew that the job I was supposed to have, he had. And I didn't know what took place, but I knew that Thomas, sending me that wire, and his conduct with me, had lied. And I did the thing that you would advise anyone not to do in the field of working relations. I sat down and I wrote Mr. Thomas a letter to this effect. I say I had no secretary, I had kept no carbon copies. But I remember what I wrote him, and he remembers. And I said, Dear Jack, you told me I had a job to come down here and give notice, and that you would confirm it. And you wired and said that due to changing conditions, there was no job. And I had just heard Stanley Payton on the air. I said, Chet, you lied to me. And I am glad, painful as it is, to to find out the type of person you are and the type of organization you represent, and to learn that I don't want to work for either one of them. Yours truly. I never heard from him. So much went by. And I put in my winter's work with a better taste in my mouth than only my wife and I knew. And down underneath, Mr. Mensa's advice, don't let anybody discourage you. Hold on. You will be. You are. We don't know where, we don't know when. But you will be. And we had an next door neighbor who was a professor, an elderly man, lovely man, School of Architecture. Professor June, J-U-N-E, and his wife. I said, next door, these little small houses, I think it's about 15 feet between, screen porches. Almost as though living in the same house with people. And Mrs. June, who was a very lovely, very courageous woman, and never complained. I never cried out. Mrs. June was dying, and very painfully, of cancer. Dying steadily. Inexorably, painfully. Wasting away. And it was killing him as much as it was her. And some neighbors brought around, we didn't ask them to, brought around a bunch of poinsettia clippings. Down in Florida, you just cut the branches off a poinsettia, stick off a poinsettia. Stick is the word that's best used in that set. These poinsettia sticks, and you just stick them in the ground. And by George, 9 out of 10 of them will grow. That's how you don't go around the nurseries buying poinsettias unless you just are careless or rich or you don't know better. And of course, poinsettias grow like weeds, and people prune them and throw the sticks away. And you take those sticks and stick them in the ground, and you got poinsettias. Well, somebody brought us an armful of poinsettia sticks. And I was standing out on the side yard looking at them, and I was mad. I was mad at the world, I was mad at Chet Thomas, I was mad at WLW, I was mad at my wife, I was mad at myself. And I was so mad at those poinsettia sticks in this rented yard, I wasn't of mind to plant them. And just as a time that comes to you when you're just plumb mad, I was belligerent. I wasn't doing anything about it. I was just standing there being mad all over. Mr. Jones says, he came out and signed books. So you going to plant those poinsettias? I said, no, sir, not a one of them. He said, why? I said, because I don't want to. I don't care. Why should I beautify this place? He said, you're still mad about the fact you can't get out of that radio station, aren't you? I said, yes. He knew generally, but I hope everybody in town by then knew, because I'd been making these trips. It wasn't in secret. They were pulling for me, but nobody believed I was going to do it. This was my wife. And I don't know how much she believed. She was just plain loyal. And with Mr. Mensa's words, I don't know what I'd have believed. And what little belief I had was like a flickering candle in the wind. And Mr. June said, you're just mad because you can't get that job you want someplace. Now he says, I'm an older man. I'm going to tell you one thing, boy. He said, do you want that better job someplace? I said, yes. He said, you go plant those poinsettia sticks. And if you plant them, you may not be around here to see them bloom. He was right. I planted them, and I wasn't around there to see them bloom. Well, what he was saying is, it's a variation of what a troubled young fellow was awfully impetuous and impatient about something he called the late Commissioner Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis in Chicago. he was pressing the judge, and he was trying to make time run faster than time was going to run. And finally the judge interrupted this impatient young man, and he said, tell me something, have you got a garden out in your yard? And the young man, surprised at the answer. And the judge said, well, I've got some advice for you. Whether you like onions or not, you can go out there in the garden and plant 2 or 3 rows. And he hung up on him. And what this is, what Mr. June told me, and what Judge Landis told that young man. I don't know what happened to that young man, but I know what happened to me. What Mr. June said. And what the judge said was that instead of standing around being mad and impetuous, is put your hands to some piece of constructive work that's right in front of you immediately and go on living for the moment, for the hour, for the day, and let the future come to you, because it's the only way it's going to come anyhow. So I planted the punch set of sticks. And on the morning of March the 4th, I got a wire from the last man on the face of the earth that I would have bet would have sent me a wire. Chet Thomas, WLW. And I got this wire down in Florida. Kept it. Will you do Cincinnati Reds games? $25 a week. Chet Thomas. And I didn't hesitate. I simply sent him back a wire, yes. Wire instructions. And he wired back within a couple of hours. Report tomorrow to Scotty Reston, R-U-S-T-O-N, Tampa, Florida. And I wired back, I will. And this was about the middle of the morning, and the exchange of wires had come after Lylah had gone over to the university to do some laboratory work. She was doing some temporary work for a week or two, laboratory science. And I was supposed to work at the radio station that day, and she was supposed to come home that afternoon. But I went out to the radio station and told them immediately that I was quitting, and I was going to be in Tampa, Florida the next day, and they rejoiced. Major Powell was delighted. Break had come. And Russell McCann, R-U-S-S-E-L-L-M-C, capital C-A-U-G-H-A-N, who is now a very successful lawyer in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And he and Mary, best friends that Lylah and I have. Russell McCann was then running the business affairs. He was a student in law college, but he was running the business affairs at the station. He was Major Powell's secretary, office manager, etc. And Russell immediately began figuring out how much vacation time I had coming so I could get some extra money, and so I could get my check and walk out of there with cash, and they couldn't have been more pleased. And I beat it immediately downtown in the station automobile to the hardware store and bought the cheapest trunk I could get. Because I had that many clothes I had to take, and I had the trunk. I brought it out in the car, and I set it in the living room of this bungalow we were renting in Gainesville. I'd had no chance to get in touch with my wife, because I don't think she had any telephone where she was, at least I didn't know. And she unexpectedly came home at noon, for some reason or other, and saw this open trunk sitting in the living room floor. And she thought that she was being walked out on. And about 1 o'clock, I guess, I went by. I was able, the things were going so fast. Well, when you leave that much of a hurry, you don't have much time, and you don't have an automobile. So I went by and told her, and she was delighted. And of course, what it meant was that I walked out the next morning, took a bus to Tampa, she was to finish packing my trunk and send it when I asked her to, and to where I would tell her, in Cincinnati. And it was up to her to keep the house, keep working on this temporary job, to sell off the things we weren't going to take and come to Cincinnati when I could send for them. Which I told her I couldn't send for on $25 a week, which is what I was going for. That I didn't know when I would send for them. And that is how I left my young wife of 3 years standing. I'll send for you when I can, but I don't know when. But when I do know, the first thing I know is I'll tell you where to send my trunk. So she's been very understanding, and she was wonderful. It was great. It was, I know the joy that can come into a person's life that other people, when they rejoice with you, what it means. And so, the next morning, I went to Tampa, which my mother had died, and my father was living there with my brother, who was 7 years younger. And my sister had married, and I got in the middle of the afternoon, and I went straight out to my father's house, figuring I'd see Mr. Scotty Reston next day, which I did. But anyhow, I went to my father's house. I was going to sleep that first night with him. In fact, I stayed that week. I was supposed to stay in Tampa a week with the ball club. I was supposed to, according to Mr. Chet Thomas, I was to learn everything there was to know about my first Major League Ball Club, Cincinnati Reds, in 1 week. And then I was to come up to Cincinnati and work in the studio, which I did. But when I got to my dad's house, he was taking a nap. And I woke him up. And after he was awake, I told him I was going to Cincinnati to broadcast the Cincinnati Red games. He was delighted. He was delighted. Thought that was just grand. Wonderful. And then out of his practical experience of being a working man, a husband, father of 3 children, he said to me, how much are they going to pay you? I said, $25 a week. He'd been sitting on the side of the bed, waking up from his nap. And now he straightened up and got on his feet. And he said, that's going to Cincinnati for less money than you getting up in Gainesville, isn't it? I said, yes. He said, do you know how much more it's going to cost you to live in a city like Cincinnati than in a small town of Gainesville? I said, no, sir. He said, do you know that you are going to an insecure job after leaving a secure job with the state of Florida? He said, you don't know whether you can broadcast Major League Baseball games or not. He said, you've never done it. He said, I am aghast. You haven't got any sense. Have I raised a son that is going to go to Cincinnati, Ohio, to an uncertain job, strange country, an expensive place, for $25 a week and leave his wife in Gainesville? Have I done that? Have I come to this pass? Will you tell me why? And I said, because I want the chance. And I wasn't prepared for his reaction, so I'd had no way to be prepared for his question. Therefore, I hadn't had any time to prepare this answer. But I guess I said it all in the thing that came out of my inner self. Because I want the chance. And that is the way I have tried to live professionally. And I recommend that to people. To want the chance and to take the chance. And I guess when I said to my father, I want the chance, I guess that ended the Florida episode. Except I'd like to footnote to say that the next day I went over to the fairgrounds, which was where the Cincinnati team trained then, March of '34. This was many, many years before they built the ballpark that is Al Lopez Field.
Is that Plant Field when they call Plant Field now, right? That big old...
Well, that was Plant Field too, as well as the fairgrounds.
Yes.
Plant Field was part of the fairground. No, this was the place where they held the South Florida Fair every year. And they had a big trotting horse track around it. And inside the trotting horse track, big enough for 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
And that's where the Cincinnati club trained. And in '35, the Toronto club also trained on the other diamond. So I know that there was room enough there for 2 there. 2 diamonds going simultaneously. And the next day I went over, and I had never met a Major League ball player in my life. Didn't know one by sight. And I didn't know who Scotty Reston was. All I had was that terse telegram, report to Scotty Reston. And I hung around, and nobody there for a while. And I asked 2 or 3 people, where's Mr. Reston? And nobody knew Mr. Reston. And finally, along came 2 men that were walking toward the Cincinnati clubhouse. And one was quite young. And I just said by chance, do you know where I could find Mr. Scotty Reston? And he stopped. His face clouded a little bit. And he said, Reston? Why do you want to see Mr. Scotty Reston? And with that much show of interest, I fished the telegram out. And he said, I am Scotty Reston, not Ruston. R-E-S-T-O-N. And I am the road secretary, and I guess then that I am the man that this Mr. Thomas has sent you to. But my name is not Ruston. And you may know this fellow a little bit better today if you read the New York Times. That is James B. Reston.
That's the one,
That's the one. And he was very nice, and we became the best of friends, and were very close together as young men. He was a bachelor in Cincinnati, and on occasion he'd come out to the small apartment that Lylah and I had, and she would cook for the 3 of us. And he didn't stay in Cincinnati very long. He left later that year to join Alan Gould, Associated Press in New York.
Was that your time?
And but I would like to say that so many people are kind to you. And it's important to be kind to people, especially young people, because this is where young people gain their strength. We are, all of us, afraid down inside, and when we know that we don't know, when we know that we're ignorant, when we know that we're going up against a most uncertain future, a challenging future, we know we're going up against the biggest job we've ever run into, we must, each of us, we must gain a strength, a spiritual strength from some source. And it is other people that give it to us. And the first thing that Scotty did was he took me in. He knew immediately then what the situation was, and I was open-handed. I didn't try to full flush around. I didn't know anybody, and I very quickly told him, I said, I don't know a soul. I'd be grateful for any help I can get. And he took me first off to the manager, Bob O'Farrell, who was a very famous man, who had been catcher and manager of St. Louis Cardinals, an outstanding figure. And O'Farrell, the twilight of his career, he caught a few games that year, and then he never played anymore. And he lost his job later that year. Charlie Dresden was brought in. And O'Farrell could not have been nicer. And he introduced me around, and as the manager, he just said to everybody, this is Red Barber, who's going to broadcast our games when we get up to Cincinnati. In other words, he just said to everybody, in fact, this man now has standing. Well, that was pretty important. He gave me a status. I was somebody. I got the accolade. And O'Farrell said, I hung around practice. Oh my goodness. I was there before any of the players, and I stayed until the last one left. So it was 7 very precious days. This was a new world. Well, I know how Columbus felt. Well, I had walked into a brand new creation. And so at the end of that first day's practice, O'Farrell, I was walking back toward the hotel. I was not going to let these people get out of my life for a second if I could. And he didn't have much choice, but he was very gracious. He said, have luncheon with me. And as we were having luncheon, which was another way of giving me standing, my goodness, my first day at a Major League training camp and having luncheon with the manager, you know, that's a strength that you can go on for many months. I was somebody. And the heck with the $25 a week waiting in Cincinnati. I was richer than that. And then O'Farrell, after luncheon, said, you're just a kid and you're just starting out. I said, anything I can tell you about this ball club or anything I can do for you around this ball club, you come to me. And when MacPhail dismissed O'Farrell, I couldn't quarrel with the validity of MacPhail's judgment. For all that was MacPhail's job. But when he dismissed O'Farrell, he dismissed one of my best friends. That do you for this morning?
I think so.
Does that get us out of Florida?
Yeah, and now you're in Cincinnati. Am I done on there? Guess so. Am I losing? No, that's catching. I was wondering a little, what was it? I was wondering a little, well, I've got a bad reel here, I think, right?
That's if you want it.
No, I think it's going to be okay. It was just that it wasn't clearing. Yeah. I wanted to just not really plan the whole chronology of our talks, but to get a rough idea. We've gone into marvelous detail on Gainesville, and we should probably stay with that now to finish that here. Let's do that, and then we can go on and talk about what else we do later. But we have to.
Well, I think the Gainesville is the foundation
Absolutely.
that everything else spun off of. And I would think that I'm not trying to appraise the career that I'm not going to say have had, the career that I am having. But I would estimate that after the first World Series, which was in 1935, and after the Ohio State Notre Dame football game, which was that fall, which is still, to me, the outstanding college football game that's ever been played.
The 1813 game?
Yes.
You broadcast that?
I would think that everything else, you might say, almost followed. So those years of 30 through 35, I would be are worth a little more detail and a little more chronology, a little more intimate treatment. And then after 35, I would think it would be a matter of hitting certain high spots that may or may not be of some interest to people, such as going to Brooklyn, Jackie Robinson, the fourth game of the 47 World Series, the first appeal for blood that was ever made in radio, which was opening day following Pearl Harbor, the resigning of a World Series, which I regard with more pride and personal value than the actual broadcasting of 13, the going over to the Yankees, the hemorrhage at Pittsburgh, the fenestration. Those are things that follow, but again, I think through 1935 it's almost like you have to learn to walk, and this was the walking period. And after you once learn to walk, then you travel on to greater distances. So I came back from Johns Hopkins and had the abscess teeth removed, and found out that I had come very closely with you, but for one human being and his interference. I would have not only had the facial droop and the maiming there from the rest of my life, but as the resident told me at Johns Hopkins, I might very well within 1 or 2 years, because I had no pain in my right eye, have lost the right eye, that was a part of the history of the patients who had the operation for the removal of the fifth nerve area ganglion. Some 40 years after this episode, not 40, some 20 years after that past 40, some 20 years later, when, as happens to most of us, the print began to shrink, and I went for reading glasses. I had my eyes examined for the first time in my life. And I discovered something I never even dreamed of. But I was almost completely right-eyed. My right eye was a fine, normal eye, and I'd been living on it. But there was a congenital defect in the retina of my left eye, which, when I discovered it and would close my right eye and use the left eye, I found that my vision was in a wave. As I look back, starting as a young broadcaster, had I had lost my right eye, I could never have approached to do the work that I've been able to do with reasonably normal vision. And when the doctor told me about this defect that he felt I was born with in my left eye, it came over me like a wave again. Not only the providence, but the convenience of God, in that this right eye had been spared to me at a time that I was completely unaware of the value of his gift. I've been working at the radio station as the new chief announcer. Start this again. When Major Powell made me the offer as chief announcer of the radio station, provided I would work at it full time, I immediately took it. And the next step, which was almost immediate, as soon as I could go to Jacksonville, we set a date some 2 months later, Lylah and I, to get married on the 28th of March, 1931. And at the time we set the date to get married, my job as chief announcer was to have paid $150 a month. By the time we got married and I got my first check as chief announcer, the hard times were persisting, and the state had executed a 10% across the board cut for everyone. So I never got that amount of money. I got $135. And also, I was caught in a bind of the difference in legal paydays. As a part-time student announcer, I had been paid at let's say the 15th of the month. And when we set our wedding date to 28th, without thinking, expected to still get paid on the 15th and have some money to get married on. And I found that with my change in status to chief announcer, I went on another payroll. And I was to get paid the 1st of the month, and my pay was to be held up until the 1st of April. So I've got a wedding date which is already announced, and a woman who has very firm convictions of holding to time and schedule, particularly about her first marriage. And the economic pantry was very destitute. And I had heard that when you needed money, you went to where it was, meaning a bank. And I went into the First National Bank of Gainesville about 10 days before I was going to get married. And I stood around and I asked somebody, who was the man that you went to see to borrow some money? And they pointed to a gentleman over the desk, had a vice president's sign on his desk with his name. His name was Graham. And I went over and introduced myself. You want to know what I wanted? And I told him I needed to borrow some money to get married on. And he said, why did I need the money? And I said, because I had to change payroll dates out at the radio station. And instead of getting paid on the 15th, as I had every expectancy of being paid, I wasn't going to get paid till the 1st, and I was at the wedding date of the 28th. And I didn't have a dollar. And he wanted to know what security, and I said, well, the security of the university, the state, I would presume. I would be delighted to have Mr. Klein Graham, there was no relation, these two men had the same name. Mr. Klein Graham was a businessman at the university, a very nice man. I said, I'd be delighted to have Mr. Klein Graham send you my check when it comes in the first of the month. You can take out your money and give me what's left. And the bank vice president, Mr. Graham, looked at me very cold and said, I don't lend money on that sort of security. How do I know the state of Florida will meet its payroll? And he turned me down. And before I knew it, I was going out of the bank, empty-handed. And it suddenly came over me, I was completely defeated. And it came over me that I had gone in to get not just money, I had gone in to get married. And it came over me that I was going to get married and that I was going to get the money in that bank. And I didn't ask anybody where to go anymore. In the meantime, I had seen the sign that said President. And I just bowled my way right over to the President's desk. And I didn't know his name. And I told him who I was. And I told him that his Mr. Graham had done something to me that I wasn't going to take. That I understood that the fundamental purpose of a bank was to lend money. Otherwise, I didn't know how they were going to survive and prosper. And that I was a worthy person to be lent some money to for a worthy cause. And that I was there right then and there to see that he lent it to me. And this man was just as warm and just as lovely. I would guess him, to my recollection, around 70. He was a gentle, kind man. And he let me explode, and he said with a slight smile, he said, why don't you sit down? Tell me a little bit more about what this is all about. And I said, I want to get married, and Mr. Graham says he's not going to lend me the money to do it. Well, he said, that's very interesting. He said, I'm certain she's a nice girl. I said, yes. And I said, I told you, Mr. Graham, that I'll get caught in a payroll switch out at the radio station, and that I will have Mr. Klein Graham send a check down to the bank just 3 days after I'm supposed to get married. And you can have your money. I said, I can't understand why that's any risk. And this bank president, I'll think of his name in a second. His name was Taylor, Mr. Taylor. And Mr. Taylor looked at me and he said, well, he said, I want to ask you a question. I said, yes, sir. By that time, I was pretty well cooled down. He said, how much money did you want to borrow? I said, $100. well, he said, that leads me to another question. Will that be enough? I said, yes, sir, certainly will. I said, thank you very much, and I'll have Mr. Clan-Graham send you the check. He said, that won't be necessary. I'm certain that after you get your check, you'll bring the money in yourself. And I did. And my faith in banks, which was 10 minutes earlier completely shattered, was completely restored. And for all I know, that might be one of the reasons why I'm very happy in my association as being first radio and now television spokesman in the city of New York for the First National City Bank of New York, which I believe is not a small enterprise.
Was it a 15-day note or a 30-day note?
I don't recall. He just said, here's your $100. And when you get your check, you bring me the 100 and whatever else I want in the way of interest. So, when you look back at that, I think there's a time and a place for an unhesitating, righteous anger. I believe it opens doors. Because I certainly did swell up like a poisoned dog in the middle of July when Mr. Graham said he wouldn't lend me the money. Because there comes a time when you are going to have $100. Like, I remember in 1934 interviewing Lon Warneke, who was in the great star right-handed pitcher for the Chicago Cubs. And of course, I remember him very well. He was the opening day pitcher of the first Major League ball game. I broadcast, we'll talk about that later. But the season wore on, I was doing interviews at the ballpark. Warneke was at the microphone and I asked him if he had a philosophy. And what I meant to ask him was if he had a philosophy of pitching. But he took the question to mean a philosophy of life, a complete philosophy, and he gave it to me in 3 very quick bursts. Yes, he said, I've got a philosophy. He said, I'll work before I'll steal. And he said, I'll steal before I starve. And I guess that day in early 1931, I was at the stage of Mr. Warneke's complete philosophy about that $100 to get married on. And I might say that's the best investment that I know anything about that a human being ever put $100 to. Now, WRUF was a completely wonderful place. All the opportunities to do anything that an announcer wanted to do were there. You were not only free to think up your own programs and put them on and produce them, execute, write any words that you wanted to write, hang them together any way you wished to, but you had to. That's the only way programs got on. And you were not a specialist. You would start in the morning and you'd read news and you would play phonograph records and you would read features and you would interview college professors and you would put on the university assembly services for an hour. You would announce a piano program. You would announce a singer. You would play a program of classical recordings, including operas. I learned a great deal about opera from playing the records of complete operas on the university station. And come in.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Oh, fine.
See you later. And this had such a meaning that when Lylah and I came to New York in 1939, the first entertainment form of any kind that we saw was a performance of Carmen at Metropolitan Opera. They were having a short spring session. And I recall very much I think it was the last time that Martinelli sang at the Met. And he was then not so young. And he was then not as thin as the ideal Don Juan is supposed to be. And when he got ready to sing his love song to Carmen and got down on his knees, he got down on his knees in the full view of the audience. But he had great difficulty in getting up. So much so that he shook his head and laughed about it. Which I thought was just marvelous, the ability to suddenly be yourself, no matter what life presents. Here was the great Martinelli, and he had trouble getting up off of his knees with his weight and his age, and he laughed. It reminds me of another time of stage presence. And I think this all goes back to what Major Powell said. You can only be yourself. You can't be anybody else. And this thing of being yourself is you are yourself as the minutes and the seconds, not just the hours, but as the immediate present presents itself. I was a great admirer, and am, of John Charles Thomas. I think that his gift, rich, full baritone, and his humanness, and warmth, vigor. They tell me that when he was in his heyday singing on Broadway, big shows, big casts, that there wasn't a girl in the show that was safe, and not a one that wanted to be. And I think at one time, I owned every phonograph record that John Charles made. And I'll stand on this record. I'll take his recording of Bendemeer's Stream for sheer classic beauty and warmth, purity of singing, and you take any other record. Just to evoke a completely warm, wonderful feeling inside, to listen to the record of John Charles Thomas singing Bendemeer's Stream. Just great. I guess of all the pieces of music that I played that by far the most. And he came to have a concert, and this was fairly late in his career. It was Carnegie Hall, and of course it was sold out. And I, unhesitatingly, unashamedly, pulled all of the rank that I could pull, and subterfuge, and I got a pair of seats. And they're pretty well down front, too, because I wanted to hear John Charles Thomas. It was during World War II, in which nothing began until after the national anthem. So Mr. Thomas walked out on the stage at Carnegie Hall, and his accompanist came with him, and the accompanist sat down on a piano, and Mr. Thomas took his stance in the bow of the piano, and the accompanist struck the prefacing notes of the Star Spangled Banner, and just as Mr. Thomas got ready to start to sing, a voice from the rear of Carnegie Hall, a full, excellent voice, beat him to the first note and started to sing. And Mr. Thomas looked sort of quizzical, and he didn't sing, and he allowed the stranger at the rear of the concert hall to sing the anthem in its entirety. And the stranger sang it in its entirety, and he hit the big note, and he sang it convincingly. To this day, I don't know who he was, but he sang it well, about as well as I've ever heard the Star Spangled Banner sung. And there was consternation and embarrassment. Here's the great John Charles Thomas standing silent on the stage of Carnegie Hall, while from the back seats, or the standee section, I couldn't see exactly from where, but it was rear, was this man singing away. I don't think I've ever felt this much concentrated public embarrassment for a minute. People in the audience didn't know what to do. Of course, not that anybody in the audience had anything to do about it, but we all felt, what is this? And then there was this subconscious question that came out of our embarrassment about how is this going to be resolved. Here's the man, John Charles Thomas, with a sellout, hadn't even begun his performance, and his ace is trumped. it wasn't that this was a crackpot at the back that couldn't sing. That would have been nothing. He'd have been muscled out of there. But this man sang well enough to where he gained sufficient respect that he created a genuine embarrassment. Well, the companies never faltered. He played steadily. So they concluded singing the first verse of the national anthem. And it was quiet, held. And Mr. Thomas smiled, and he took one step forward, and he nodded very amiably to the direction from whence had come the voice. And then he took us all into his confidence. To me, this is the greatest piece of immediate stage presence I've ever seen. And he said, it's perfectly all right, because, as you heard, he's a tenor. Well, the Carnegie Hall, I don't think has ever heard such relieved laughter. And as just a play-by-play reporter trying to keep up with the score, I would say that had I been the music critic reviewing that, I would have written for the paper the next day that John Charles Thomas won the audience completely before he ever sang his first note. Well, in those days at the station, playing the records and coming into an increasing appreciation and enjoyment of music. And you would go over to the university in the afternoons and you'd do a track meet, you'd do a basketball game, you'd go out to the ball field, you'd do a baseball game, you'd do boxing, you'd do whatever was going on around university campus. I understand that everything else in civilization goes forward so rapidly, things are a great deal different now. But then, I can't imagine a better training ground for an announcer. And you soon find out whether you could announce or not, because you had no chance to rehearse, no chance to particularly prepare. You just went out and announced, and you just caught as catch can, and you survived. That's all. You just sucked it. You did, and you learned as you went. And you had an audience that didn't expect too much, and there were no sponsors, no advertising agencies, and that's what gave you the chance for a complete education. Advertising agencies are working for sponsors, and sponsors trying to cold-bloodedly sell merchandise, pure and simple. They will defeat any proper purpose of someone trying to learn an industry. They won't give you a chance to learn. I guess in all fairness they can. At least they feel they can. But there was a definite ceiling. The station had no commercials. Educational station. 5,000 watts. Daylight operated on. And Major Powell was wonderful. He understood, after I'd been at the station 2 years, and had decided to make radio a career, and he felt very strongly, I'm sure, that I had a good future in it. He understood and he encouraged my looking for a better job at a bigger all-out radio station in a larger market and in the commercial competitive world.
How soon after you became chief announcer did this sort of attitude come on, looking for a better job?
I was at RUF at the station 2 years, and then the last 2 years I was there, I looked for a better job.
But one interruption. When you were doing track meets, baseball games, everything else, was this after the football incident?
Yes.
That's the following spring.
I went on the station in March the 4th, 1930. Mm-hmm. And that fall of 1930, I got into football.
You were married?
Painfully, stumblingly, but blessedly got into it. And then in March of, well, I guess it would have been, let's see, right around the end of January, of 1931, I was offered the chance. In other words, in less than 1 year's time at the station. So 10 months I'd been at the station. In less than a year's time at the station, I was offered the chance to be chief announcer. Because I had developed, well, as I look back, I must have developed fairly rapidly. I had developed faster than the other fellows around. So you had two men that left. You had Thompson, who left first and went to Miami, which left me the opportunity to do a type of work that Nimmons, the chief announcer, was not doing, and wasn't his lather to do. And so when Nimmons left, who had the other type of programs, and who had the title, and who had the money, I must have come along pretty fast to be given it all, 10 months' time. And again, you have to keep in mind the importance in my life of Garland W. Powell. Now, he was wonderful to me. And yet we were never particularly warm personal friends. I mean, I liked him, and he liked me. But we were of different generations. We had different friends. He moved in the circle of Dr. Tiger, the president of the university, and other people up there. I didn't move in that cycle at all. I moved in the cycle of my colleagues down where I was at the radio station, and young professors were there. Why? When I say professors, I mean fellows at the instructor level and assistant professor level. I don't mean full professors. I don't. The only full professor friend I had was Professor Bard, School of Architecture, that took me in and kept me at school in my freshman year. So I knew Mrs. Powell, and we were friends. But I'm saying that Major Powell was a dominant force in my life without being a very close, warm person to me. We just, in other words, I would see him at the station, and then I would go my way, and he went his way. And nobody ever thought anything about it. This was just the way it was. He was the boss, and I was the fellow working there. But he was my first radio boss, and he believed in me 100%. And I had a succession of bosses who believed in me 100%. The first boss I had, the general manager of WLW in Cincinnati, John Clark. He was the man who made me a sports specialist. He was the man who put me on the World Series. He was the man who put me on the Ohio State football game. He was the man that gave me a $500,000 watch and said, I think you're the fellow to use them. Larry MacPhail brought me to Brooklyn and defended me, well, to the death of one bartender named Jaime Green. Anyhow, I was completely in charge of the broadcast at Brooklyn because MacPhail said I was. And Mr. Rickey followed him, and Mr. Rickey said, you're closer to it than any man alive. You do it. And this may begin to explain in part of the difficulty I had with a person of a different outlook, of a different temperament, of a different philosophy, and O'Malley. O'Malley and I never had a quarrel. We've never even had a strange word between us. But I came along in this procedure, and I had a different point of view. I had a great boss in Edward R. Morrow at CBS who hired me. I was the first guy that Morrow hired when CBS made him vice president and brought him into London. The people at CBS, well, all of them great bosses. Mr. Paley Down, who interviewed me before I was hired. I was never hamstrung or asked to answer memoranda or anything else at CBS. I was in charge of sports. And I was as much in charge of sports at CBS when I followed Ted Husing as I, Red Barber, wanted to be. As I asked for it, I got it. And that meant putting on the football roundup, which was completely revolutionary if people stop and think about it. Until we put on that roundup, which was my brainchild, people had said you cannot leave play-by-play of a football game. It's unthought of. We did it. We did play-by-play of 5 or 6 football games all during the afternoon. People liked it. So I can't overemphasize the importance of Major Powell. And he understood. I talked with him. I said, Major, I want to go to Atlanta. I want to go to Cincinnati. I want to go to the major leagues. You know, I came up once. I guess my temperament is such that I didn't know Browning was writing it for me when he wrote it. And he wasn't writing it for me when he wrote it, except he was writing it for me when he wrote it. When he said a man's reach should exceed his grasp, else what's a heaven for him? My reach has always been an almost immediate overreaching from the time, and I've examined this over the years, and there's no doubt in my mind, from the time that I made up my mind that I wanted to stay in radio and not be a college professor, from the time the decision was made to stay in radio, I never had any other goal except to go to the major leagues. I used to hear Graham McNamee on the World Series. I used to hear Bill Mundy on the football games. I used to hear Ted Husing on the football games. I used to grind my teeth, and I didn't say it to anybody else, but I said to myself, I said, all right, I'll be up there. I didn't want any halfway stops. I was willing to pay the price to take any better job that came along, but I knew where ultimately I wanted to go, and I was determined I was going.
You use the phrase major leagues, you mean Major League Broadcasting,
Yes,
not baseball?
I mean Major League Baseball.
Oh, you meant Major League Baseball?
Yes, because I had very strongly the feeling of once that football season is what did it. And that's a heady wine.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting on top of a play-by-play event, ad-lib football game, and when finally you make it come off, and you know you've made it come off, and you know that you're on top of it play-by-play, and the game goes back and forth, and you back and forth with it, and you come out of there and you can say to yourself, even knowing all I know now, I wouldn't want to do it over again.
Mm-hmm.
I stand on it. I got that yardage right. I had those ball carriers right.
Mm-hmm.
I had the rulings of the officials right. I had the substitutions right. I called this one as it was. And nobody has to tell a man when he comes out of the booth, if he has any spiritual honesty within himself, how well he's done his job. He knows. So I wanted to go all the way up. And Major Powell agreed, and he abetted me. And Lylah and I were making $135 a month, and we had to run a tight budget.
I have to ask you a couple of questions again now. You and Mrs. Barber were married in February 1931?
March 28,
March
1931.
And
she had to fulfill a full year at Riverside Hospital as
in Jacksonville.
superintendent of nurses, Jacksonville.
She had gone to Chicago the previous fall?
She went to Chicago. She went to Chicago in let's see. She was back in Jacksonville. She was in Jacksonville for the year of 31.
Yeah.
She came back to Jacksonville, I'd say, in the well, between 1929 through 30. She came to Jacksonville in the late fall of 30. And so from she went to Cook County in the fall of 29.
I see.
The winter of 29.
You had met her that fall.
That's right. I met her in the fall of 29.
And she went to Jacksonville that winter.
Wait a minute, see. Let's get this straight now. I met her in the fall of 29, and she went to Cook County early in 1930.
Was it just about
Early in 1930,
Mm-hmm.
and took this postgraduate course. And then I think it was 6 months. And then she came back. She came back in the fall of 30. That's right. She came back in the fall of 30 to Jacksonville and was under contract for 1 full year. And we decided to get married once I got the job at Gainesville, chief announcer. We decided to get married on the 26th. She set the date 28th of March, 31. And she had 9 months to fulfill a contract at the hospital. In other words, she might, at the time that we got ready to get married, she hadn't said that at the end of 9 months she'd quit at the hospital. We didn't know what the future was going to be. She might have stayed at the hospital for years. We didn't know. But she knew she had to stay 9 more months. Mm-hmm. And people said to us then, what are you getting married for when you're going to be in Jacksonville and he's going to be over in Gainesville, 75, 80 miles away, and you haven't got an automobile between you. And he's going to be at the station, and you're going to be at the hospital. And she had every other weekend off. Not every weekend. Every other weekend off. And I got 1 day a week off. And everybody asks us, well, what sort of a marriage is this? Starting on this basis. Starting with separation. It never entered our mind that this was a backward way of doing it. The only thing that concerned us was that we wanted to marry each other, and we thought it would be better to be married and work out the details married as we went along than to not be married and have to still try and work out the details of seeing each other. And it was a very simple decision, which I think, again, is all that a human being at times has to do. You listen to your heart when you want to do something. You just do it. And you make the future, in a sense, come to you. So we just got married. And she only had 4 days off in the hospital. That was our honeymoon.
Did you have any days off from the radio station?
Yes, Major Powell. Major Powell at the radio station would give me a lot more days off than the hospital would give her.
Yeah.
She was richer in money than I was, but I was richer in free time. And I guess you might say that the work of the radio station wasn't quite as important as taking care of the sick at a hospital. So I guess quite properly she was under more stringent regulations.
Was she making more money than you were then?
Holy mackerel, I married a rich woman. And she was making, I think, she was making more than 150. I don't know, she was making pretty close to 200 a month. But I remember this is 1931. Well, it won't do any good to remember. If you weren't there and you don't know what a depression was, especially if you're in the state of Florida, you don't know how tight money was. She was making almost 200 a month and complete maintenance. She got a room, she got her meals, she got her laundry, and there was no tipping. She didn't have to spend 1 red cent. Anything she spent it on her pretty little back. So when I say I married a rich woman, I did. She had all the money in the world. And what happened after I married for wealth? After 9 months, she quit. Came to Gainesville and said, okay, son, here I am. So I'll never marry her for money again. And the first commercial fee, I said that the station was non-commercial, strictly educational. The first fee that I got for doing a program, I got out of figuring out how to go to Jacksonville and not pay bus fare once a week and see my wife. I said earlier that Nash Higgins was a great help to me. Nash was the line coach at the University of Florida. He was also the track coach at the time of the year. But he was the chief football scout. I'll bring this to a head for him. And when I realized, after the first football game, the initial fiasco, that I had to get as much information as I could, that this thing of broadcasting was a business. And I went to Higgins to find out information on the opposing ball club because he would scout them. He would sit down and go over all of his notes, and he would tell me in detail, man for man, who Florida would be playing coming Saturday. And I suddenly, in trying to do different, not suddenly, in trying to do an increasing job at the station in Gainesville, and also I found out early that the best way to solidify your knowledge to where it will be available to you out of your head several days later was to sit down at a typewriter and write it out in the form of a 15-minute program. And so I took Higgins' knowledge on the opposing players, and I thought this would be of some interest to the fans of Florida. in the Gainesville area, the university area, and let's say Tuesday and Wednesday, I would do a show on WRUF, which I'd written myself, out of the information this very kind man had given me, in which I would talk about the team that Florida was going to play. Let's say they were going to play Georgia. And I'd say, well, at left end, Georgia will have so-and-so, and he's so tall, and he's the pass catcher, and so on, and etc. And at left tackle is so-and-so, and he's so big, and he's a pretty rough fella. And at right guard is so-and-so, and now you'll recognize him because he's not very tall, but he's real thick around to the middle, and he's built all like a barrel. And the center is so-and-so, and now this is the fellow that you really want to watch, because the way the Georgia found out about him was they saw him plowing one day in the Red Hills of North Georgia, and he was only plowing with one hand, and he wasn't even breaking into a sweat. And they said, well, the fellow that's strong, he's got to play football for us. And then I said to myself, holy mackerel, every time I go to Jacksonville to see my wife, I got to pay bus fare over and back. And that hurt. The athletic director at the university was a very nice man named Edgar Jones. And our paths have crossed again. He's now a big Cadillac executive in Miami. And when I went to Miami last fall, it was 1965, new home, the first invitation to speak came from Edgar Jones to give the address at Thanksgiving time for the Kiwanis Club. So in a sense, Edgar Jones, my old friend going back to those days, 1931, launched me, you might say, in Miami. And it's always been a nice friendship, good friendship. So I went over to see Edgar, and he was a great football player at the university. They haven't had a back yet at the University of Florida that ever gained the odds Edgar Jones gained. He was a great athlete in Jacksonville. So I went over to see him, and I said, Edgar, you heard one or two of these shows I've done talking about the teams Florida play? Yes, said the director. Well, I said, listen, you've got some games coming up in Jacksonville. Florida usually played one or two over there. And I said, also, you've got these Jacksonville people that come down to Gainesville all the time. I said, I talked to WJAX, I was a radio station in Jacksonville, and I said, they said that they will give me 15 minutes once a week to talk football, if I come up. It was unheard of those days that the station would pay you something for doing something. That's all. They would give me the time. They'd let me go on. That's fine. That was they were generous. They let me have their time. Well, radio was that simple those days. Give me time. You go on. That's all. And I said, now, Edgar, I said, if you think it's worthwhile to the university, it might help the gate, might help the interest. I'll go to Jacksonville. See, I was being very generous too to the athletic director. I said, no, I'll give up my time and I'll give up my talent, Edgar. I'll give her all this background that I've so indefatigably achieved. And I'll do this 15-minute talk on WJAX to the ladies and gentlemen of the Jacksonville Radio Ensemble. If you pay my bus fare over and back. He was a big dealer. And the mark of a big dealer is he makes an immediate decision. And he said, I will. So, boy, we started going downhill from there on. Now I could go to Jacksonville once a week free. So you see, when you get married, the main thing to do is just get married and just work out the things later. So that was my first phase. And those were pretty good talks, too. Pretty good talks. And it was the best possible professional preparation for doing that ball game, because I had to come to written, correct data on the personnel of the football players and on the styles of offense. And I had to put it in a cogent, understandable 15-minute capsule. And I had to say it. Which meant that when I went to that microphone on Saturday afternoon, I was already pretty well prepared. I guaranteed a good preparation. And in a business of ad lib reporting, I contend to this day that at least 75% of your job is done before you go into the booth. There's no substitute for preparation, thorough preparation. deep preparation. Let's say that I won't sit here and try and grade myself as to how good a sports broadcaster I am compared to other sports broadcasters. But I will say this, and it's correct. I have worked harder preparing my sports broadcasts than any other sports broadcaster that ever lived, and I know that, and they know it. And it is well known that when I go into the broadcasting booth, I know what I'm about. Now, people may not like my style. They may not like if I have one. They may not like my voice. They may not like my thinning auburn hair. They may not like anything about me. I may not smell good to them, but they've got to say at least he knows what his business is. One, he knows, and two, he's sober. Those two things people have got to give me, and have had to give me, without a single exception, every day of my broadcasting life.
He's sober? What do you mean by that?
Sober. I never had a drink before I went before a microphone. Not even a glass of beer. And if there is one thing that I have insisted upon in the young broadcasters that I have been associated with, that they came into that broadcasting booth without a drink of any kind, not even a beer. And I had this out with Vince Scully. Because of all the young announcers I've had something to do with, he's my baby. And when he came over to Brooklyn, I told him, one among other things, that I did not want him to have a drink before he went on the air, that a man could not have a drink before he went on a microphone. There's no eraser at a microphone. You can't get back what you've said. Writers have a chance to think, and then they have a chance to look at what they type. Then they got a chance to run that typewriter back and exit out. Then they got the Western Union man who's filing that copy. He also, I notice, helps correct obvious mistakes. And they tell me that they got men on the rewrite desk in the newspaper that are gimlet-eyed looking for inconsistencies and incorrect information and change it around. And will sometimes take the liberty of putting a different lead if they think they can improve it. And still, every day you pick up the newspaper and you find mistake after mistake after mistake. And in the business in which I live, and in which Scully was coming into, we don't have any of that backup protection. And you don't have any time to think. You say it now. The ball is thrown and something happens to it, and you say it. And all you've got to do is make one or two mistakes and you're out of work. And people remember you for your mistakes. Graham McNamee is the greatest sports announcer that ever lived, because he was first. Patrick Henry said, I have only one lamp to guide me, and that is the lamp of experience. McNamee didn't have that light. Nobody ever broadcast sports in radio. When radio jumped out of a laboratory, McNamee was a young baritone singer. And he got into radio because when he came down to sing on old WJAX, a program of songs, where it was to be a studio announcer didn't show up. And out of the pressing immediate necessity, McNamee announced his own numbers. And whoever was running the station heard the speaking voice, and they said, you're going to be an announcer with that voice, and he was. And that voice was so magnetic and so wonderful. I don't think anything stirred the United States over the radio in the way of a voice such as McNamee's. He'd come on and say, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This is Graham McNamee speaking. You knew something was great was going to happen, something exciting. And, of course, he made mechanical errors because he was a baritone singer. He wasn't a baseball expert. He wasn't a football expert. He wasn't a political convention expert. He wasn't an operatic singer expert. But because of this voice, people wanted to hear Graham McNamee. He was great, truly great. But yet people say, I heard newspaper men laugh about, I think there was a story, let me see, who was this writer that, was it Lylah? Yeah. And he wrote a story one time in the early days of broadcasting. McNamee just maybe his first World Series, and of course there was no jealousy, no bitterness in what Lylah wrote. What he wrote was, well, I don't know whether to write about the ball game I saw yesterday, or the ball game that McNamee broadcast. And then there was a time that McNamee, in a ball game, got carried away, and it's so easy to make this sort of an ad-lib mistake. I asked the engineer to always listen when I make this type of mistake and tell me so I can correct it. Not explain it, alibi, but just correct it and go on. That's my business. I ask all of my associates in the booth, please listen when I make these mistakes, because I want to know where I make them. McNamee said one time, there's a high foul ball up by third base, and Gehrig catches it. Here is this great man still being remembered for that silly little mistake that he was unaware of he even made. And of course, he knew that Gehrig was a first baseman. And so, with this hot potato of an open microphone, I told Scotty things that I thought he should prepare himself for and prepare himself against, and one of the things I took up routinely was liquor, alcohol. I didn't know whether he had a drink or not. I didn't even ask him. I just said to him, as I said to anybody, there's one thing you can't do. You can't go in the broadcasting booth with a swallow whiskey on your breath or beer. I said, I made a lot of mistakes, but there's one mistake I've never made. I have never had a drink before I went into the booth. And I've had my share of drinks, enjoyed drinking. I would say that in its proper place and proper time. I don't believe a human being ever lived that enjoyed a drink more than I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the anticipation of coming to the time and place to have the drink. I enjoyed the thinking through of which excellent brand of spirits. I enjoyed making the mental decision maybe an hour or so in advance as to whether it would be a martini or an old-fashioned or a Manhattan or a highball. And I enjoyed the preparing of the drink, the clean, cool glass, the ice, sound, smell, the anticipation. And I've always had a very good sense of smell. And I always enjoyed the smell of the drink before I even tasted it. And for some years, I believe I could make about as good a martini as anybody. I could have been a professional. So I had no quarrel with alcohol. I had a quarrel with the abuse of alcohol, the misuse of it. And I've had some rather rough times with some other people about it. But I have had such a complete respect for a microphone and such a complete respect for alcohol that I've known that there could be no wedding there, ever, in any degree. And that a man was going to make mistakes at a microphone. But the world had better know he made it sober. And so I said to Scully, no. Well, shortly after he started in Brooklyn, I came to the press room, going out to the broadcasting booth about an hour and a half before airtime. And there was Scotty standing at the bar having a sandwich and a glass of beer. And I said to him, come with me. And we went down into the booth and we shut the door. And I said, I thought I told you not to have a drink before you went on the... Well, he said, I was just having a beer with a sandwich. That's a beverage. I said, it's alcohol. Now I said, you sit down. I'm going to go over this again. Now I said, you think that a glass of beer is just a beverage before you go in that booth. I said, do you know that one glass of beer smells stronger on your breath than 4 or 5 highballs? When you had a glass of beer and somebody smells your breath, he doesn't know how much you've had to drink. But you put a question in his mind. He knows that you had a drink. He doesn't know how long to drink or what to drink, but he knows you had alcohol. He can smell it. And when you made a mistake, he said, well, I wonder, how much did he drink? I know he had something. And I said something else. when you stood at that press club having a beer, every newspaper man that walked through that room saw you having that beer. They might not have thought anything about it, but in the back of their minds, they cataloged the fact that you stood at a bar having at least a beer before you went to the broadcasting booth. Someday they might remember that to your sorrow. And you're not to have them have that recollection, that knowledge. Because you're not going to have that glass of beer again before you come in this booth. And Scully's only difficulty in the starting stage was the difficulty of being Irish, stubborn, and young. And he didn't want to give ground. He was stubborn. Well, I still contend a fellow can have a glass of beer with a sandwich. And it's something that Scotty didn't know. My mother's people were Irish. And I can be stubborn. My father used to say I had the head on me of a billy goat. And also, I was older. I was established. And I was the senior broadcaster, and I had the authority. I had brought him into Brooklyn. And I could have sent him out of Brooklyn. And I didn't choose to argue anymore. So my Irish and my stubbornness and my additional maturity answered his Irish and his stubbornness and his youth. And all I said was, I'm not going to argue with you. But if I see you have one more glass of beer before you come in this broadcasting booth, you'll never come in this broadcasting booth again. And Scotty didn't like me for a month or so, but he didn't have another glass of beer while he worked for me before he went to the booth. So that's how it came about. So you asked me about. So I'd say that people can have any sort of an idea about me and my work they want to, but two things they must grant me. That I have a working knowledge of my particular trade, and that wherever there's a microphone, I have not had a drink of any kind.
You were married in March, and these broadcasts in Jacksonville were not till the fall, right?
That's right.
So you didn't have any bus rides to Jacksonville in April, May, June, July.
No, I had to bum my way, spend my money.
Okay.
And it was not easy.
No, I shouldn't think so.
To love your bride and be separated from her most of the time.
Did you have any honeymoon at all those 4 days? Just
Sure.
Where'd you go?
Dr. Kaysen, who was a wonderful friend of Lylah's, and become a friend of ours. Dr. T.C. Kaysen, who was one of the founders. He was one of 3 doctors who founded and owned at that time Riverside Hospital. He gave us a marvelous wedding present. He gave us a Franklin automobile for our use for the 4 days. And we drove to Savannah and then drove to Charleston. And came back. Wonderful. Best honeymoon anybody ever had.
Beautiful city.
And that was to me, the most perfect wedding present a person could give you. Otherwise, I don't know where we would go. Things thought their way out. People are very nice to you. People have been very nice to me all my life. Now, and I think the next time we talk, I would like to cover for you one more thing, and that's these 2 years at Gainesville, in which I job hunted.
Mm-hmm.
And got the job at Cincinnati. And then you can take on from there.
All right.
So you'll have your background.
Okay. The chronology now is that you went to Cincinnati when? This early 34?
I resigned March 4 again. March 4 was symbolic.
Right.
Or not symbolic, actual.
Yeah.
I resigned March 4 without notice. 1934 to go to Cincinnati. And I left March 5. I went to Tampa where the ball club was at spring training camp and stayed a week.
I see.
Then went to Cincinnati and did studio announcing and clipping of newspapers around the major leagues, waiting for opening day of 34.
So you were chief announcer at the college station for just about 3 full years. And you were married just about the same. I mean, you were married just when you started.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to think about significant, not significant, but particularly interesting things that happened during those 3 years. But you had the trips to Jacksonville part of it. I mean, the
well, I think when we sit down again and I tell you about hunting for a job.
I see, right.
I think that will pretty well fill out the
Right.
4 years.
Okay.
Because I didn't have anything much significant about broadcasting. The broadcast
Right.
just went on. I just continued working. And I like to look back and think, continued working with improvement.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so we'll cover that then the next time.
Right.
Okay, we're in business again. I've got a squeak over here, huh? It's a little lubricating. This one got noise. Wait a second. Well, I'm really getting embarrassed now.
Embarrassed about what?
Oh, everything's falling apart here. I got a squeak. Oh, what is this? I did it. I don't know what it is, but I did it. Still a bit. Okay. Are you talking about Tyson? The Ziegfeld doll?
Well, to be sure you got your braids. It's Tyson when I saw him a couple of months ago in Detroit, sitting there with a cigarette in a holder and a beret, bright-eyed, body tremulous. You remind me like this old dame, this old doll that was in the Ziegfeld Follies in her younger years. And when you see her, she's old. And she's seen better days. But yet she has an air about her. She's got that paint on and the rouge, and it may be a wig, but she's still a doll. Well, Tyson was still a doll, and it did my heart good to see him, and I thought it was wonderful of Harwell to have him come out and say hello to the people in Detroit again, and let them know all over again he's still alive. After all, people forget you. And I know it was meaningful to Tyson. But Tyson did the first 3 innings. And I moved in to do the second 3, first event in New York. And at the Polo Grounds in those days, there was no such thing as a radio box. You had your press box, it was down below. But we sat up in the box seats, right back of the press box. And if you recall, they had the little narrow square metal chairs. And the only thing that separated one box from another was a metal chain. So if I'm sitting here in my chair and they put a plank up in front of the chairs on the front row of the box to set the microphone on and the amplifier and put your scorebook. It's just a plain plank they got from somebody at some carpenter at the ballpark. You just put a plank up there. Right out in the open, and you're right in with the people. And so, under my left elbow was the chain, and right at my left elbow was a gentleman sitting right next to me. That's the way it was. And that gentleman sitting right next to my left elbow was Graham McNamee.
Broadcasting on his part?
He wasn't broadcasting.
Oh.
He was off. Here's a kid from Florida now doing what the great Graham had done for years and from the beginning days of radio. Now the parade has passed him. And here's a youngster that couldn't carry his briefcase. Suddenly has the microphone on the National Broadcasting Company at the World Series at the Polo Grounds in New York City, and the great Graham McNamee is sitting just a chain's width away, but it might as well have been an eternity away from the microphone he had owned. He had been king. He was king of radio like Al Jolson was king of the stage when he was in his heyday. And Jolson was king, boy. And no disputants for the title either, for the throne. He was it. They all stepped back when he came down the street. And so McNamee, he'd owned it. Well, I'm pretty deeply impressed, too, about being in New York, broadcasting my first game, but this fellow at my left elbow, he wasn't moving, he wasn't touching me, but there he was. I knew who he was. He'd ridden me out. I knew who he was. He wasn't saying anything. He wasn't making any noise. There was no disturbance, physically. But I was mightily impressed. I kept thinking about those days when I first listened to radio, and in those days when I used to listen when I was first on a radio station in Florida. Graham McNamee. now this dream, it's come true. I'm doing a World Series. I not only got up as high as McNamee, but I'm sitting in McNamee's chair at McNamee's microphone on McNamee's network, on McNamee's assignment, and he's sitting silent next to me. I had these thoughts then. This isn't something I thought about 30 years later. I had them then. I had to have them then. This was a tremendous experience. But I had my work to do, and I did it as best I could. And after I'd been on about 2 innings, there was a pause for our North Station break. Short commercial. Anyhow, it was a 15 to 20-second pause in which I stopped talking while something was done by someone else in the network. And in that pause, I felt a big hand on my left arm. And this wonderful, magnificent voice, McNamee voice, as his hand squeezed me, said, "Kid, you've got it."
That's pretty gracious.
That's the accolade, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, is that enough for the day?
Yes.
Because I do have a couple of which I've always tried to do, Bob.
Yes. I was going to, one point I wanted to bring up before we went off. It's an interesting contrast that McNamee, there was no preparation and all style.
Well, he was all voice
All
and style.
voice, yeah.
He was born. He just the great voice, and he had the disposition that went with the voice.
So
And he was a man who was easily moved. He was excited by these events. Therefore, he transmitted that excitement.
Yeah.
No, you're right. He had the voice. I didn't have the voice.
Well,
I came up with the work.
we use a phrase I try to impress on young guys in the magazine, that style comes out of content.
Well, people have said to me, I admire your style. Or you have an interesting style. Or where did you get your style? And I don't say anything. We can talk about this sometime.
Yeah.
Are you talking now?
It's on now.
Are we talking now?
Yes, but
Well, the thing about style is this, as far as I'm concerned. I am unaware of having a style.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says to me, there's a kid down a radio station that's imitating you. And I smile again because I feel sorry for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't be anything but yourself.
Yeah.
Now, the only way you can succeed being an imitator is to be per se an artistic imitator and do an imitation act.
Mm-hmm.
Where you come on in a nightclub or on a stage and you imitate the president and the prime minister and the queen.
Yeah.
And you've got guys on television that doing that all the time. Ed Sullivan couldn't have run his show all these years without imitators. But aside from that, I don't think that Hemingway is Hemingway. He wrote as Ernest Hemingway, that's all. And you pick up Hemingway reading. You listen, you hear a bar of operatic music, and you immediately say Puccini. Now you got to wait a little bit to say what aria, what opera, but it's Puccini.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like they're saying something as a stamp of Tiffany. I mean, Tiffany had a great individual, so you have to be yourself. Now, I don't have any style that I know of. I have tried to lose myself in the work to be done, in the preparation before the event. And then the minute the event begins, I try and lose myself in the doing of the event.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, as I broadcast a baseball game, I'm not thinking of any style. I'm waiting for the pitcher to throw the ball. I don't know what he's going to do with it. I want to see how it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
I need to detail where he goes, what happens. Maybe nothing happens. But he's going to throw it again. Every time he throws it, something may happen. So style to me is as I say, in preparation. You clean up your language as much as you can. You try and extend your vocabulary. You do your background preparation on the individuals. You have your statistics. You put your scorebook in order. You put down your notations, little things that when you get a moment you want to say. Like it's somebody's birthday. Like tonight when I go up to the stadium, I'm going to take a time between an inning when I get a time And I want to talk for 45, 50 seconds about Bill Summers, the great umpire that I had the privilege of knowing and being around personally. And he died yesterday at 70. And he was, now he had style, but it was only his style.
Mm-hmm. Style is method. It's how you do it.
Well, style is style, actually, genuine style, is the person.
Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Not, style is not a miniskirt.
No. Tuesday, September 13th interview ended here, and we'll pick up Wednesday, September 14th.
Yeah, we're in shape. So.
Well, anyone who is honest and will take the trouble, and often it's painful, and always it's time-consuming, to look back to anything that has happened to him, particularly if it has been a profitable or a successful thing, will find that he did not do it alone. He was molded, shaped, guided, sustained, given opportunities by so many, many other people. And I would have to say, always by even people that you don't know by sight or by name. MacPhail has been one of the potent influences in my life. If MacPhail had not brought Mr. Crosley into the Cincinnati Baseball Club, and Mr. Crosley hadn't had a surplus local radio station, and there hadn't been the ego that if you own one thing, you must couple it with something else you own, certainly to show it to the public, I would not have gone to Cincinnati. It has been written and has been said that MacPhail brought me to Cincinnati. He brought me only in the sense that he was a strong participant in the events that led up to Mr. Crosley taking over the ball club. The first time that I ever saw MacPhail, or he ever saw me, he was unaware of our presence in the room and couldn't have cared less. Chet Thomas, after my week in Tampa with the Reds early in March, had brought me to Cincinnati, where I was doing just standby, staff, studio announcing. And before the season opened, and MacPhail, I'm certain, had not even been advised as to my name, because in those days the ball club had nothing to do with the announcers. After all, if I was going to announce a game for the Crosley radio station, the Crosley radio station sent me to the ballpark, period. MacPhail called a meeting, and to my knowledge and recollection, it's the first time that a ball club had a season ticket sale plan. Mr. MacPhail originated so many things. And he called the local press in Cincinnati, graciously included, and this was very gracious considering that era, anyone from the local radio stations that wanted to come, because he wanted as much widespread publicity as he could get. And this was a very modest, very simple little ticket plan. I forget how, it was so simple I don't even remember it. And it meant nothing to me. In fact, I was unaware of what he was talking about. I was certainly unaware of the significance, the historical significance of it. And actually, I was sitting in the back of the room. I wasn't bored, but I was uninterested because it was something that was completely out of my province. I never even been in the ballpark, so how could I be interested in the season ticket plan? I didn't know that they hadn't had a season ticket plan. And I remember that MacPhail was a pleasant, strong-looking man, sandy, ruddy complexion blonde, much as my own complexion. I remember that he had on a beautiful tweed suit. You'll never catch MacPhail without seeing him very well dressed. That's one of his trademarks. In fact, it's an evidence of the man's appreciation for quality, which he has to the utmost degree. Anything MacPhail does, it's got to be quality. It's got to be first class, or he wants no part of it, and violently. So that's my first recollection, and there was some, none of the baseball writers from Cincinnati were at this meeting. They were all down at spring training camp. These were just fellows sent from the city desk. And it was just a little routine announcement that he was starting some sort of a season ticket plan, and I remember that somebody raised the question about why had he held a price to an even dollar. And MacPhail said, of course this was 1934, MacPhail said, I have held it to an even dollar because it is important for a man when he is purchasing something to know he hasn't got to break into his next dollar. That's all I remember of the meeting, and I sat in the back of the room and went back to the studios at the Crosley Radio Corporation building. And that was quite a building. They made refrigerators, and they made Crosley radios. It was a manufacturing plant, and the studios just sat on the top floors. So I went back. And as we went along, those years at Cincinnati, I got to know MacPhail increasingly better and better. And he got to know me better and better. So this was my meeting with MacPhail, and whatever it was, setting the record straight, he didn't bring me to Cincinnati. He couldn't. However, he did bring me to Brooklyn. Lock, stock, and barrel, and that's another story. Now, about the first ball game at Cincinnati. I spent those weeks making station breaks in the studios.
You never went out to the ballpark?
I went to the ballpark once, and because I just wanted to see it. And I would say that Crosley Field, and they named it that very year. It had been Redlands Field, and this was a thing that happened when Mr. Crosley became owner. They named it Crosley Field, and they put a great big Crosley Salvador refrigerator, that is an ad for it, on top of the scoreboard, left center field, which had something to do with Scotty Reston leaving as road secretary of the Reds and going to the newspaper world. Later, as the season went along, Reston, who was a crack young amateur golfer, college golfer, he'd won some things in Ohio and around. In fact, that's how I met MacPhail. They were both interested in golf. And so when MacPhail came down to run the Cincinnati club, he brought Reston in just because he was a likable, fine young man that he had been around from playing golf with. And knew he was a college graduate. MacPhail brought him in as his road secretary. But
That was Reston's first year, too.
yeah. So Reston was, everything was shiny new. MacPhail, Reston, Crosley, found me including myself in the company, Barber. And Reston, because of this new job for him, had told MacPhail that he wasn't going to play golf, that he wasn't going to give up that much time. After all, golf is very time-consuming. It eats up your days. And Reston was busy trying to learn this new job of road secretary, and things were moving around. So he wasn't playing golf, and then they had some sort of a tournament at one of the golf clubs in Cincinnati, and the pressure was brought for Reston to play in it because he had established himself as a fine young amateur golfer in the state. And I think that Reston went to MacPhail to discuss it, and MacPhail agreed that he ought to go play in this. And as I understand the story, it was a one-day tournament, and Reston hadn't had clubs in his hand for months, but he went out and won it. But sitting in the locker room afterwards, Mr. Reston, who still speaks his opinions, even if it concerns the President of the United States, Prime Minister of England, or anybody else. If you don't think so, just read the New York Times over the years, or some of his books. But Reston was sitting around, and I understand he spoke out of his Scottish honesty that he was offended, that his sense of the proprieties were outraged, that one, this man, Crosley, who had made some quick money in manufacturing and broadcasting, had put his name on the name of an honorable institution, Redlands Field, and he had stuck a facsimile of across the shelf of the refrigerator on top of that historic left field scoreboard. And so the story goes, somebody heard that, and that somebody told it to Mr. Crosley, who immediately evidenced his displeasure to Mr. MacPhail, and MacPhail at one time told me that he and Crosley went round and round because Crosley demanded Reston be fired. MacPhail, so he said that I told him, Powell, if he goes, I go with him. And the situation was very strained and was satisfactorily solved by Mr. Reston, who had made an acquaintance coming into New York as road secretary with Alan Gould of the Associated Press, going to work for Mr. Alan Gould in New York. So it was happy for Scotty and happy for MacPhail, and I gather, I don't know, I never knew enough about this from Mr. Crosby, but I gather it was quite acceptable to Powell. So I just went in to see the ballpark on my own one day. Just got off the streetcar. I was riding the streetcar back and forth. I was living at the Y. I didn't have money enough for $25 a week to bring my wife up. And I was living at the YMCA, which is a terrible way to have to live. I know it does a good work. I hate to say it, but I was never more lonely, and it wasn't much of an existence, living in the YMCA, eating at the cheapest places that served food, and sitting in a studio out there hour after hour, just saying this is WSAI, Crosby Radio Corporation of Cincinnati. However, I got off the streetcar and went in and looked at the ballpark. And what I'm trying to say is that is the smallest ballpark in seating capacity we have in the major leagues now. Cincinnati is one of our smallest cities in the United States. But there's no doubt, when I came to Cincinnati to work, that was the biggest city I ever saw in this world, and still is, as far as the impact it made on me about science. And it was formidable, it was strange, and the biggest ballpark I have ever seen. Yankee Stadium, you couldn't, you'd have to expand it 10 times to even approach the magnitude across the field when I first looked at it, because where I'd come from, down south in the pea patches where the gate swung one way to let the cows out, we didn't have anything like Palmer Ballpark. We had a few little scattered wooden stands. And when I saw Crosley Field, it took a lot of strength that I had to go get from someplace I don't know for me to say, well, I can come back here when they got this thing packed and they got ball players in and I've got the broadcast. I can come back to it. It took a lot of strength for me to walk into Crosley Field opening day. I knew inside me what I didn't know, and I knew what I hadn't done, and I had a pretty good idea what I was going to be up against. And the enterprising Mr. MacPhail, he was so far ahead of his times, of his associates. It just makes you, you just stop and shudder to think how far ahead he was. Or how far behind they were. I don't know. It's been often said that baseball has succeeded. It has to be a great game because it's succeeded despite the people who run it. And you could write a book on that and stand on it. And I'm not talking about trying to tear up the pea patch like Bill Veeck does designedly, just to try and tear it out for whatever sound and fury and sale of books that would bring about. But Mr. MacPhail said the day before opening day, and this was before you had a lot of commercials on radio stations, you could have time. In fact, the program director's problem was always trying to fill his schedule day by day. We weren't broadcasting in this sense in '34 at all. Let's take this up. When I went for $25 a week, people will immediately say, well, you can't believe that, because they think in terms of broadcasting today with the heavy complete commercialization, et cetera, the fullness and the television. But I think that in 1934, I think that what we were broadcast I think we would broadcast about 14 or 16 home games. And maybe once in a while, if MacPhail thought that there were enough people that come into the ballpark I was going to get, he might at the last minute just let you go on. He did that 2 or 3 other times. So, but I would say that we broadcast less than, we didn't broadcast more than 18 ball games in 34. And you didn't have sponsorship thing. We didn't have any of that money in it. In fact, I'm sure that WSAI in 1934 didn't pay MacPhail 1 nickel for radio rights. He didn't get anything for his broadcasts. That's how simple it was. So maybe this will get to $25 a week. Maybe WLW wasn't quite as grasping as it may sound. Remember the Depression?
But in any case, SAI would have been paying itself because it was crossing owned.
What?
WSAI would have been paying itself in any case if it had paid for the rights, wouldn't it?
No, nobody even thought about rights money. You just come in and broadcast if you wanted to, and they spoiled spot announcements. We didn't have you didn't have a sponsor that bought a season.
My point was that MacPhail did not really own the ball club. Crosby did. So
MacPhail did not. MacPhail was the general manager of the Reds. Crosby owned the ball club with some other people. Crosby was the principal, dominant stockholder. He owned it enough to control it. He was it.
He owned both the radio station and the ball club.
Yes, but still, radio rights in those days was not even a thing people discussed. It came up a year or so later when Saucony Vacuum came in. That was the first sponsor at Cincinnati, and I think the first rights MacPhail got there was something like $5,000. I'm just trying to put things back into a perspective. So my $25 a week, while it still was coolie wages, and I couldn't bring my wife up, it wasn't quite as gruesome as it sounded, $25 a week to go broadcast Major League Baseball. Still horrified my father, but I had my chance, and so MacPhail said the day before the season opened that he wanted at noon a 15-minute interview every day from the ballpark, whether we broadcast play-by-play or not, on WSAI, of baseball players being interviewed, talking about the game that was coming up that afternoon. Now keep in mind that we didn't have night ball. I said that afternoon. We only played afternoons. So the station was delighted to have the new program. And it meant nothing more than sending an engineer with his amplifier, with his equipment, which in fact once they installed it at the ballpark, they left it. Just meant sending an engineer down about 11:45 in the morning to turn the amplifier on and run gain. And it meant that the broadcaster, who was I, got down there, and MacPhail just simply said, just you put it on. And so it was up to me, suddenly, to start interviewing Major League ball players for 15 minutes. And again, no sponsor, no gifts, no nothing. You just had to get the player. And remember, they were playing about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and at 12 o'clock noon, MacPhail was so smart, he wanted on in plenty of time so people in the Cincinnati area were some way intrigued or interested and reminded by this 15-minute interview that maybe they would get up and come to the ball game pronto. And I think it happened. And this was just another evidence of the way this man thought. He used radio. He was never afraid of it. Radio was always his best friend. It was MacPhail that later broke the anti-radio ban that existed in New York between the Yankees, Giants, and Dodgers. MacPhail alone broke it. New York was the last city to start broadcasting, and but for MacPhail, we started broadcasting even later than 1939. But that's another story. Now, he wants 15 minutes on the air. And he wants it opening day to start with. The next day, that's was MacPhail. He wants it the next day, not 2 days later, the next day. So the next day, he was going to have his program. The engineer came across the field, and I came across the field. And all my problem was to find somebody to go on for free the broadcast. And in those days, it was too much of a production to stretch lines down to the dugouts. Nobody thought about that. That cost money. Nobody was spending any money. The microphone was on the just the front of some box seats and a box on the upper stands, the 2 stands at the ballpark. So when I got the ball player, I had to parade him up the stands to the top deck and down to the broadcasting, not booth. We didn't have any booth. Never had a booth in Cincinnati for years. Had to parade him down to where the microphone was sitting out in the exposed part of the stands, and we put on the show. Well, the Chicago Cubs had come down to play opening day, and Cincinnati was an 8th place ball club. I don't know what got into my mind. I haven't this much total recall, but somehow or other I decided I had nobody to help me. Absolutely no one. I decided that I wanted the manager of the Chicago Cubs, the great Charlie Grimm that I'd read about. Maybe that's why I decided. I'd read about Charlie Grimm so much in my preparation. Here was Charlie Grimm, World Championship ball player, great first baseman, left-hand hitter, some repute. And I'd also read that he was a very talkative man. He was Jolly Charlie. He was the best left-handed banjo player in all of baseball. And somehow or other, in my mind, I wanted Charlie Grimm, the manager of the Cubs. And in my innocence, about 11:30, the broadcast is going to be noon. In my innocency, I wandered up to the visiting clubhouse. And in Cincinnati in those days, the home clubhouse was in the back of the main stands, inside the main stands, on the upper level. You walked up 2 flights of stairs, the Cincinnati players did, to get to their clubhouse. The visiting clubhouse was in a little wooden cottage-like building, all to itself, on the ground, behind the main stands, behind third base. You walked through, you would come out through the walkway, right through the stands, back of third base, onto the field. So about 11:30, I wandered to the Chicago clubhouse. I knocked on the door. But may I say that in addition to all of my trepidations and fears and questions and knowledge of problems that I had to cope with that day, I had left my young wife back in a small one-room efficiency apartment. And I had gotten her up a couple of weeks before the season began because I went to Chet Thomas and said to him I had to have a little more money to bring my wife up. And also, when I asked him for a little bit more money, I was asking him for a vote of confidence. In other words, was I going to stay? Had he said no more money, I would have figured I was on pretty shaky grounds. And in my mind, I knew that if he gave me any sort of a raise, even if it was a quarter, at least that made that much more of a favorable impression since I'd been hanging around the place. And he raised me $5 a week. And on the strength of that, I sent for my wife, and she was there before opening day. And so I did not begin Major League Broadcasting at $25 a week. I began at $30 a week. I was a pretty high price fellow. And I had a young wife who hadn't said anything. She was dead game. But I knew that her nerves were just as tight as a violin string just at concert time. I was thinking about her, too. And I had to think the thought. Man is a fool not to say he doesn't think it. I had to think the thought that I've got to survive at this new thing today. Got to survive today, or I'll be defeated and I'll have to take this young wife and we've got to retreat back to Florida. I knew that I had to demonstrate in one day whether I could do baseball or not. So I knocked on the clubhouse door with all of these thoughts in the back of my mind, and nobody came. And I knocked on the clubhouse door again. And the trainer, who was a veteran, Andy Lotshaw, who was a big, loudmouth fellow anyhow, and bellicose and belligerent by nature. And that was the way that he satisfied his ego, was by hollering at people. And he came to the door and he said, "Get away." And I said, "No, I want to see Mr. Grimm." I went on any first-name basis with any ball players in those days, and certainly not managers, and certainly not men I hadn't met. Also, my father had raised me to call a man who was a few years older than I was Mr., until he himself told me to call him by his first name. I said I wanted to see Mr. Grimm, and Lotso, with some profanity, said to get away that I couldn't see Mr. Grimm. That didn't I know that Mr. Grimm was holding a meeting with his ball players before the ball game. And I said, no, I didn't know Mr. Grimm was holding a meeting. In fact, I didn't know there was such a thing as meetings held by ball players. I didn't know what ball players did outside of the fact that I gathered that they ate and breathed and slept and procreated. More than that, I didn't know anything about Major League ball players and their habits. And so Lotshaw slammed the door. And I swallowed hard and beat on it again. Because I couldn't start losing then. I couldn't, it went over me in a flash, how could I suddenly send word back to the station, I can't come on the air. I can't produce Mr. Grimm. It was too late to get anybody else. If I couldn't get him, I couldn't run to the Cincinnati clubhouse. In other words, it was Grimm or no program. And if I sent back word no program, I felt in my mind I'd have been dead before I ever even got the chance to do a ball game. And I beat on the door again. I don't know where I got all of that strength from, but I beat on it again, and Lotshaw came to the door, and he was twice as loud and twice as abusive, and 3 times as profane. And I wouldn't leave. And finally, a great big hulking fellow in a baseball uniform with a loud voice himself came to the door and said, what the hell is going on out here? I can't hold my meeting for all this racket. And Grimm says, this fellow here says he wants to see Mr. Grimm, and I'll keep telling him he can't see Mr. Grimm, you're holding a meeting. And then this fellow in the uniform said, what do you want to see Mr. Grimm about? I'm Mr. Grimm. And I quickly blurted out I wanted to go on the air. And he said, well, I'm holding a meeting. Well, and I said, look, this is very important. I said, I just got to have you. And I don't know what went over Mr. Grimm, but he said, well, what time have you got to have me? And I said, well, we've got to leave here at 5 minutes to 12. All right, he said, let me finish my meeting in peace, will you, and I'll come out. And by George, he signed off his meeting. And I've learned since that the ball players' meeting, such the opening day, is inviolate. The President of the United States said better not try and interrupt that. That's the manager's supreme moment of ego and authority. But Mr. Grimm came and we went to the microphone, and I didn't even know it. I never met him. We didn't have a chance, and he gave me a wonderful interview. He took 15 minutes. Well, it took more than 15 minutes, 15 minutes. He must have taken a half an hour out of what I now know was about the busiest day that a manager can have. And he had a ball club that was a threat to win it all. He had a great ball club. He didn't win it. The Cardinals won it that year at the last day. But this was one of the outstanding ball clubs. This was Major League stuff, the Chicago Cubs and Johnny Grimm. But I will go to my grave with great appreciation for many people, and one of them is Charlie Grimm, because I've often wondered how tremendously pivotal it was that Mr. Grimm did something inside of him responded to the urgent need of a kid broadcaster on his first baseball broadcast. And that was a help when I went up to do the play-by-play. I'd had Charlie Grimm on the air. I don't know how good the interview was, if it was any good, Grimm had it, but I'd had him on. And I had, more than that, I had produced the show that Mike Fail had ordered the day before that the station had scheduled. I hadn't failed. I'd gotten some abuse from Lotshaw, but that was nothing. And we later became very good friends. And he always remembered, he said, you sure were ornery, you weren't going to get away from that door. And I wasn't. But I go to the broadcasting booth, and let me say that I didn't know how to keep score. On those games that I'd done 2 games a week down at Gainesville in the Northeast Florida League, there was a man who was the sports editor of the Gainesville paper named Earl Blue, B-L-U-E. He was a very, very nice man. We were sort of friends. And the little press box only hold 2 people. There was I was down there in that league. And so when we broadcast those games, I would sit right next to Earl Blue, the baseball writer, and read off his scorebook. And if I couldn't read something, I'd ask him. In other words, this thing of a play-by-play man with a color man working with him, that started down in Florida in the early 1930s.
You'd ask him openly on the air.
Sure, that's wrong. I've always believed doing the simplest thing. Say in trigonometry, straight lines, the shortest path between 2 points. Well, if a fellow's sitting there and you want to know something from him, ask him. So I had never had an occasion to score. I'd read off his book and so on. The only thing I asked WSCI was to send somebody out to keep score for the ball game for me. Now this may sound funny, that Red Barber makes one request as he goes to cross the field to do an opening day ball game, and that is, please send somebody, I don't care who it is, somebody who knows how to score a baseball game so he can sit beside me while I broadcast so I can read off of his score sheet. That happened. The fellow's name was Eldon, E-L-D-O-N, Parks, P-A-R-K-S. And so I was reading off his sheet, so we started the ball game. And about 5 minutes before we went on the air for that opening day ball game, suddenly in the back of the radio box, a big, tall, dark curly-haired man and he was very proud of his hair. He wore a hat. You notice that fellows that have beautiful hair never wear hats. See, we all of us instinctively want to show off, call attention to ourselves, and have better points. That fellow's ball usually wearing a hat. You haven't seen Sneed without a hat. But Peter Grant had this beautiful head of hair. He never wore a hat. And I call it was, he never wore a hat. And he would agree it was cold everywhere except at his headline. So Peter Grant was the chief announcer at WLW. He was the top boy. And he wasn't a sports fellow, but he was the top ad-lib man, too. In other words, he could talk. He was a performer. He was a professional announcer. So Mr. Peter Grant, nobody said a word to me, but Mr. Peter Grant, just before I went on the air for opening day, 34, sat down in a chair right behind me in the box. And nobody had to tell me what that meant. That meant that somebody, Chet Thomas or somebody in authority at the station, had said, well, you know, come to think of it, we've never heard this kid broadcast a ball game. We don't know whether he can or not. And this is a pretty big ball game. After all, the fellow that owns this radio station, it's his opening day ball game, too. He's owner of this ball club, Mr. Crosley. This is a pretty big day in Cincinnati. And we can't afford to have this unknown kid mess that thing up so brutally. The best thing we'll better do is Peter Grant doesn't know anything about baseball, but he's a professional broadcaster, and he can make it sound palatable anyhow. So we'll send him out there. And if this kid is going so bad that we just can't tolerate it anymore, we'll take him off there and put Grant on and let him finish the day, and overnight we'll get somebody else. We'll get somebody, well, not overnight, because after all, we weren't going to broadcast for 2 or 3 more days with us. Just a few games we were doing. We were going to do opening day, and I don't think even the next broadcast was even set. And we were going to do some out-of-town games from Western Union Wire reports. So I knew in a flash what Mr. Grant's presence meant. It meant I had to do it. And about the 5th inning, a little commotion behind me. And Grant left the box. And Alden Park, who was keeping score, leaned over and whispered in my ear and said, Peter's gone back to the station. And I knew what that meant, too. That meant that I was doing it to the satisfaction of all parties concerned. And Mr. Grant was released from his obligation. And that afternoon after the game, and that night, I guess it maybe, yes, it was. So much had gone into it, so much was answered. I guess it, well, next to my wedding night, I guess it's the most joyous night of my life, because everywhere I went, people were so kind. I remember Bill Stace, who was the musical director, and was a big man at the station. I had to go back to the station to do a little 15-minute wrap-up of scores, a little sports show which they scheduled. And when I came in the studios, he almost ran over to me. And he said, gee, that was a great job. That was a ball game. Well, I mean, if the Israelites and the beginning of their wanderings were as hungry as the Old Testament makes them out to be, I experienced then the satisfaction of the hunger that the manna from heaven must have done for them. That was just great, and people went out of their way to say it was fine, that they hadn't heard of the game broadcast as well. And WLW was a hard-bitten place. People worked there to survive. It was tough, and to go home to this young wife, and she had heard it, and she was pleased, and to tell her what people had said. And well, what does the poet say? The hunter home from the hills. Only this hunter came home and he was loaded with meat.
How do you spell Stace?
S-T-O-E-S-S. Does that answer the things you wanted?
Yes, that's very good. Better than I could have anticipated.
Well, people say to me, what's the game that stands out the most in your mind? Or what's the most important game you've ever done? The biggest game you've ever done? Is there any question? Opening day, Cincinnati, 1934. After all, everything followed from that.
Do you remember?
And ball game. I almost had a no-hitter.
Really?
Lon Warnicki, pitching for the Cubs, gave up one hit, a scratch single through his feet with one out in the ninth inning to Adam Komorowski, and it's the only hit he gave up. And then Warnicki turned around his next time out of St. Louis and pitched a one-hitter again.
He pitched back-to-back one-hitters?
Yeah. Start that season. As Casey Stengel would say, which is a very valuable phrase, and I recommend it to all and sundry, and you can look it up.
One question now. Did you talk about the no-hitter during the game?
Sure, I've always.
I mean, I didn't know whether that was part of your pattern even then, that you would not...
I never respected that superstition. Because it never had any validity. I've never been a... Yes, sure, I detailed it right on. And nobody in Cincinnati called me up that night and said, you spoiled Warnicki's no-hitter by talking about it. But no, I talked about it. I talked about it and Vandermeer's first no-hitter.
Yeah.
Nobody broadcast Vandermeer's second no-hitter.
The night game in Brooklyn.
That was the first night game in Brooklyn.
That was your last year in Cincinnati when Vandermeer pitched the no-hitter.
That's right, 38. That was MacPhail's first year at Brooklyn.
See, that's fascinating. Well...
And when Vandermeer pitched his second no-hitter at Brooklyn, Brooklyn was then a party with the Giants and Yankees to this anti-radio ban, and that meant, when they said anti-radio, they meant it 100%. That meant no Western Union paragraph 1 wire report service. So that game was not recreated in Cincinnati. That game was not broadcast anywhere by anyone. So the first that anybody knew, Lylah and I, that evening, because after all, I had no professional assignment, we were down at some neighbors' homes. Dr. Bange, B-A-N-G-E, Dr. Theodore Bange, and his wife Bess, and his daughter Jean, and we were down there just informally. We had it was a hot evening, and I remember that we had a form of dinner of cold cuts, beer, which was quite you'd usually have that informally in Cincinnati in hot weather, and Lylah and I came on home about, I guess we got home in time for the 11 o'clock news. And the 11 o'clock news had the story that Vandermeer pitched the second successive no-hitter. Well, Cincinnati, as I said earlier, was the biggest town I ever saw when I first saw it. But it could be a very little town, too, and it went wild. It went absolutely wild about that second no-hitter. After all, the town had been thirsting for anything of success, and this just... I don't know, this just seemed to feel that was the greatest thing that had ever happened to Cincinnati since the Ohio River started running. And my gracious, the town, I think everybody who was in bed got up. And they stayed up. You know, I heard about celebrations for World Series in Milwaukee and Pittsburgh and things like that. But the Cincinnati suddenly just was just like a rocket being ignited and going off into space. Well, I had the idea that I should not be separated in my private life from my public. And in Cincinnati, I had my phone listed as Walter Red Barber. So anyone I felt they were entitled, if they wanted to call me up, they could reach me. I was not the fellow to be sitting remote up on the top of Mount Olympus. So we heard the 11 o'clock news, and of course we're pleased after all. And that's never happened before. Of course you're interested. That's my business. Delighted about Vandermeer, delighted about the ball club, and I was interested in the extra news about the first night game in Brooklyn, and interested in my friend MacPhail in New York. Although at that time I didn't have the slightest suspicion I'd be broadcasting there the next year. Never. So we were, should we say, properly interested and impressed, but we went to bed. After all, ball game was over. He pitched it no header. We went to bed. We hadn't gotten to sleep before the phone started ringing, and here's some guy from a beer garden in Cincinnati just calling me to talk about Vandermeer's second no-hitter. And people started calling me to talk about Vandermeer's second no-hitter about every 15 minutes until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, it's a frightening thing to get to sleep and have the phone ring.
Yes, sir.
And they have this repeated. And I will never get over that night because it just never stopped. The phone just kept ringing. And it taught me the hard lesson that I could not in the business that I'm in, because of careless, thoughtless people who get full of beer or full of booze and want to get into an argument in a bar at 1 o'clock in the morning and put up $1 or a quarter or $5 that Dolph Camilli was 6 feet or he was 5 feet 11. And who's got to decide it? Well, Red Barber will look up in the book and call him. So that was the experience that taught me to put the listing in the phone book in my wife's name. So otherwise, anyone who knows us knows what her name is, and we're not isolated and we're not remote. I do think it is wrong. Somehow I can't go with the idea of an unlisted phone number. But I found out that I can't put Red Barber in a phone book because, well, children will call, and people will call when are they going to play today if it's cloudy in the morning.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. Strangers say, well, listen, pick me up 4 tickets and drop them off tonight on your way home. I can't take a ticket to Management City. So our phone, since that time, has always been under Lylah Barber. And if somebody doesn't know us well enough to know what our first name is, well, then that's just too bad. In Manhattan, in the Manhattan phone book, I've had the phone listed under the address and number of my agent, Bill McCaffrey. So if anybody wants to find me professionally, they get to headquarters quicker by calling his office than they would by calling me. And everyone that I work with knows where I am. So delighted to have people have the phone number. But that Vandermeer's second no-hitter, when somebody says Vandermeer's second no-hitter, I say telephone.
Yeah, do you remember things? You remember Roosevelt's death in Pearl Harbor and all the rest of it? I remember coming downstairs up in Tuckahoe, and my stepsister, Eleanor, who works here in the city at McCall's, was a great baseball fan. She had the Herald Tribune open, and she said, look, and they had a big headline right across the top of that photograph of the lights. So we had the double story of Vandermeer and then the letter, and it's as clear in my mind, the dining room table. That's where
That was a Bacphalian touch, boy.
yeah, wouldn't you know?
When he turned them on, he turned them on. Okay, Robert,
Okay.
Will you come out in the morning?
Yeah.
I'll be up in the morning for you.
All right.
I'd like to pick up a couple of little themes and finish them. One, I wrote the letter to Chet Thomas, which is absolutely what anybody would say not to do if you're trying to win friends and influence people. And second, I bought the linen suit and the clothes to go with it to go up for the audition on credit, which most financial experts would say is not to be recommended. And after I'd been working at the studios in Cincinnati for a month or so, I found out the effect of the leather, the effect of the clothes, and the effect of other people's lives, strangers from your own. Every one of the 3 times I was at Cincinnati for a competitive audition or an audition and talked with Chet Thomas, I always told him I could do sports. I did do sports, and he always pointed out that the Crosley stations did not do sports. They did not do play-by-play. They had no interest in doing baseball, and that they had a very distinguished, very experienced, very successful sports commentator, Colonel Bob Newhall, who was a former sports writer and sports editor in Cincinnati, who, after leaving the paper, had gone on the station, and from 6:30 to 6:45, Mondays through Fridays, on the splendid transmitter of WLW, just ahead of Lowell Thomas, who was then in the beginnings of his impact and fame. Newhall, who was not afraid of man, beast, or devil, and liked to demonstrate it by way of a 50,000-watt radio station and later a 500,000-watt radio station. Newhall was the most important sports voice raised consistently in that era. So that was that about Barber and sports at the Crosley radio stations. The auditions I took were never on sports. They were for just straightforward studio commercial, announcing musical shows, dramatic shows, whatever would be done in the studio. And an audition in those days was an audition in which they listened for your vocal timbre, how your voice registered on a microphone. You then would read a page of names, which would be names of cities, would be names of people, would be names of composers, would be names of operas, because these would be things that you would run into in the announcing of your programs. You'd have to announce artists, composers, a song or aria titles. You would be called upon to read news. Then a section of the audition would be how you delivered actual commercial announcements. They would reach back into their file and just give you, say, a sampling which would cover 3 or 4 of different commercials which had been used on the air. And you read them. And it was up to you to figure out your own interpretation, where you put emphasis, how you did them. And they listened. And of course, always when someone is sitting in a control room evaluating an announcer, there is the emotionalism. Does a person just like the way this man talks? It's the same thing. Do you like the way a person sings? Do you like a voice that comes over the radio? Do you like it? So that is the area of an audition. And of course, then in some auditions, I never experienced it. They tell me that some stations deliberately would say to would give an announcer a bunch of tongue twisters, which of course is grossly unfair because you don't run into tongue twisters in your normal one. And upon occasion, I have heard it said, I think it is more an embellishment as we look back into what now seems to be romantic times in the early days of radio. They used to say to a would-be announcer, suddenly something has happened to the program that's coming in and you have to fill for 2 or 3 minutes. Just stand and ad-lib. And I've heard fellows say that they got their jobs because they did a wonderful job of ad-libbing. I was never asked to ad-lib. I never ran into anyone who ever thought that made any sense. Because we could give a dissertation on ad-libbing. Ad-libbing is, there's no such thing as pure ad-libbing. There can't be such a thing as pure ad-libbing. I have always contended that a so-called ad-lib play-by-play baseball job, that your work was 75% done, a minimum 75% done before you went into the broadcasting booth. You are talking from facts, you're talking from records, you're talking from the names of established athletes. Let's say that it rains during a ball game and somebody says, listen to him ad-libbing. You're not ad-libbing, you're talking about all the ball games, you're talking about the schedule, you're talking about what the weather looks like right now, you're talking about when the rain came down and which umpire signaled the groundkeepers to cover. You're talking about what took place in the up to the event. You're talking about the legal eventualities if it rains so long and you cannot play anymore. You're talking about whatever has happened in the last few days, the last few hours. When you go into the booth, and when I go into the booth, I have, I don't know, a couple of dozen little items in my mind that I want to talk about that I can work in, and I put them down on the edge of my scoreboard. And each of those items, drawing on your memory and on your background, you could turn into a 3 to 5 minute little story as you sit there and talk. In fact, I have always relished the opportunity for rain to come down for 15, 20, 25, or 30 minutes because it gives you the chance to visit with people and to use some of this accumulated background that you can't hope to get in between pitches. So there is no such thing as a complete ad lib. In desperation, sometimes studio announcers, when there had been a line failure someplace and they've had our program ended short and they had to fill for a couple of minutes. Maybe you've heard it in years gone by. Of course, today you don't have a radio. We used to know radio. Radio used to be a beautiful art form in which you had prescribed programs and you had talent and you had each program would have a character and you would wait for it like people wait today for the stuff that's on the television tube. But today you don't have anything but tapes and records and disc jockeys, and your commercials are all done in the studio. Everything's on tape. There's very little live. The only thing live is the actual calling of a sporting event. So I think this was a little bit of the background on what you would run into in an audition for an announcer. And your audition, like in the one I went to at Cincinnati, the last one, the competitive one, where they had about 30 men, they didn't fool around with you very much. In fact, that audition was not about names and pronunciation or anything else. We were all working announcers. They were looking for a man who could step in front of a WLW or WSAI microphone, announce a program, and give the commercial that went with it now. And all they handed us was an assortment of, as I recall, about 3 commercials that had been used on the station. And we read the commercials and stepped aside. And the next fellow would read his 3 commercials and step aside. And the next fellow would read his 3 commercials and step aside. It was just like one link following another in a sausage grinding machine. And I remember that that night at the bus station, there were 5 or 6 fellows who had had this audition. We were all scattering to different parts of the country. And there was one boy who had done poorly, and he knew he had done poorly. And he was still very unhappy and very bitter about it because he had fouled up an announcement for the sale of prunes by the California prune industry people. And as he stood around that bus station, you could still hear him murmuring deep in his bitterness, prunes. And I never liked prunes from the time I was a small boy. And I would say to this day, he has never enjoyed a prune. However, Chet Thomas's secretary, after I'd been Cincinnati for a month or so, said to me one day, I'd stopped by the office for some reason to check the announcing assignment or something, and Thomas was not there. And she looked into it and she said to me, do you know that letter you wrote Mr. Thomas in which you said he had lied? I said, yes. She said, you know, that letter nearly killed him. It nearly killed him. She said, he's a very fine man, and he's a very conscientious man, and he's very proud of his word. And when he told you that you had a job in 2 weeks, he meant it. And she said, I don't know who sent the order down from on high, but he was ordered by sufficient authority from above to hire the announcer that came in when you were supposed to come in. And he fought it as far as he could, but he couldn't prevent it. And when your letter arrived several days later, it nearly killed him. And he swore that you would have the next job, no matter what it was, this radio station. And she said, I can tell you that this is the next, although this isn't the way he planned it to come about. So maybe, as the psychiatry fellows say, the best thing to do sometimes is to just express honest anger and say it out loud and let it be heard. At least you get it out of your own system. Yeah. And if you're dealing with decent human beings, the result not necessarily has to be mortal. About the linen suit and about other people that you don't know anything about shaping your life. There was a fellow that graduated from Michigan, took law, a fellow named Lylah and Stanford MacPhail. He was a red-headed fellow, and he was very dynamic and very ambitious and very aggressive. But he didn't want to practice law. His father was a banker in Michigan. And MacPhail kept reaching around, and he seemed to have a penchant for healing sick kittens or cats, provided they were sick. And I don't know the whereases, but he was brought as a young man into Nashville to try and straighten out a moribund department store. And he did. He cured it. He put it on its feet, and then he went into World War I, was a colonel, and had quite some escapades with the publisher of the Nashville paper and some other people, and in the near kidnapping of the Kaiser. That's the fellow MacPhail. And in Columbus, Ohio, there was a very sick automobile franchise, big one. And I don't know the details about how they located MacPhail. Of course, he was easy to locate. He was all over the place. He was a big-time football referee. And if anybody ever met him, remembered him. But he was brought into Columbus, Ohio to cure a sick kitten in the automobile business. And he was busily dealing out his healing salves and astringent medicines and curing it. When the Columbus, Ohio Baseball Club, which was one of the members of the then far-flung St. Louis Cardinal baseball empire, headed by Mr. Branch Rickey, the Columbus, Ohio Baseball Club became ill. In fact, it had been ill. And it was grave doubt about the patient having any health for the foreseeable future. And Mr. Rickey, seeing MacPhail's curative powers, asked him if he would take over the Columbus, Ohio Baseball Club too. And MacPhail did. And that was a wonderful association of these two strong men and these two men of ability, and they liked each other very much, very much. They were quite different on the surface, and quite different in their means, and quite different in their methods, but yet they would each arrive at the same point by their own particular ways. And they were both very strong men. And so MacPhail is now running the Cincinnati, Ohio Redbirds.
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio Redbirds. And doing an excellent job. Just hold a second. I'll get the click off. Yes, Red Barber 4355. Okay, I'll pick it up later. Will you turn the light off? Right. In the early 30s in Cincinnati, an automobile dealer by the name of Sidney Weil, who in paper prophets thought he had a great deal more money than he had come into control of the Cincinnati Reds. And almost from the moment he got control, he was strapped for the next dollar. And the fate of the ball club went down and down. And Mr. Weil lost the ball club, and the ownership of the ball club wound up in the vault of a bank. And after the 1933 season, the bank owning the club, having to take it over, realizing that it was in no position to operate a ball club, and feeling that it should not attempt to own a ball club, looked around for somebody to begin straightening out the Cincinnati club. And someone at the bank turned to the great man of baseball, Mr. Rickey, and said, who would you recommend to us? And Mr. Rickey said, well, I hate to do it because he's my right hand. He's a great man. I would hate to lose him. There'd be no way to replace him. But your man is Larry MacPhail of Cincinnati, at Columbus. So, in the late winter of '33, MacPhail is brought in by the bank to run the Reds. And early in '34, MacPhail made his first major curative step when he persuaded, and this is what he had to do, he persuaded Powell Crosley, Jr., who owned WLW, WSAI, and the rest of the Crosley Radio Corporation, persuaded him to take over majority ownership of the Reds and become president. The latter part of February, some of the officials that, this could be right around March 1 of '34, some of the officials at the Crosley Radio Corporation said, well, now wait a minute. Now that Powell owns the Reds and is the president, I don't know whether any one of them used the phrase noblesse oblige, but the effect was the same, that, look, he's got two radio stations. The big one, of course, WLW, can't put the ball games on that. But the little one, 5,000 watt station, WSAI, which is just basically Cincinnati coverage, the games were being broadcast, had been broadcast for a year or two, on an even smaller local station, WFBE by Harry Hartman. But
Harry Hartman?
Harry Hartman, H-A-R-T-M-A-N-N. And the talk came very quickly to the point that if Mr. Crosley has got the ball club and he's got two radio stations, he's got to broadcast on one of them, or he should. And that idea was immediately signed, sealed, and delivered. And then the next point that was raised, well, if we're going to broadcast the baseball games on WSAI, who's going to broadcast them? We don't have anybody on our staff that does play-by-play. And they sent for Chet Thomas, supervisor of announcers. And they said, can Bob Newhall, a great sports authority, can he do play-by-play? And Chet said, no, he can't. He's never done play-by-play. He's always said he didn't do ad-lib work. He's always said he wasn't going to do anything to change his habits of coming down here to do the show 6:30 to 6:45, 5 days a week. He even writes it at home, doesn't even come to the station to write it. He wants no further contact with the station. And he's also in his 60s, and he's not of a mind. There's no reason to even call him. He's not our man. Great as he is, and great as his name is. And someone in the meeting then said, well, Chet, who's going to broadcast the games? And Thomas said, well, Red Barber, who won this last competitive audition, says he does sports. And somebody said, well, where is he from? And he said, he's from Florida. And Louis Crosby, who was Powell's brother and was Powell's chief executive officer, was really the dominant driving day-by-day force of the Crosby Radio Corporation. Louis Crosby said, well, wait a minute. Isn't that the boy that had that beautiful white linen suit on that looked so calm and assured and did so well? And Thomas said, yes, that's the boy. And Louis said, send for him. Two other things I would like to touch on before we go to anything else is that I have not gone around saying that I think I'm the best baseball, football announcer. I believe that. I think I am. I know I am. That's my opinion. And there's some very strong contrary opinions around the country. But there is one thing that I don't believe there can be any dispute about. I have worked harder at being the baseball and football broadcaster than anybody else. In the fall of 1931, which was my first full broadcast of football games in Florida. In the fall of 30, I had been in and out of the schedule, but by the end of the fall of 30, it had finally been, I'd say by the last game or two, there wasn't any question who was going to do the football schedule the next year. And I knew very much, I had learned what I needed to know, some of the basic things I needed to know to do a football game. And I had, and also I knew very much my limitations. I knew what I didn't know. And so in the fall of 31, out of my own pocket, because there was no way to have the radio station at the university pay for it, out of my own pocket, which was not a very deep one, I subscribed to newspapers from Atlanta, Birmingham, Nashville, 6 or 7 of the major papers in the South. I subscribed to them 7 days a week for the football season. And I began the subscriptions several weeks before the first game was ever played. This was my own notion, and I paid for it, and had the paper sent to the apartment. And I not only read all those sport pages about the various colleges, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, Auburn, Georgia, Georgia Tech, not only the teams that Florida was scheduled to play, but also all the teams that were in that part of the country, in the full area of the South. Good football team, great coaches. And I not only read those columns and stories and the surveys of prospects, but I scissored every one of those clippings and filed them. And I might just as well have been a monk. I was so busy reading, clipping, filing, and then going back to read, and going back to read, and then going back to make notations, and centering on the game that would be coming up on Saturday, working with Nash Higgins, who was the chief scout, who was very kind and would give me detailed information as much as I would accept about the opposing team. I made myself do a broadcast twice a week on the Gainesville station, in which I did nothing but talk about the football players in the game coming up on Saturday. which I had to research very deeply. And I did a third broadcast in Jacksonville about that same game. And I would only come out of the apartment practically to go to the station and do the programs I had to broadcast, and I'd go back again. And I saturated myself. And while I don't do that sort of deep preparation anymore, I don't need to, but yet I've never broken that habit. I prepare. Because I know what I'm talking about. Because somehow I said to myself at that time that I don't believe I've got a great radio voice. I don't think I'm a great ad-libber. I knew that I didn't say too many words completely distinctly. I had a habit of saying ers. And I knew that I couldn't just get by getting up there and saying, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience." I knew that I had to have knowledge. And I made the premise then that I didn't believe that people over a period of time cared so much about my voice as long as it wasn't too irritating. They didn't care anything about speech technique, and they didn't care anything about witticisms. They wanted to hear the game as it was played, and they wanted to feel that somebody who knew what he was talking about was telling them, and that they got the truth. That if somebody went 37 yards down the right-hand sideline, he went 37 yards down the right-hand sideline, and that was who I said he was. And I know this came out, there was a big to-do in 1935, Ohio State-Indiana football game. And I had one fella scoring a touchdown for Ohio State. And the Cincinnati Enquirer, which was the big morning paper in Cincinnati, came out with a headline that touchdown was scored by Dick Heakin, who was a Cincinnati boy. Of course, they were very lavish in their praise. And there was a great deal of criticism that was heaped on me by even the people I worked with. And I didn't say anything. I just told them to go ask Francis Smith, the Ohio State coach. And I even let the newspaper call him, and they called him, and he said that it wasn't Heakin. It was who I said it was. And to this day, the Enquirer's never changed it. It's still in the file that Heakin scored it. But this is what I mean by preparation, by knowledge, by knowing what you're doing. In other words, when this fellow went for the touchdown, there wasn't a question in my mind who it was. I knew who he was. I had been to too many Ohio State football practices. I had seen too many films of Ohio State football games. Those fellows couldn't move that I didn't know who they were. I'd have to look for a jersey number. And it's an odd thing, Sunday afternoon in Boston. We switched the TV camera over, and after the commercial in the middle of the fifth inning, to the press box where Phil Pepe was sitting, because I felt it was a nice little piece of news to show on camera, which we did, that there was Phil Pepe getting ready to write his first story for the brand shining new World Journal Tribune, which was going to be published the next morning. And sitting on either side of him were two other writers. One was Jim Ogle, who had a pipe in his mouth and was easily identified in the picture. And the other was Vic Siegel of the Post. And I, naturally, I made my talk about Pepe, but I said, and sitting on his right is Jim Ogle, and on his left is Vic Siegel. And then I handed it over to Rizzuto, who was going to do the play-by-play for the last half of the ball game. And I was stunned. Rizzuto came on, and he said, "Red, you're wrong. It's not Siegel. That's Jerry Eisenberg of Newark. I know him very well. I couldn't make a mistake. That's Jerry Eisenberg, who looks something like Siegel. But Red, you're wrong." And then Rizzuto went into play-by-play. Well, it was Siegel.
It was Siegel.
It was Siegel. And Rizzuto, well, the director and several other people tried to tell him. Finally, in the ninth inning, he, without any picture being on it, he said, well, he says, you know, Red was right when he earlier said that was Vic Siegel. But I don't think anything takes the place of knowledge, work, of industry. And so I worked at football. And I read all the books on football. It was a wonderful lift. Newt Rockney's book on football. That went into position by position, and that would still be a useful book for a football broadcaster to read. And when I got to Cincinnati, Chet Thomas had told Louis Crosley and group at that meeting that I said I could do sports. And Mr. Thomas didn't know, and he'd never asked me, and I didn't volunteer. I had never seen or broadcast an inning of a professional game, from the lowest minor league up to the major leagues, when I got the job in Cincinnati. I broadcast baseball at Gainesville, American Legion Junior Baseball, University of Florida baseball games, and I broadcast ball games twice a week in the a semi-pro league, the Northeast Florida League. It's Gainesville, Palatka, St. Augustine, neighboring towns. They played Thursdays and Sundays. But I had never been around where there was professional baseball. I'd never laid eyes on a major league ball player, to my knowledge. So when I came into those studios in Cincinnati, I knew that I had something to do. I knew that I was taking on something that was pretty sizable. And of course, at Cincinnati, if you could get them to do it, they had financial resources almost world without end. So I went into Thomas, and I didn't tell him that I had this limited experience. But I said to him, I said, I'm going to be sitting in the studio for the next 6 weeks, making station breaks, reading spot announcements, doing an occasional live program. I know I can't hope to get much of an announcing schedule because all the good shows, the fellows who are the regular announcers have them. I'm just filling in. I said, I have no illusions about why I'm here. I'm just marking time. He said, that's right. I said, I'm marking time over in the season. I said, well, while I'm marking time, how about buying me a newspaper from every one of the National League towns? And he did. Well, I didn't clip and file these because I knew that baseball would be moving so fast that that would be senseless. But I read about a dozen papers covering Major League Baseball in general and National League Baseball specifically, and Cincinnati baseball in point. I read them. I'd sit in that studio by the hour waiting to say this is WSAI, Crosley Radio Corporation in Cincinnati. And for 14 minutes, roughly, while I was waiting for the next station break, I'd be back in those newspapers. And I had the record books, and I had the sporting news. And so when I saw the Chicago Cubs, the Cincinnati Reds opening day of '34, my first Major League ball game, I didn't know one of them by sight, but I knew every one of them.
Interrupt you for a second. Yesterday you finished up talking about the week that you spent in Tampa. You spent 1 week with the club.
I spent 1 week in Tampa and rode the train to Cincinnati and went into the studios.
Leaving them down south on
That's right.
Farm Street.
In other words, I was there for the first week. They had actually just begun spring training camp.
Oh, I see. And they stayed there.
This is long before they even played any games. They'd just begun the limbering up.
And that was March, though, wasn't it?
Sure. 4th of March, I went to Tampa. Spring training started a little later in those days. They weren't even playing exhibition games. I never saw an exhibition game. I never saw the Reds in a game until I saw them opening day.
Okay. So you're there just 1 week and you come to Cincinnati and do this 6
right.
weeks of broadcasting spots.
That's right. And the important thing in Cincinnati was I put in 6 weeks of reading those newspapers and record books. And so I knew every one of those Major League ball players.
You really hadn't gotten to know the Reds well down there, except for the firearm players.
No. I've got to know just a few to say hello to. I knew who they were, some of them.
Red, they had numbers in their backs then, 34, the Reds. Remember?
I'm not certain.
So now we have your opening day.
I think they did. I think they did. I have no memory of them not having.
Yeah.
I know that when the reason, let's say, that when I did the first football game in 1930, they weren't wearing numbers.
They weren't?
No. When I started doing college football, they weren't wearing numbers. They came to that. But the baseball players were. Yes, they had to be.
Yeah.
Sure, because they were selling scorecards then.
Oh,
Sure, they'd have to be.
They'd have to,
Yeah, no question. I have no memory of them not wearing numbers, so they had to wear numbers. Oh, sure.
Just before you get to opening day, I think I have one or two questions before I forget. You used the expression play-by-play a couple of times. That Chet Thomas said this and you said this, but that actual expression wasn't used then. Was it play-by-play broadcasting? Do you remember? I'm just curious about this. I don't think it's terribly important, right? So I'm just a little curious.
I have no recollection, Bob, of that phrase coming into being. In other words, as far as I can recall, you spoke of play-by-play. You may not have. I doubt that it had been blown into the importance that the phrase is now.
Yeah. Also.
Yes, I would say you did it because right from the start in '34,
Mm-hmm.
when you did an out-of-town game, you did it from Western Union play-by-play, or technically, as Western Union called it, paragraph 1 accounts. So play. Yeah, that's the technical name. If you ordered the play-by-play from Western Union, you ordered what was that service? A paragraph 1 is what they call it.
Yeah.
Technical name for it. At paragraph 1, they sent you the weather, the batting orders, and the umpires. And then they would send you Smith up,
Mm-hmm.
ball 1, strike 1, fly to left field.
Mm-hmm.
And the announcer in the studio had to elaborate
Right.
and fill that in. Yes, so play-by-play was always used. But I think play-by-play has gotten to be a more important phrase today.
Yes.
But it's always been play-by-play. Second
I would
base.
imagine, my assumption is that in those days it was more an adjective, play-by-play broadcasting, and play-by-play this, whereas now just play-by-play is a noun almost.
No.
We love play-by-play.
You had play-by-play because you got play-by-play reports from Western Union.
Yeah, but just as you said play-by-play reports, which means play-by-play was an adjectival use, whereas now it's almost a noun.
Well, I don't know.
I think I'm splitting a hair.
Maybe. I would think so.
Another question. This is not totally important, but when did you finally pay Herman Leibowitz for the suit?
Oh, I paid him. Oh, let's see. This was in '33.
Yeah.
Oh, I paid him. I left games with all my debts paid.
But when you went back down and
Oh,
paid
sure.
him
I
off,
just had to tighten the budget a little bit and take $25 here and $10 there. But I paid him in dribbles.
Right.
But I paid him.
In your letter to Chet Thomas, when you said he lied, you said, "I just know I don't want to work for you, work for that company." That was an angry note, and several months later, when he wired you and said, "There's a job, will you take it?" you said yes. Did you think about the phrase that was in the letter saying, "I don't want to work for you as a company"?
No.
No, this was it. The opportunity.
The best summation I can tell you, the thing that came out when my father upbraided me and I answered him.
Okay. Right.
I want the chance.
Okay.
And everything, with the opportunity, the chance came, the flood swept everything away.
Okay. Second question. When you were offered the job in Cincinnati, you said I have to give a notice, at least a couple of weeks. But when you got the wire in the following March, you could leave immediately, and you didn't have to worry about giving a notice. That's just because you were there and you could talk to them?
It was because I was there, I could take the wire in. A spontaneous thing, I got the wire and I ran to the station. I was there in 5 minutes. I said, "Look what I've got."
Yeah.
And Major Powell said, "Wonderful."
Whereas if you were from Cincinnati and did it, it would be rude. It would be
Well, I thought that inasmuch as I'd gone to Cincinnati and there wasn't any great heat, it was a different thing. And also a studio announcing job is just, well, you're just changing jobs.
Right.
But to suddenly be given the job of doing the Cincinnati Reds Major League Baseball games, and they're in training now in Florida, just starting, and you've got to get down to Tampa.
Yeah.
In other words, there was an expediency which was understandable, an urgency in which everyone accepted and rather rejoiced in. It's almost in the same position as I would think. I would warn someone that if they ask a girl to marry them, and the girl doesn't immediately say yes, they'd better go look for somebody else.
Oh, really? I must have asked my wife to marry me 500 times before she said yes.
No, what I'm trying to say is that there comes a time in which there's no temporizing about yes or no. I mean, you want to do it or you don't want to do it.
Right. I have one more question, but this probably will come up later. You mentioned about that World Series of '35.
Yes.
That Quinn Ryan was out for the
He
third
died
game.
after 2 days.
And I was wondering why, but we can get to that later, I guess.
I can tell you why.
All right, so,
I can tell you why Quinn Ryan was out. It had nothing to do with personality. And what it had to do reflects on preparation and authenticity and accuracy of broadcasting technique. Ryan started as an executive. He was an executive at WGN in Chicago. His livelihood did not depend on baseball. But and all of these things started very easily and very casually. In other words, like at Gainesville, the fellow who ran the local motion picture theater asked to do a football game, and the director of the station said, "All right, I'll let you do one." And that was the final straw that convinced the director of the station, after this fellow did that football game, "You better let me have them all." But until he let me have them all, almost anybody in town that came along with a clean shirt on and said he wanted to broadcast could broadcast. There was no radio industry when this thing came out of the laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I say Graham McNamee is the greatest. Not only was, but is the greatest sports announcer we ever had. Because McNamee was a baritone singer and started in radio in New York, singing a couple of 15-minute programs a week. And whoever was to put him on the air and announce his program one afternoon, I think it was, as I've heard the story, didn't show up. And in desperation, and also, not desperation, it wasn't in desperation, the thing was too informal, too easy. But so McNamee just simply announced his own numbers. He just said, "Hello, I'm Graham McNamee, I'll sing now, past his goodbye." I don't know what he sang, but whatever it was. And when he came off the air, whoever was running the station, or was in charge at the moment, came up and said, "Look, you're not going to sing anymore. I'm going to make an announcement out of you. Your voice was registered magnificent," and his voice was magnetic. Gee, just to hear McNamee speak. You have in the history of radio, I think, two great magnetic voices. You've got Graham McNamee, you've got Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So McNamee had this, and all his whole training had been, he'd been raised by his mother, I think. His whole training had been to be a singer. He didn't know a football from a watermelon, and he didn't know a politician from a streetcar. He knew the names of some songs, and he knew the names of some composers. But with this magnetic speaking voice in those early beginning formative days of radio, they certainly put him on, and people wanted to hear him. And if you said McNamee's going to be on a show, listen to Graham, boy. So they put McNamee on football games and on World Series, and they put him on crew races and horse races, prize fights, heavyweight championship fights, and they put him on political conventions, and they put him on operatic broadcasts. I don't know how that man breathed. And they would jump him from place to place. They had him on little small planes on those days, and sometimes they'd crash in a cornfield, and they'd still get him out of a plane. This happened once or twice. Plane went down, and they'd still get in the car, and they'd get into where he was going. He might be a little bit late, but Graham would arrive, breathless, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This is Graham McNamee speaking. And electricity popped all over the 48 states. Magnetism. So here's this fellow that's called on to do all these great things, and there's no, Patrick Henry said, "I have one light that leads me as a lamp of experience," or something like that. Well, McNamee had no experience. There hadn't been a sports event ever broadcast in radio before McNamee. And he's also not only so popular, but he's not so valuable. He's so valuable they kept him going from show to show to where he never was allowed time to prepare. His time was so valuable he couldn't go to football practice aimlessly, apparently aimlessly, as I used to do. Ted Husing was a nobody. So he had plenty of time to train and school himself, which he did. Now Husing was our first technician. He was the first guy that really studied it. He studied football. He studied sports. He brought authority. He knew what he was doing. But while McNamee was taking these initial headlines, Husing was studying, working, learning, and then he came on. And then the next breed of us came on. Well, Ryan started in Chicago just about like McNamee started in New York. And as I say, there was never any pressure for him to perfect his technique. He had a built-in job there at his desk. And he never had it. And in those early days, a fellow just came on. If you just almost said what day of the week it was, that pleased the listener, because he had never heard anything like that before. Now you said we're out here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Isn't that wonderful? I've never heard anybody say he was at Wrigley Field in Chicago before. And now we're going to have a ball game. Isn't that great? I've never heard a ball game on the radio before. So Ryan, having no need to have a technique to begin with, never had one. And he visited. As he used to say, I used to talk to the boys in the barber shop. I tell them what they want to hear. I say, well, he's up now. And he struck out. Well, the boy in the bar was great. Well, he got one out. He struck out. Well, boy, isn't that something? Yeah. And so Ryan just bubbled along like that, you see, and that was fine at the start. And he was immediately a very popular, known man in Chicago. And so when Mutual was put together, the first sports event on Mutual was the 1935 first night game in the majors, McPhail at Cincinnati. And then Mutual's first big acknowledged sports event was that 35 World Series. That's how I got on, and that's how Elson got on, and Quinn Ryan. That's how we got on it, because they put these 4 stations together in New York, in Detroit, in Chicago, and Cincinnati. And John Clark said that if I didn't get on, that WLW would take the World Series from NBC, and then Mutual wouldn't have a network, because the Ford Motor Company. And the commissioner said, you're only a network if you got these 4 stations. We'll say you're a network if you can deliver WLW, we'll say you're a network. Well, GN was doing the same thing, and they said, well, we won't go unless Quinn Ryan and Nelson get on. They said, all right, fine. And Detroit didn't have anybody, and the station in New York, WR didn't have anybody. So GN and WLW's wishes were agreed to with alacrity, no question. Wow, anything, let's get these stations, let's get this network on. So here we meet in Detroit. And Ryan, I recall it very distinctly. I was almost shocked when we get ready to go on 50 minutes before the ball game, and Ryan's going to do the opening color, and he hadn't got any notes. He hadn't got anything in his hands, and he sat there and he just bumbled along. And I thought to myself, holy mackerel, is this the World Series? Is this what this fellow is? He's just talking here and talking there. And I don't know whether they ever got the lineups in. I guess he did, but it was a very informal, unorganized presentation. And then that's the way he signed off the ball game. Elson and I were to do all the play-by-play. He used to do the 50 minutes before, and the 5, 10 minutes, whatever it was they wanted, then we would wrap up afterwards. And that went on for the 2 days in Detroit. And I don't know who was watching me and around the booth and how I operated. At least I was all business. That was a big assignment. I wasn't fooling around. And in those days, see, I think the Ford Motor Company only had 3 short announcements. Those were the commercials. And I think all they said was one sentence. The World Series is brought to you by the Ford Motor Company. I think that's all they said. It was just a credit line 3 times. Which meant that whoever was doing the play-by-play, Elson, and also another thing was that happened, I remember. GN with Ryan, an executive, and Elson, they got to Detroit first, and they threw their weight around, and I was just so glad to get there. I'd come up from Columbus, Ohio during the night. Didn't know anything about it till the day before. As I said, I didn't even have a scorebook. And I did my first World Series just off of whatever the score sheet you got from the programming you picked up in the stands. And so Ryan and Nelson just said to me, and I presumed they were running the show. I was ordered to report to them. They said, well, Nelson will do the first 3 innings, you do the middle 3, and Nelson will do the last 3, the first game. And I never had me, in my mind, I was fine. I was glad to do 1 inning. I'd have been glad to have done a half an inning. So, in fact, if you scratch me, I'd have been glad to have said those 3 credit lines for the Ford Motor Company. Just to be there. That was heady wine. So I did 3 innings, and Elson did 6. And Ryan stumbled, that's all I want, stumbled around. this thing had, should we say, caught up with him. There's no criticism, it's just the way things evolve and keep going. And as I say, he was never a professional. He never attempted to be a professional sports announcer. Elson was the play-by-play man. And I think that Ryan had by and large stopped even going to the ballpark with Elson, but here comes the World Series, and so that's he wants to be there, I guess. I never talked to him about it. The thing became too painful. I don't think I've ever seen him after this. So, after the first game was played, the next morning, the phone is ringing in my room. And it's the Mutual Broadcasting people and the Ford Motor Company and their agents. And they started by saying to me, now, Red, don't get mad and go to Cincinnati. And I didn't know what they were talking about. And they said, look, will you please be agreeable? The thing that happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. Well, I'm still half asleep and completely ignorant. I don't know what they're talking about. And they said, we're going to fix it to your satisfaction. I still don't know what they're talking about. They said, you can have anything you want today. This is the Mutual man. Anything you want. Do you want to do the whole ball game today? And now I am really lost. I don't know what in the world he's talking about. And of course he presumes that I knew all about John Clark telephoning the night before, the general manager of WLW. Well, I didn't know that Mr. Clark had telephoned anybody, because he didn't telephone me. I went to press headquarters where I was delighted to be around people I'd never seen before and heard, and I sat back and had different writers that I'd read pointed out to me, all these men I'd read and clipped and studied, and I listened, and both of my ears functioned in those days, and boy, I had them both flapping. I don't think I said a word the night before. I just listened and drank it all in. Can you imagine what a wonderful night that was? Just first time in the World Series press headquarters, hundreds of these great people, and club executives, and said, "Oh man, look, that's it, president of the league," and wow. And so this call woke me up, and this Mutual man said, "Do you want to do the whole ball game today? Would that make it even?" And they had presumed that I had called Clark and precipitated Clark's call. There it comes out. I finally had to say to them, "Look, I don't know what you fellows are talking about." And they said, "Well, John Clark called us last night." And I said, "I don't know anything about it." Clark had heard the ball game nicely, with Elson during the first 3 innings and during the last 3 innings, and his little boy that he sent up there only to getting 3 innings. And he called Mutual and said, "You have no reason to cut him down to 3 and let that other boy do 6. And I am going to tell him that if you don't satisfy him and make it completely even with him, I'm going to take the station off of Mutual today and put it on NBC, and you won't have any broadcast." He was quite a boss. He was quite a boss. So, they said, "We want to come up to your room and talk to you. We've got to get this straightened out. Because I've got to call Mr. Clark. We can't lose WLW and therefore lose the Mutual broadcast." And I told them the truth is all I knew. I said, "I didn't call Mr. Clark. I didn't register any complaint." Then you could hear him begin to breathe easily. And I said, "As far as I'm concerned, yes, I did note that he had 6 and I had 3 innings, but I thought that was the way it was. That's all. I didn't see any reason to complain about it." But they said, "Well, would you want to do 6 today? Let him do 3. I said, "Oh, no reason for that, but I would just as soon have half the ball game." And I thought I was going to get kissed over the telephone. And that's the way it was. So I had half the ball game, and then when we got to Chicago the next day, I was called in and told I was to do the opening 15 minutes as well as the sign-off. And when I got back to Cincinnati, Clark said, "You did a good job." I said, "Thank you very much." I said, "Thank you for more than I can say. I wouldn't have been there but for you." And he grinned sort of whooped, and he said, "Well," he said, when you sat down to do that second game, you were pretty well satisfied about your division of innings, weren't you? I said, yes, sir.
Well, but Quinn Ryan still did the second game before and after. Then they got to Chicago.
First two games were in Detroit.
Yeah.
And he did.
Well, was his being pulled off in Chicago? Whose decision was that? Was that Clark pushing?
No, Clark had nothing to do with this. This was the operation now of the agency and the Ford Motor Company, that they simply wanted a more professional. In other words, you see, there were 4 networks. Also, Mutual probably got into this too, gently as they could without trying to disturb WGN.
Yeah.
But I think my recollection is the people I talked with were the agency people for Ford and the Ford people themselves. Mm-hmm. After all, they were paying for this. And you have to remember that NBC had brought out Lowell Thomas. And
did Lowell Thomas do play-by-play?
Oh, for the opening 15 minutes and the sign-off.
I see.
And Bo Carter was there, who was then in his heyday. So you had and McNamee was there for the other NBC network, not to do play-by-play, but to do the first 15 minutes and the last 5. No, just the first series McNamee wasn't on play-by-play. So, you see, the other networks, and NBC had 2 networks, Columbia. The other networks, Columbia had Bo Carter. So you had Lowell Thomas, Graham McNamee, and Bo Carter. In other words, that's pretty powerful stuff. Mm-hmm. Well, Mutual, I guess maybe, I don't know what it was, but anyhow, they couldn't stand the comparison. Mm-hmm. So the first, and I remember at this meeting that they called me to do the opening 15 minutes, etc., they had also the other commentators who were doing the 15 minutes there. Thomas was there, and I remember Bo Carter was there because he was smoking a stinking pipe at breakfast, and that's the worst insult you can do to a human being. Because, you know, pipes are pretty strong anyhow, and a guy is trying to eat his breakfast and he's smelling somebody else's old pipe. I remember Bo Carter with that. And so I remember Lowell Thomas was very gracious and very nice. Such was the caliber of competition with the 4 networks, mm-hmm. that something had to give. Yeah. And Mutual was in no position to go bring somebody in after 2 ball games, etc. And I guess somebody just said, well, as I started to say, Elsa and I am having no commercials. If you were doing play-by-play, you did your own color between innings, and I guess somebody there heard the way I was working and said, well, we better let this kid do it. Yeah. That's all. I didn't get an extra penny for it. Mm-hmm. I didn't get a penny for broadcasting that World Series.
It's regular salary from WLW?
Yes, I was on the staff at WLW. It never entered my mind to get anything for the World Series. I never got anything for the World Series. I was on the World Series in 35, 36, and 36, and 37, and 38. I never got a penny as a World Series fee. The station at Cincinnati just gave me my expenses. He says, go up and do it. Of course, another thing with John Clark thing that tickled hound out of me was that I did the thing in 35 for Mutual. And then in 36, Mr. Clark decided that he was going to take the World Series from NBC. And Mutual raised Holy Cane. Now, the Mutual Network was by then established. They were going to have it anyhow. But Mutual raised Holy Cane, not so much over me, but over WLW. They wanted WLW to stay. And this is where a bit of enmity came up, which was none of my doing, between the fellow who was building Mutual, Freddie, I have to get that name, what is it, Freddie, I can't think of it. But anyhow, Mutual was fighting all the time to try and keep WLW on that network. WLW would take me the network they wanted to. Just as John Clark said, I'd take NBC, that's all there was to it. He said, I'd take Mutual, that's all there was to it. So, I don't know what went on between Clark and Mutual or what his reason was or anything else, but he decided he was going to take the World Series from NBC in 36, and he said to NBC, I'll take it from you provided you use Barber as one of your broadcasters on one of your 2 networks. And that the Blue and the Red network in those days. And then NBC was delighted. I was sort of an innocent pawn. I'm glad that I was. I'm glad I had that sort of a boss. That in addition to whatever power plays he's making about which network he went to, he saw that I was included, which is wonderful. That's why I say people come into your lives, and if John Clark hadn't been in my life, I may never have been on a single World Series. Very proud of it. Might not have been on one. Mutual raised so much cane about it, they went to the commissioner. Oh, no, it was a mess about me. And I ain't doing nothing except sitting in Cincinnati wondering what to do, where I'm going to go. And they finally had, then it looked at the last minute that Mutual would block my going to NBC. And they appealed to the commissioner. And right at the last minute, I wasn't going to be on the World Series. And I wasn't on the first game of the 36 World Series. I went to South Bend, Indiana, to get ready to do a Notre Dame football game. And they played the first game of the World Series. That's the game that Roughing in the Rain and the Mud beat the Yankees.
Oh, yeah, the Giants beat them.
Giants. No, Hubble. Hubble in the Rain and the Mud beat the Yankees.
Yes.
Carl Hubble in the Rain and the Mud beat the Yankees. And because I remember coming into the hotel in South Bend, and I'd been at football practice. I'd been listening to the broadcast for two reasons. One, I had my work at football practice out with Elmer Layden, Notre Dame. And second, down inside I was hurt. I didn't want to hear this thing that I was deprived of. And I was deprived of it. I was ruled off by that battle between Mutual and NBC and WLW. So, I came in a hotel and got a paper. And before I had a chance to read the paper, I was called to the telephone. I told her to take the train to New York. I'd be on the World Series next afternoon. Whatever was done, I don't know. Nobody ever said, just they said go to New York. So again, I went to the World Series without a scorebook. So I get into New York. Never been to New York.
Was it the first time?
Never been to New York. No scorebook. And I'm told to report to John. No, wait a minute. John Clark didn't put me on this World Series. John Clark had left to come to New York to found Trans-American Radio and Television. And Don Becker was then running WLW. And so it was Becker who decided he wanted to go NBC and not Mutual. And it was Don Becker who had made the switch. And so I was told in South Bend to report to John Clark in his office in New York, and he would have instructions. He was then no longer with WLW, but he was very friendly with WLW. He just recently left. And so, in the hurry, they said, well, when I didn't even have any money. Not enough for that. I just had enough to go to South Bend back with a train ticket. They said, just report to John Clark, and he'll tell you what to do, and he'll give you money, whatever you want. And Clark was staying at the Ambassador Hotel, which is being torn down now. In a lovely suite. And he had a farm down in Virginia. And he would go down to his farm for a long weekend and be in New York working on this thing that he would come to New York to head, business for himself. So, I get to Mr. Clark's office, and he said, you to go up to John Royal's office at NBC.
John Royal?
John Royal, R-O-Y-A-L. He was the program chief, Master Broadcasting Company. You to go to Mr. Royal's office, and so I go up to Royal's office. Now, Clark had told me, he said, you just stay right here in these rooms with me. I have a couple of extra bedrooms. You just stay right here. This is home for you, New York. Of course, that was wonderful. Boy, to have suddenly be taken in my great friend and benefactor's house, you might say, in New York, and a little country boy, first time in the city, suddenly I'm home. Okay. It's a wonderful thing to have friends. And suddenly, Mr. Clark, I mean, I'm not alone in New York anymore. Boy, I've got the suite, the Ambassador, and John Clark behind me. So I went up to Mr. Royal's office, and I was to be assigned to work on the World Series with Tom Manning and Ty Tyson. Tom Manning of Cleveland and Ty Tyson of Detroit. Both highly experienced veteran broadcasters who had been on World Series, NBC, top men. and top play-by-play men in their towns. Very experienced men. I was to be on that network, and I forget who was on the other NBC network. Didn't make any difference. But those were the two that I was to work with. We did 3 innings each. And so we no sooner start the meeting in Royal's office, and the word comes in that the second game of the World Series had been postponed. It was wet grounds. And we played the next day, so that sort of took the herd sting out. But Mr. Royal wanted us to be at his office at a certain time the next morning. And Mr. Royal was a complete autocrat. Very capable, very benevolent one, but he was complete. And we were there the next morning. And also there was Graham McNamee. First time that, now in the World Series in Detroit and Chicago, he was around working, but I never met him for one reason or another. It wasn't because Graham was a big man, important. He'd come at the last minute, he had his own friends and his own transportation, limousines and stuff. He was in another world, another group, and his entourage would sweep out. I never was even close to him. Never was in the room with him, never saw him. And so he was at this announcers meeting, and we would go up to the polo grounds. And Manning said to me, "How are you going out, kid?" And I said, "No, I haven't thought about it. Tax like this." And he said, "Come on, go with Graham and me." McNamee and Manning were quite good friends. And I said, "I like nothing better." And Manning said, "You know Graham, don't you?" No, I said, Red Barber, Graham McNamee. Graham said, "Hello," big booming voice. And he had a Cadillac. He had it parked right down alongside the RCA building, too. Mr. McNamee did, at the front door. That's where he parked all the time. And so we came down, and the uniformed gentleman, he held that door, Mr. McNamee, "Yes, sir," and in we go. And McNamee apparently was known by all the cops in New York, and we didn't respect any red lights if he didn't want to. And we whipped through Harlem, and we went right up to the polo grounds, and we parked. And in we went. And that was quite a thrill, too. So, I'm trying to remember now, whether Tyson or Manning did the first 3 innings. It was Tyson. So I'm in Detroit this summer. He's an old man, and he's not well, but he's still his game. He was out for a ball game, did half an inning with Ernie Hall.
He did.
Yeah. He's completely bald, he's got the shakes, he's smoking that cigarette and wearing a beret to cover up that bald head. And, I tell you the impression I had of Tyson I saw him in Detroit a couple of months ago. It was the only time he was out there the whole year. Apparently it took him a couple of weeks to get up the strength to come out there and do 1 inning. You himself.
Boom. That's good. So I guess this would just be sort of a general thing on Cincinnati in the days there. Now we got you there, got you there your first day, got you with your interview with Charlie Grimm and your to-do with Andy Lotshaw. And your first impression of McPhail. Perhaps you ought to go back to McPhail first, Red.
Well, you gave me an idea. George Gibson. You can look him up and you'll find that he was a famous old-time ball player and an old line manager of the old school. And when I think about him, it still makes me shudder. And the shudder is concomitantly followed by a wave of gratefulness. I found out what it means to have a human being assail you without reason. beyond his knowledge, attempt to break your strength and confidence and destroy you, to embarrass you, to take out his own rages and frustrations upon a completely innocent person, and then to be picked up and saved, and your strength restored, and your confidence increased by two strangers that didn't have to bestir themselves from a sofa in a hotel lobby. McPhail has said he wanted a 15-minute promotional broadcast interviewing ball players at 12 noon. Every day there was a home game at Cincinnati. And he left it up to me. Nobody ever thought about it anymore, to leave it up to me to do the show. Somehow the show was going to happen. And after the Chicago series, I said to Scotty Reston that I would appreciate it, because I was such a total stranger, if he would send a telegram to the managers of the teams that were coming into the ballpark before they arrived, notifying them of the existence of this program. That I thought that might be a little helpful to me by the time, so that when they got in, I could go up and explain who I was and would not have to go into such depth and detail as to what was desired. And Reston was happy to do, and did dispatch the telegram stating that the Cincinnati Ball Club wanted these programs to be done and would appreciate all cooperation, and that I was the person that they would hear from when they got to Cincinnati. About a week after the season had opened, and I'm still walking on eggs and not even cracking one, much less breaking it, from the wonderful beginning of opening day and the few games that followed, and the happy help that Charlie Grimm had given me. I was way up in the clouds. One of the first sponsors we had, and that sponsorship was only for, I think, the beginning 6 weeks of the season, was the Ford dealers of Greater Cincinnati. And the sales manager at WSAI, Ed Freshney, F-R-E-S-H-N-E-Y, out of the goodness of his heart, had secured for my use the loan of a Ford automobile for those 6 weeks. And of course this was getting over into the high cotton. For me to have the use of a car for a few weeks. So Pittsburgh came in with their great stars, Paul and Lloyd Wainer, Gus Sewell, Ark Yvonne, and they had as a coach one of the great men of baseball, whose greatness I only glimpsed at then, but was to know so much more how great he was, Honus Wagner. And there were many others with the Pirates. And I, of course, had done much research on them. I knew them as named, I knew them as records, I knew them as living legends, but I didn't know them in the flesh. And I knew that the name of the manager was George Gibson. So the morning of the first Pittsburgh game, I got in the Ford automobile that was lent to me and drove downtown to the Sinton Hotel where the Pittsburgh team was staying. And this will tell you something about 1934, that I got in an automobile and drove to the heart of downtown Cincinnati without even thinking, and to park the car at the hotel, and had no trouble parking the car at the hotel. is a far gone cry from today, when you can go across any city a lot faster on foot than you can in any sort of a vehicle on wheels. So I parked the car outside the Center. I went into the lobby. Come in.
Good morning.
How are you?
All right.
My daughter had her birthday here last night.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that was nice.
Yes, it was. Nice to see you, Marion.
Okay.
I went into the lobby of the Center, and I had to find first some men and identify them as members of the Pittsburgh Ball Club, and then ask would they, earlier than their day's schedule, get in the car and go out to across the field with me and do the broadcast. And there was a big, ruddy-faced man standing in the middle of the lobby of the Center, and somehow he carried atmosphere of authority. He seemed to look to be a baseball man, the staff of the outdoors. And he stood in the lobby as though he was no stranger to hotel lobbies, and I just went up and asked him was he with the Pittsburgh team, and he sort of half snarled, yes, he was. To say what did I want to make out of it. And I asked who he was, and this made him a little more hot, and he said, I'm the manager. And I said, well, Mr. Gibson, I'm Red Barber, the radio announcer for the Reds, and Mr. McPhail wants me to get some of your ball players and interview them on the air at noon. And without hesitation, and lifting his voice so that it was completely audible to everyone in the lobby of the Center, he promptly proceeded to give me a profane diatribe about radio announcers, and what a filthy breed they were, and he wanted no part of them, and that radio was worse than the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and that it was an upsetting factor to civilization in general and to the ball club in particular, and that radio announcers could not be trusted. They deliberately misstated truth and misquoted people, created controversies, and raised serious questions, talked about things they had no business talking about. And further, they knew nothing about baseball. They were the most ignorant breed of men on the face of the earth. And all of this was interlaced and underlined and emphasized with the profanity that, as far as routine education goes, Gibson didn't have, but the profanity that he had learned in his years with careless, crude men, and in his years in the baseball dugouts and clubhouses. And to say that I was stunned, petrified, rooted in my tracks, struck. The Bible says something about a lamb is dumb before its shearers. Well, I know what that means. I found out that. I couldn't have said a word for a few minutes. Suddenly the world, which had been in such a bright focus and correct orbit, it had just exploded. The young announcer who had taken Cincinnati by storm opening day, Charlie Grimm's newfound pal, he was just simply devastated. And I don't know what. I never did say I couldn't. I've never known to this day what it was that had built up inside Gibson. I don't know what radio announcer, if anyone ever did do anything to him. I don't know what provoked him. Something. Or the fact that his ball club was going poorly, or what Mrs. Gibson may have written him, or I do know that he lost his job in a couple of months at the ball club, and maybe he knew the handwriting on the wall, but whatever it was, I had come to him at a time when he was ready to unload his accumulated anger on somebody, and I got it. I know that now. I didn't know it then. Then I just knew I was just simply Christ ground out. And Gibson, after he had finished saying what he wanted to say to me, walked off, stepped in an elevator, disappeared from sight. And there I stood, embarrassed, humiliated. And there were two nice-looking men sitting on a sofa in the lobby. And as I stood there, I would, if you asked me to take the lowest minute in my whole life, spiritually, when I was most defeated and most confused and dismayed, bewildered, just lost Christ, that would be it. And these two men got up from the sofa and walked over. And one of them said, I don't remember with accuracy which one said first. But let's say that it was Wade Hoyt. One of them said, we heard everything that Gibson said, and it was very unfair. He didn't have any business talking to you that way. I'm Wade Hoyt, and this is Freddie Lindstrom. And if you don't mind, we'll be glad to go out to the ballpark with you and go on your program. And as suddenly as I was Christ, I was uplifted. And we jumped into the car, and I was so excited that I got the car started, and I started right down a one-way street backward. And as I started into this one-way street backward, I almost hit a man. And he jumped back. And when he jumped back, I don't remember if it was Hoyt or Lindstrom. They both laughed. I don't know which one hollered out at him. One of them hollered out, "Hey, Dolly, you son of a bitch. It's too bad we didn't hit you." That was Dolly Stark, who was one of the umpires that day. And a policeman was going to give me a little trouble about that one-way street backward, and these two ball players, and he just said, "Now, wait a minute, this is a young kid announcer, and we are doing a terrible sweat to get out to the ballpark and get on the radio." And with that, the policeman let us go the rest of the block the wrong way and out. And I have never had a more intelligent, a lovelier broadcast in my life. And I had never talked to these men before. And of course, as anyone who knows either one of them, they're both highly intelligent. Hoyt later came on and was a distinguished broadcaster at Cincinnati. And one of the finest raconteurs, if you want to know something of the Babe Ruth days, of the Yankee days, and Miller Huggins, Hoyt, the days that Hoyt played for the Yankees, I believe he can tell you better than anybody alive. And the people in Cincinnati, when he was doing the ball games for years and years, used to wait and at times pray that it would rain, so that it would give Hoyt 15 or 20 or 30 minutes to tell about baseball people and baseball days and plays. And so these two men picked me up and put me back on the track. Lindstrom went on to be, and still is, as we talk, the baseball coach at Northwestern University, a very outstanding gentleman, George Gibson. And you wonder, suppose Hoyt and Lindstrom hadn't been sitting there. I came to do the Brooklyn games in '39, and Wade Hoyt was out of baseball and living in New York. And the games were broadcast then on WOR, and Hoyt was hired to do a feature program before the ball game and a feature program afterwards in which he talked about the baseball picture in general and told more of his wonderful stories and did anything he wanted to do. So that's how he got into radio. And after I left Cincinnati, Roger Baker followed. And I think it was the second year I was in Brooklyn, or the third. And Hoyt said to me, I've got the job as the play-by-play announcer next year at Cincinnati. I said, wonderful. And he said, but I don't know how to score. And I know that you can't broadcast a game unless you score. And I want you to teach me. And I didn't want to teach him, because I didn't want to be caught in a room alone with a man. Hoyt was a drinker. And when he drank, he was the roughest man physically I was ever around. He was strong. And he liked to grab you. And his temper was, well, he was irascible. He was unpredictable. He could go into orbit very quickly. And I didn't like to, in other words, I was grateful for what Hoyt had done in '34. And I'd made that plain to him many times as our paths had continued to cross when he was pitching, as he continued to pitch for a while in the league, and then when we met again in New York. But when he said that he wanted to meet me in the evening in New York, and the reason he said evening was because at that time I was doing a 15-minute sports show following Gabriel Hita, 9:15 to 9:30. And Hoyt had asked that we meet, that he come to the studio where I would be at 9:30, and we sit there in that studio, and I teach him how to score. And I was, and I think properly, apprehensive as to what condition he might arrive at 9:30 when he'd been on his own for a few hours, killing time, waiting to meet me. And some little voice inside me said, be careful. But yet, if ever anybody owned me in a real sense, he did. So I said, well, I'll tell you, Wade, I'll be glad to teach you how to score on one consideration. And when I said this, I didn't know what was going to happen. And I say, he had a low boiling point. I said, I'll teach you how to score. I'll sit with you one night, 2 nights, 3 nights. Just as long as you want to come. And I'll go over scoring with you. I'll go over what I know about Cincinnati with you. I'll go over broadcasting technique, or philosophy, whatever it is, because I know that someone who's never done play-by-play, it's another world. It's just like I went out to pitch a ball game, and I never had a baseball in my hands. And I came to you and said, tell me how to pitch to batters. But I said, there's one stipulation. You'd have to bring Mrs. Hoyt with you. He got red in the face. And he said, I will. And he did. And I don't know whether, I think it was 2 nights. And I tried to give him all that I had to give him. And we go through life and we hear people say that people don't change. Leopard doesn't change his spots. Man doesn't change. And it looks like for a little bit, but a person doesn't basically change it. One of the things I told Hoyt, with Mrs. Hoyt then, I said, wait, this may be very painful. You're not going to like what I'm going to say. But Cincinnati is a city, it's a major league city, it's a national league city. But it's It's really not a city. It's a small town. And I said, that's a conservative town. I said, that city is based fundamentally on German people that took pride in not only their homes, but in owning their homes. That city was the least touched in the Depression because of the inherent thrift in the individual people. I said, that's a very conservative town. That's a town that goes to bed early at night and gets up early in the morning. That's a hard-working, God-fearing town. Now, they drink a lot of beer, but I said, you can't go out there and do a lot of drinking and get away with it in Cincinnati. It's not like New York City where they may not know you or may not care, because in New York there's so many people that somehow the weight of the mass of people seems to take carrying out of individuals. But I said, you can't go out to Cincinnati and do this. And when I said that, I got out of there. But he went out to Cincinnati, and he continued to have his problems. And this man drinking was mean. And after he'd been out in Cincinnati a while, he got lost over in Kentucky for 3 or 4 days. And he couldn't find it. And everybody in Cincinnati knew it. And when I read that, I was bitterly sad. I thought, oh my. He's done the one thing he couldn't do. Now he's done it. I don't know. I never talked to Hoyt about it. Not that he wouldn't be happy to tell me before. He must have told any number of people. Never talked to him about it. No, it just never came up. It just didn't come up. The why. But he got in Alcoholics Anonymous. And he changed completely. And I have to take my hat out to a man who defeats himself. And this is what did. He not only became a genuine AA, but this man who drinking was so mean and so selfish and so rough. Hoyt, of all people, became the head AA man out there. And I have heard from many sources that he would get out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning if the phone would ring and go to someone who needed him. And it was wonderful, his years thereafter in Cincinnati. And I feel that the smallness of this town, because it was small enough to know what had taken place, that way down in the hearts of the, I'd say the sturdy, by and large conservative people of Cincinnati, that they appreciated Hoyt after seeing him win the victory over himself, and that that all of the adulation and the fame and the success that came to him in later years at Cincinnati, I don't know how much of that equation was compounded by the admiration for the man personally, and how much of it for his ability on a microphone, which was outstanding. And, Bill Mundy. Bill Mundy was a sports writer in the Atlanta Journal. And he had gone to the University of Georgia, was a left-handed pitcher on the varsity, and was always a man who spoke easily, colorfully, a little loquacious, and great zest for living, charming man. And Mundy got to broadcasting the Georgia Tech games in Atlanta. And he was doing it so well that when Georgia Tech went out to play in 1929 in the Rose Bowl, that's the Rose Bowl game the Royal Eagles ran the wrong way, that the Georgia Tech people prevailed upon NBC, and that McNamee was then in his heyday, and was to do the Rose Bowl game, as he did years and years. They prevailed upon NBC to let this young Bill Mundy do 2 quarters, and McNamee 2 quarters. To my knowledge, it's the first time that McNamee ever shared play-by-play of a football game with anybody. Certainly a big football game. Big game like the Rose Bowl. Well, I don't think anybody ever took over the United States as quickly as Bill Mundy, thanks to the magic of radio, instant communication, and the marvelous color of this man's voice and his expressions and the newness of his approach. It was Bill Mundy who suddenly sprang upon an unsuspecting and joyfully receptive nation. When the football team went back into a huddle, they're now in the crapshooters formation. And when somebody started for the end zone, it was Bill Mundy who would proclaim that this team is headed for the promised land, the land of milk and honey, where the angelic choir is already broken out into song. Well, it was just instant. Mundy just had the country. NBC had 2 networks, and they didn't push McNamee aside. I forget who was aside, but anyhow, from that time on, McNamee was on one network on Saturday, and Mundy was on the other. And he just was great, and NBC was putting him on everything they had. And Mundy made a noble effort. He was dead game, and he was industrious, and he was persevering, and he had great confidence. As far as I know, he may have come the closest to doing it, but he set out to drink all the whiskey in New York City. And he didn't quite make it. And he lost his NBC job. And he lost his job in the Atlanta Journal. And he lost his job broadcasting stations in Georgia and Alabama. And he went down and out. He was a drunken bum. And you could have gone all around 5 corners in Atlanta. You could walk up down Peachtree Street and you wouldn't find anybody after a few years who would, no matter what the odds, would have put up 1 nickel that Mundy would ever come out of the gutter. And he told me that he didn't know, the only person that didn't give up on him was his wife. He said he didn't know how she stayed those years, but she did. She worked. And she prayed and she held on. And he said his mother was dying. Somehow or other that got through to him. And at that sensitive moment, somebody from AA got to him. And of course the people in AA say that a man, if he's serious, he's got to go to the bottom of the barrel. He's got to hit bottom before he realizes his condition, because after all, no matter what anybody says, I haven't been in AA, but no, I'm convinced that no matter what AA or anybody else says, you can get help from other people. And you will need help from other people. And there are certain things that you do and things you don't do. And there are things you read and there are things you hear. And there are things that you see in life. But until the spirit that lies in the soul of a man, until the spiritual eye cries out and says, I am going to change, I am going to turn around, I am going to do something about this, I want to do this, I will myself to do it, I want all the help I can get, I'm not playing anymore. But until that happens, I don't think you can have a cure. Hoyt was ready to be cured, and Mundy was ready to be cured. Now Hoyt was never in the gutter. He got lost once, to my knowledge, for 2 or 3 days. And that can happen to anybody, and does. Mundy was just as, when he found out he couldn't drink all the liquor in New York, he went down and tried to drink all there was in Atlanta. He never let up. But Mundy turned around, and he became one of the most important men that AA had in the country. They don't have any publicity about their speakers, and they don't give them any fees. But Mundy told me I'd have to pull it out of him. But yeah, I'd run into him in different places. And he'd come up to New York, and he'd been off on some AA thing. They'd have a big meeting, and Mundy would go. And I used to say to him, I said, Bill, what do you tell these people? He said, I don't tell them anything but the hell that I lived in. And this is what I mean about the spiritual eye of a man. That he's got to realize he's in hell. and he's not going to stay there anymore. And until a man wills himself to do something about himself, you can't touch people. I don't want to mention any names, but I've had the personal experience, the tragedy of a man who I know has destroyed himself, career, family. And I've been amazed. I've been thinking every year he was at the bottom. But he hadn't thought so yet. He hasn't willed himself. And I don't know of anybody who's had more help offered. And he's had help offered, his church, priests, doctors of all kinds, AA, wife, children, friends, money, patience, understanding, strangers, but no nothing. Because it hasn't happened inside this man's soul to change. Well, anyhow, this got us off on another attack, but it's interesting as you watch yourself go by, as you watch your life go, how the circles complete themselves. A waiter comes over to you in the lobby of the Clinton Hotel in 1934, and he does a saving thing for you, a thing that was so necessary. And then you see him in New York, and he's no longer a ball player. He's a broadcaster, and he's got a problem. He's rough with it, and he frightens you. And he goes out and he in another profession, and he gets himself in trouble, and then he changes. Hoyt willed himself to change, and Bishop Pike wrote in a book that when a man has made a covenant with his soul, that even if he falls from grace, that if he, let's say, he goes on another binge, you don't have to worry about him, because when he sobers up, that covenant still has validity, because he's going to look at himself and say, I'm not going to do that again. Yes, I fell, but I'm going back to where I was. He remembers, his memory of the hell that he was in is such that he's not going back there. He may take one or two steps back, but he's not going all the way back. And I've never had the slightest worry about Hoyt going back, changing. He changed once. He won't change. My agent, Bill McCaffrey, whom I have the deepest professional respect, and I would say that I have three friends, three deep, long friends that would get out of a sick bed at midnight and not ask me why I sent for them, just would come. And McCaffrey's one, and Ray Carter's one, and Harry Feeney is one. I'm lucky to have that many. I got lots of acquaintances and friends of other variations, but I'm talking about three genuine, basic, fundamental friends. And McCaffrey, I don't know, it's pushing 30 years since he's had a drink, and he'll tell you he was an important drinker around New York. He didn't go to AA, he didn't need to. He just woke up one time and he didn't know where he had been for 2 or 3 days, and he said, I'm not going to let that happen to me again. He hadn't had a drink since. And he's not going to have a drink, that's all. And in his work as talent representative, manager, he's in all the saloons and all the restaurants and all the cocktail parties. He has to. This is where show business people, television people, radio people are. He's around it all. I don't know of anybody who's around it so much. And it's free. Not that money would be any problem. But here it is flowing in his life. He's impervious to it. He doesn't want it. And I remember talking to his wife recently. I don't know, we were just sort of kidding along and stuff. And I said, you know, Bill's got it made. It's been so many years since he's had a drink, and he's around. I said, Margaret, don't you think that Bill might not take an occasional drink or so? And she never hesitated. She just looked at me and she said very, very calmly and with complete conviction, and I'm certain the absolute truth. She said, Willie will never drink again. And I think that's where it is, until a man can say, I'm not, I'm going to do this. I don't, people all the time having so much trouble quitting cigarettes. A guy can quit cigarettes if he makes up his mind to quit it. That's all. He just isn't going to smoke anymore, and there's no debate, no temporizing, no nothing. He's going to have a few painful days, and then that's it. And when you have made up your mind and walked through the first initial days of depriving yourself of what do you do with your hands and breaking the habit. There's breaking a habit that is painful for a human being, not the cigarette that's so painful. I don't think, although they say people get addicted, I don't know. I think people get addicted to their habits. They get addicted to themselves, and they don't want to change. Change can be very upsetting. But if you say that you're not going to have another cigarette, that's it. It's just like I had a heart attack in Emporia, Virginia, February 23, 1964. I dropped in the dirt, and when I came to some 20 minutes later, there was a strange man leaning over me holding a mask over my face. And I didn't have any heart damage. But I went through the classic 3 weeks in bed, and I was a while getting back on my feet physically, and spiritually these things shake you up. But nobody ever told me at the hospital in Emporia not to smoke anymore. Nobody's ever told me not to smoke anymore. I knew not to smoke anymore, and it hadn't been any problem. Just that simple. So when somebody says to me, he said, I'm thinking about quitting, I said, well, you ain't going to quit. He said, what do you mean? I said, when you made up your mind that you are going to quit, you really, you made up your mind. It's no peradventure. I said, then I'll listen to you. But when you say to me, I think I'll quit. Or a fellow's gone 2 or 3 days and says, well, I'm trying to quit. As long as he said, I'm trying to quit, he's not going to quit.
Probably cut down. Turn this over. You want to talk some more?
I had heard that Monday had come out of the gut in Atlanta and had some sort of a job with the state of Georgia. I never met Bill Mundy personally. And I was over at CBS, and we had created a football roundup in which we picked up pieces of multiple games, and we'd use 6 or 7 different broadcasters, different places of the country. And one day in the CBS office, my agent and friend Bill McCaffrey, reformed drinker, came in and said, Red, you ever meet Bill Mundy? I said, no. Well, he says, you know all about him. I said, I think I know a great deal about him, Bill. I know about his great broadcasting, his color, his addition to the language, the tragedy of his drunkenness. And McCaffrey said, well, he said, you know, Mundy's all right. It's been a couple of years since he's had a drink. He's AA, and he's straightened out. He said he's straightened out for all but one thing. He said, Red, when a man has gone so far down and has been an alcoholic so long and is fighting his way back, he needs to know that he has won the victory, and he needs to know it in a big resounding way if possible. He said the one thing that would absolutely cement Mundy's victory for himself would be if he could ever get on a football game on a network again. He could then know he'd come all the way back. And I said, yeah, I guess it would, no. And I was just daydreaming along with him, listening to the philosophy. I said, yeah, I guess he would, no. And Bill said, well, every so often you've got a game from around Atlanta and the South. Put him on the roundup. And I said, oh, no. Oh, no, I said. Bill, I said, you know, this is Mr. Paley's network. This isn't mine. I can't be playing games with AA fellas on Mr. Paley's network. I said, suppose he hasn't been on the air in years. I said, suppose that the pressure of suddenly going back on a network, and I said, this roundup thing is a difficult technique. It's a more difficult thing for a man to do than if you were just given a whole quarter unbroken to sit down and relate. I said, this is not an easy technique, this roundup. And I said, as he's sitting there waiting, and I said, the pressure of this thing builds up, and suppose that he goes out of condition and reverts. I said, why, Mr. Paley would run me right off the place, and he'd have every right to. And McCaffrey just sat and looked at me. And then I said, well, of course it would be wonderful, wouldn't it? And McCaffrey just looked at me. And I said, well, maybe there's a way that he could be given his chance and not get in the way of Mr. Paley's network. And McCaffrey just looked at me. And I said, all right, Bill, we've got a game coming up in Atlanta this weekend. Where can I reach him? And he gave me his address and phone number. And so I scheduled 2 announcers for that assignment. And Monday, to my knowledge, went to his grave, never knowing that there was a second one scheduled. He was scheduled. But there was a second one who was just standing some 10 or 15 feet away, anonymous. He had no assignment that anybody knew, except that he had instructions from me to watch Monday, and if in his judgment he should take the microphone, he was to take it. After all, Mr. Paley was entitled to that much for his network. And I remember switching the first time to Atlanta, and Monday came on, and I thought he was incoherent. He had this deep southern voice anyhow, and he talked in a hurry with it anyhow, and he was drawling. But it was a rather confused moment in the game. And as I say, this was a difficult technique in which, without any warning, suddenly from New York, I switched the air and I said, and now Grantfield in Atlanta, Bill Mundy. And he was to come on, and he was to immediately say that the score is such and such, the time is such and such, the ball is at such a place that somebody has got it. And while he's saying that, something is happening with the ball, and he's supposed to say what that is, and he's supposed to capsule it all. And then from 1 minute to 2 minutes at most, he's to wind it up and return it to me. And you can imagine the impact of the assignment when I suddenly said to Bill Mundy, and Mundy after these years suddenly had it. And he was it was a tortured thing, and he returned it to me, and it was and I really shook. I thought, oh dear Lord God, he's done it. He's done it. And I did it. I pushed too much on him. Too much was asked of this man. And we went to several other places, but something inside me said, well, try him one more time. And I switched back a second time, and there was old Bill in complete control, and the suddenness, the suspense of all the years had been vitiated, and the game was going smoothly, and there was a wonderful report. And you're proud of things as you look back, and I'm so pleased that McCaffrey, out of his own warmth and understanding, came to the office and named Monday, and then sat and looked at me while I struggled. And that we put him on, and that he was given back his return to glory. And as long as we had the roundup, he was a star member. And people today talking about the roundup and say, you remember that fellow from Atlanta?
When did he die, Red?
I think he died last year.
One question. The announcer you had standing by must have been someone who had a great deal of confidence in.
Well, he was a fellow who would have been acceptable.
Yeah. But had you used him before from Atlanta?
No, he was a boy from down there.
But you had to swear him in a sense to secrecy, and this is confidence.
Oh yes, I told him exactly what the score was. I said, no, this is something you're doing for a fellow man. And you may be doing it for me and for the network. I hope not. I said, the chances are you're just going to go out there and stand. And I said, this would be very tough for you to have to step in and do it. And also, you see, we couldn't have all sorts of telephones. I couldn't have him on the phone where I phoned and said, after all, he had to see the thing for himself. Yeah. And in a sense, when I switched back the second time, I didn't know whether Monday was coming up or whether this all was coming up. Greatly relieved to hear Bill come up and hear him in command.
Yeah.
Maybe I've talked out for the morning, huh?
Okay.
We'll talk about Charlie Reston.
You want to talk about Charlie Reston in the early of Cincinnati? Okay.
Yeah, not just about finished Cincinnati.
All right, fine. Okay.
Except we talk about the Ohio State football game, 35 with Notre Dame.
Oh, yes, that's right, too. Probably heard you broadcast that and didn't realize it.
And that will, that'll just about finish that era.
I just want to repeat on here what you said a second ago when the thing was off, that the last 3 years in Cincinnati were fairly routine except for, a few things like that. Okay.
Well, by and large, as far as our purposes are concerned, well, of course, the great thing that happened in Cincinnati in '37 was the birth of our daughter.
Oh.
We want to get to that.
All right. Okay.
But there wasn't any, in other words...
there's also the departure of McPhail.
Yeah, McPhail, yeah, but that wasn't anything dramatic. He just,
Yeah.
I never did know why. He and Crosby had some difference.
Okay. But see, it's just that there's a 5-year period, and it doesn't have to be detailed and
no, I don't want to.
Chronological, but there has to be. It just can't be glossed over completely. Say 3 or 4 sentences, a few paragraphs, and we'll do it.
Yeah, we can.
All right, fine. I'll close it off.
That ended Thursday, September 15th, whatever it was, and we'll start Friday, September 16th now.
I've got this squeak in here. Dust gets in there. Down here? Yeah. So what we want to do is wrap up Cincinnati, right?
When the baseball season ended in Cincinnati, I went right into broadcast football. Until the last couple of years, when with the varying sponsor conflicts and the exclusive that the network have paid for and had the NCAA and with the professional football leagues, I have done football right along with baseball and enjoy doing them both, enjoying each in its season. And in the fall of '34, I did a schedule which was composed of University of Cincinnati football games, which were broadcast on WSAI, and I worked on 3 or 4 games at Columbus, Ohio, for Ohio State. And I will always remember the first time I saw a football game in the huge double-deck horseshoe at Columbus, Ohio, with a full crowd. That's the biggest audience attendance I ever saw. That was simply staggering. And the broadcasting booth was on the top of the back rim of the upper deck. And these huge football players in the Western Conference, the battling Buckeyes, they looked to be little bitty dolls down on the playing field. It was, from the height that we had, the view was actually unreal. It was a distortion so drastic that you had to consciously remind yourself how these men looked as they actually were in life, and not from where you were seeing them and trying to broadcast them. The game just looked make-believe. And in 1935, again, the strong influence in my life, John Clark called me into his office, and he said, WLW and WTAM in Cleveland have made we catch the WTAM. I know they were in there in '34, but anyhow, in '35, Clark called me into his office and said that we're going to broadcast the full Ohio State schedule, and you're going to broadcast it. And you go up to Columbus, Ohio, and you make your own arrangements. And he said to me something then that gave me great satisfaction, and which I found out is the way that I function best working for people and with people. He said, you go up to Columbus, Ohio, and you meet with the advertising agency and the sponsor and the Ohio State officials, and you make the arrangements to broadcast the games the way you feel you should broadcast the games. You set it up for WLW. You are my representative. You represent the station. And if you find that there is a situation up there that you can't handle, then you call me. And I never had to call him. I guess from that, finding out from that moment on, I thoroughly enjoy and appreciate and function best under full responsibility. Mr. Clark told me to make the arrangements for the station and to make them completely, and if something came up I couldn't handle, to call him. Well, I saw to it that I didn't have to call him, and the broadcast went off, I think, to the satisfaction of everyone concerned. I was never given an instruction by Larry MacPhail at the two places that I worked for him. And when he had taken over the Yankees, he offered me a 3-year contract there, and I'm certain if I had taken it at that time, he wouldn't have given me any instructions at that place. Mr. Rickey said that I was closer to the broadcast than any other human being, knew more about it than any other human being, and whatever I did about it was satisfactory to him before I'd even done it. So when Walter O'Malley began sending me little instructions and suggestions by innuendo and by the side pocket, and then began to make a few more frontal suggestions, I realized that it was his ball club, and therefore it was time for me to go. And that really, in a nutshell, is why I quit at Brooklyn, and I did quit. I'm happy to say that George White's at the stadium, and he was the man who brought me to the stadium. In the years that Weiss and I were together, he never gave me an instruction. In that, I bring up the football thing because I've always enjoyed doing football. I've always felt I did it very well. It was the first major sport I did in radio back in Florida. I was doing Major League Football because Southern football is Major League Football and always had been. And I was doing Major League Football 4 years before I got to do Major League Baseball. And the greatest football game in college that I ever saw, ever broadcast, I've ever heard about, and I'll still stand on it as the greatest college football game, considering the build-up coming to it, considering the game as it was played, and considering all of the elements that flowed thereafter, was the meeting of Notre Dame and Ohio State at Columbus in 1935. Both teams came to that game undefeated. These major powers had not met previously. And as Notre Dame rumbled through its impressive schedule, not overwhelmingly, but successfully, without even a tie. And as Ohio State under Francis Smith, winning by telephone figures, Smith had come up with the phrase, close the gates of mercy, meaning that you didn't send in the lesser members of the troop. You kept the offensive momentum at high speed. You won by what you could win by. And the Buckeyes were dubbed the Scarlet Scourge, and they were. And when these two teams met, when Alma Layden brought the Irish down to Columbus, Notre Dame and the public prince was a decided underdog. No player was hurt. Both teams bet at full strength. It had been hopeless to attempt to get a seat to this game ever since it was announced they were going to play. The weather conditions were ideal. The arrangements that Mr. Clark had sent me up to effect on behalf of WLW were an exclusive series of broadcasts in the state of Ohio, sponsored by Sohio, S-O-H-I-O, of all of the Ohio State home games and road games. They were exclusive at Columbus. And, of course, Ohio State would get us in on the out-of-town game, but we did not have the exclusive there. So this was an exclusive broadcast for the state of Ohio, the Notre Dame-Ohio State game. And all of the networks, NBC, CBS, Mutual, all of them were raising Cain in their effort to get in for this broadcast. The nation was raising Cain to hear it. Also, the network said. And I expect the nation was interested. I'm sure the nation was. But this exclusive was a very real exclusive. And the parties to it were honest parties, and the arrangement was standing up. The networks were not going to be allowed to cover it. My broadcast, to be heard only in Ohio, was to be the only one. And then on Wednesday, before the Saturday, the sponsor, realizing that it would be a dog-in-the-manger position to hold to the exclusivity and to deprive primarily Ohio State and Notre Dame and all parties concerned, to deprive the people of the country of this event. The event had gotten so big, it had actually become a national piece of news. And so the exclusivity was waived. And everyone who wanted to broadcast Wednesday before Saturday was notified that they could come in. And everyone came in. Bill Slater came out for NBC. Mutual immediately on one telephone call arranged to pick up my broadcast for WLW. That was for that network. And Ted Husing, whom I had never met, came in with Les Quayle, who was his right hand, Friday evening. Because this would be, now as I look back, a deliberate, typical Husing technique. Everyone else scrambled in immediately, and he would walk in at the last moment, feeling sure he would take over the scene and pick up all the marbles. At the Friday evening smoke-up, where the football writers would gather, and cold cuts were available and beer. And let me point out that in all of these Friday evening football smokers, which are such a wonderful way to pass the evening, and I know of no better way to gain all the possible information about a football game on these Friday evening smokers that I've attended all over the country, where the coaches come and all the writers come. I have never been to one in which anything more than beer was served. I think sometimes people think that on Friday nights it's a big night for letting off steam. There are occasional people associated with the coverage of football games who might want to take a night out on Friday, but they've got to do it on their own. They don't do it at the expense of the host university and its athletic department. Always cold cuts, always beer. And so I recall that a man came over to me from Ohio State about 9:30 Friday night and asked me would I go up to Ted Husing's room, that he had just gotten in, and of course had not seen any football practice, had not seen any football film, and it would now be too late for him to do any preparation on his own. And would I be good enough, in as much as I knew Ohio State probably better than anybody in town by then, after having attended practice faithfully and done all of the games leading up to it, would be kind enough, and he knew it was asking a great deal, go up and talk to Husing about Ohio State? I said, yes, exactly. So I went up to his room with Husing, Quayle. And Ted was drinking highballs. And Quayle was not. Quayle was the businessman of the two. And Quayle would ask me some questions, and I would try to answer them. And Husing, after a couple minutes, would rudely cut in and say, oh, I know all about that. And after this had happened once or twice, I just got up and excused myself. I said, well, there's no reason for me to talk to you. Come in.
Good morning, I'm just checking.
Good morning. I was a little indignant. I was trying to be helpful because I'd been asked by Ohio State. And I had been rudely rebuffed. And so I simply departed. And I got halfway down the hotel car to the elevator, and here came Quayle. And he said, Red, please excuse Ted. He's not always this way. He's really a real much nicer man than it seems. He said, this is inexcusable. He said, I personally am more grateful to you than I can tell you. And he said, I am the one tomorrow who's going to have to know this information of who plays where and who does what. Would you, I know this is now asking far more than a human being ought to do, but would you let me go with you to your room, and would you give me the information? Which I did. And in that football game, and I haven't looked it up or read anything about it since it was played. I don't think I've had to. Ohio State ran over Notre Dame in the first half, scored 2 touchdowns, and kicked 1 extra point. Dick Belts kicked it. And my recollection is that by careless, sloppy, overconfident play, Ohio State threw away 2 more scoring opportunities. The margin of between the two teams was actually 4 touchdowns to Ohio State at the halftime. And in the second half, Notre Dame came back a different team and hit Ohio State so hard that they stunned them and shook them. And Ohio State never was in control in the second half. They could not mount a sustained drive. Notre Dame was in command. But yet Notre Dame only scored just at the end of the third quarter. And as the game battled deep into the fourth period, Ohio State was leading 13-6 because Peters, the place-kicking extra point end for Notre Dame, had missed his first opportunity. The 1 extra point that had been kicked by Dick Belts, substitute halfback, B-E-L-T-Z. So as the game came to its climactic moments, you could almost see the headline being set up with Dick Belts' name in it. That was a big point. And then Notre Dame scored with 55 seconds left. And Peters went back to kick, and everyone in that huge stadium knew that he was kicking for a tie or for a 13-12 defeat. And he kicked and missed it. And it was 13-12, Ohio State having the choice, naturally elected to receive the ball. Well, Francis Smith was so certain that his Buckeyes had won that he had gotten his first team, his more competent men, his bigger men, he had them out of the game in those closing moments. And they were actually, if they weren't in the sidelines, they were in the showers because under the football rules, and they couldn't return. He had his best players out. And he had a second and third string team on the field. So Notre Dame, with 55 seconds left and a point down, kicked off to Ohio State. And Ohio State put the ball in play from scrimmage. And again, everyone in the stadium knew that all the Buckeyes had to do was run out a couple of scrimmage plays, run off a couple of scrimmage plays, run out the clock, and that was it. The matter was done. And on the first scrimmage play, Dick Phelps would kick that point of difference, the only extra point of 4 touchdowns, was in the backfield, was given the ball, he went into the line, and they said he fumbled. Well, he didn't fumble, that ball was shot loose, which is perfectly legal, and it went like a line drive toward the sideline. And the last man who touched the ball as it went out of bounds was Andy Poyman, the Notre Dame center. So it was Notre Dame's ball suddenly. And Shakespeare, on the first play for Notre Dame, faded back to pass. And he faded back and he danced around, waiting for his receivers to go as deep as possible. And when they got to the Ohio State end zone, waiting for his receivers to go down, and he passed. And he passed to a man who was completely in the clear. There wasn't anyone within 10 yards of him. If he had tried to hit him, he couldn't have done it any more accurately. And the man was Dick Belts of Ohio State. And instead of being content to be sure that he intercepted the ball and had the ball back again, he tried to intercept the ball and run at the same time as though he would go down the field, and he dropped it and the pass was incomplete. He didn't intercept it. So poor Belts dropped up in this furious finale again. Well, on the next play, with the game practically dead, Shakespeare danced long enough to let his receiver get to the end zone, and he passed. And a pair of blue-clad arms leaped up into the air and grabbed it, and it was a Notre Dame touchdown. Wayne Milner caught that pass. And I had never encountered anything that matched that. I know that people were so stunned that I made one of my greatest mistakes. And no one has ever said a word to me about it. I don't think anybody even knew I made it. Because when Shakespeare went back to pass as the play-by-play broadcaster, I stayed with him and with the ball. The one thing you've got to do in play-by-play, whether it's football or baseball, is stay with the ball. That's where the game is. And you can't let your eyes stray from the ball. I didn't know what was going to happen to the ball with Shakespeare having it back there. He could have gotten thrown for a loss. He could have had it knocked out of his hands. I don't know what he would do with it. So I was back there with him. And when he threw the long pass to the end zone, I naturally went with the pass, and as the ball came down, I went with the ball into the two blue-clad arms. And I yelled, "Touchdown, Notre Dame." Then it became important to know who owned those arms that caught that touchdown. Big play. And I looked to my right to the Notre Dame spotting board, expecting to see the Notre Dame spotter's finger giving me the name of the man who had caught the ball. And I didn't see any finger. And I looked a little more and I didn't see any arm. And I looked a little more and I didn't see any Notre Dame spotter. He, in his excitement, had jumped up. It's the only time I ever lost a spotter. He, in his excitement, jumped up. He couldn't contain himself. The booth was too small, and he took off right down the rim of the stands at Columbus, Ohio. He was gone for 5-10 minutes. I don't know, by the time he got back, I'd signed off. So now, in that wild moment, now I've got to try and figure, well, who? I knew that Peters was at one end and Milner was at the other. And something in my mind said, well, Shakespeare danced around there so long, he took so long before he heaved the ball that the ends must have crossed. So I guessed. I had a choice, one of the two. I guessed that Peters caught it. So I said Peters, and I signed off with Peters having caught that ball. It was Wayne Milner going. But I don't think that anybody, to that broadcast, all across the country, I don't think anybody heard me say one word after I said touchdown. They told me that the Notre Dame fans immediately, all over the country, started jumping up and down, and a great number of them just simply ran out of houses and in the streets. And that for the Ohio State fans, Christmas, which is usually December 25th, had suddenly come there in the middle of the fall, unexpectedly but crushingly, and had to be paid for. And such was their dour silence that they didn't get here anymore either because it was finished. And a little later that fall, I ran into Elmer Layden, the Notre Dame coach. In fact, I had another Notre Dame football game to do. And when we had a moment alone, I said to him, Elmer, I want to ask you something very seriously. And I want you, if you will, to tell me, what did you say to your squad between halves at Columbus, Ohio? I said, because when you left the field at the end of the first half, you were a pretty badly discredited team. Ohio State had scored 2 touchdowns and might very well have scored 2 more. You had a team, it seemed to me, that you took into the dressing room, a team of demoralized young men. And they came back very coldly and ably confident to handle all matters, and they did in the second half. It was 2 football games that day. What did you tell the Notre Dame squad in the dressing room? Red, he said it was probably the shortest talk I ever made to a football team at halftime. He said, I just let them rest a little bit, straighten around, get a few things attended to physically that some of the boys needed. Get a few uniforms patched up. And he said, just before it was time to go out for the second half, he said, I hadn't talked to him, and I said to him, well, now, you read about him all fall. You played him the first half. You're still alive and breathing. I said, are you convinced now that they're not Superman? That, like anybody else, they pull their football pants on one leg at a time? That was his halftime speech. And I think that's a pretty important thing, to pull your pants on one leg at a time. And once in a while, I've had to meet some state dignitaries, some church dignitaries, and have tried to raise some money from very wealthy men, and have had to apply for some jobs. And I sort of said rather bitterly inside myself before I went in to meet these great gentlemen. Yeah. And when I got up this morning, they put their britches on one leg at a time, too.
I'm going to turn this over again. We don't, and really, it shouldn't be chronological, but it's flavored with those great stories.
The more you watch yourself go back, and the more you try and analyze who you are and how your life comes into focus, the forces that touch it, mold it, the more you realize that there has to be so much more to your existence than you have any conscious awareness. During the mighty moments of the Notre Dame Ohio State football game in 1935, while I was centering all of my attentions upon keeping up with the cross currents down below among the millions of people who were listening. There was one man listening in New York City that until that afternoon had never heard my voice, never heard my name, never seen me, who was to become a major force in my life and become one of my three best friends, Bill McCaffrey, who at that time was in the NBC Artist Bureau. Then the networks had their own artist bureaus. And Bill had started as an office boy for Mr. Albee, Keith Albee, vaudeville. And he had risen very successfully in the days of vaudeville. Had been a booker and had booked every well-known act in vaudeville. His acquaintanceship was widespread and remarkable. And in the decline of vaudeville, he had become associated with the NBC Artist Bureau. And he was listening to the game, just switching around, just as other people were just listening to the game. And he, instead of listening to NBC automatically for some reason, he pursued the dial and came across the broadcast on WOR, which was the mutual broadcast, which was my description. And he left the dial there, and he heard my description, and he became ecstatic, and he became a rave rooter of mine long before I had ever met him. And he said that afternoon, he said, "Here is a new, great broadcaster. And it won't be long before he'll be in New York." And he had no further thought than that here's somebody new with ability, with talent. Here's the next one. During the World Series of '36, scarcely a year later, when I reported to Mr. Royal to be assigned to the NBC World Series broadcast, Mr. Royal's secretary was Margaret O'Connor, who became Mrs. William McCaffrey, and still is. And as I came out of Mr. Royal's office, Bill was standing by Margaret's desk talking with her. And in the introductions that followed, someone said, "Well, Bill, this is Red Barber." And he immediately said, "And you are the one that did that Notre Dame Ohio State football game." That was in '36. And when I came east in '39, Bill and I would meet and say hello at different places, events. But it wasn't for several years thereafter, before, through a happy combination of events, he became my manager, my agent, and we have been in business ever since, without a word in writing between us. And we have not had a misunderstanding that lasted more than a couple of minutes. Because when misunderstandings arise, and you're not trying to resolve them by a legal phrase here or there and standing on your own rights at the expense of someone else's, but when two people of goodwill sit down to try and find out what is the basic meaning that lies between the two of us, you find that it comes very clear and very quickly and very pleasant. And I have as little of my contractual business reduced to written contracts as I can arrange. A lot of organizations that you have to sign a contract with. That's the only way they do business. And I can see the reasons. But after in the fall of 1938, I came east at the invitation of Knox, K-N-O-X, Reeves, R-W-D-E-S, advertising agency operating for General Mills. I came to New York to talk to several of those people and several of the General Mills people, because they had, working with MacPhail, had broken the anti-radio ban and were setting up the broadcast for 1939, and they wanted me to come in and talk to them about being broadcast in Brooklyn. And I did. And we agreed on the two important points: that I would broadcast in Brooklyn for 3 years, and that I would be paid $8,000, $10,000, and $12,000 for those 3 years. And with that, I went back to Cincinnati. And the last thing that the Knox Reeves people, the General Mills people, said was that in about a week, we will send you your contract from Minneapolis to your house in Cincinnati. And in about a week, the contract came. And it was 6 or 7 pages of legal length paper with more whereases and clauses and a life insurance document. And while I had a smattering of education, I couldn't read it all. And I was really upset. Frank Smith had been top executive at WLW and a friend of mine, and he had gone over to the Draw and Watch people in Cincinnati. So when I got this long contract from General Mills about the job in Brooklyn for the next 3 years, which meant leaving Cincinnati, despite the fact that Mr. Crossley didn't want me to leave, and it made me a very attractive counter proposition to remain. At leaving Cincinnati meant going to a strange city in the east, New York. When I got this long contract, I thought I had a clear understanding of how much money I was going to get and how long I was going to work, and then I got all this paper and all this language. I had never used a lawyer, never needed one. But I didn't know whether to go to a lawyer or what to do about it, and I thought, well, my friend Frank Smith is a pretty high-powered executive, and at least he can tell me whether I need a lawyer or not. And I called him and asked could I come see him, and he said, sure. So I went over and had the contract in my hand, and I laid it on his desk, and I said, Frank, I wish you'd look at this contract and tell me, do I need to hire a lawyer to examine it, or what? He didn't hesitate. He said, Red, I don't need to look at the contract at all. He said, does it say in the opening 1 or 2 paragraphs, so plainly that you don't have any question about it, how long you're supposed to work? I said, yes, 3 years. He says, and how much money you're to get? I said, yes, $8,000, $10,000, and $12,000, clear print. I said, I read that, that's all clear, but after that I can't read the rest of it. He said it's not necessary to read the rest of it, and I don't think you need a lawyer. I wouldn't recommend you get one. He said, let me ask you, do you have confidence in the people you are doing business with? I said, yes, I do. He said, well, if I were you, I'd just sign the contract and mail it back to him. Because, he said, if you have confidence in the people and they are worthy of your confidence, you'll never have a bit of trouble about your contract. But if you don't have confidence and you are dealing with slickers, I don't care how many lawyers you get, sooner or later, if those slickers want to beat you out of it, they'll find a cause, or they'll make it so untenable that you'll even pay them to release you. And I have found that from that, and in what experiences I've had, that all of our contracts is the character of the person you make the contract from. I've never had any contract trouble in this day. Last year, I got a contract from the Yankees, and it had a reshuffling of their higher echelon and brought in Perry Smith to be vice president in charge of radio and television. And he had had the bug put on him by the various sponsors to send to the broadcasters, Rizzuto, Coleman, Gargiol, and me, ridiculous, long, complicated contract, and one of the agencies had put in such a thing that because as an announcer you have to go on camera if you get in an automobile wreck and you are facially scarred, and in our opinion, your appearance is not satisfactory for television, you can be discharged in 10 days' notice. Stuff like that. And when I looked at the contract, it made me mad. I thought that was insulting, particularly after I'd been at the Yankees for 12 years and been in the business a few years ahead of that. And it had no trouble with anybody. And my previous contracts for the Yankees, starting with the Weiss, had been a one-page letter. Just saying that you do so much work, generally for so much money, and that was all there was to it. And the other things you worked out as you went along, the dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's, because who can tell what's going to come up tomorrow? Nobody can. And this is why the relationship with McCaffrey has been so wonderful. We've had nothing in writing which has bound either one of us, and in a sense, distorted our thinking or muddied up our judgment. We examine each new day, each new situation, in the light of the fact that we are friends and have confidence in each other, and we want our arrangement to continue. So when I got this elaborate, I thought insulting document from the Yankees, I said to McCaffrey, I'm not going to sign a thing like this. And he called Perry Smith, and Perry said, well, gee, the heat's on me. New job, and the sponsors and their agencies, they are making it very rough, and if Red, I'm trying to, the other three are about ready to sign. If Red kicks over the traces, then I got to go back to the other three. And McCaffrey said to me, well, Red, he said, look, I'll clean up one or two things in here with Perry. He says that none of these things have anything related to it. The Yankees would never draw a string, take a bead like that. They've never operated like that with you, with anybody in their whole history. And that he feels badly about it too, but he's sort of trapped, and McCaffrey... So I said to Bill, I said, all right, you talk to Perry, I don't care. When I'm out of the office, talk to him any way you want to, and tell him to send back whatever document you two agree, and when he comes back, I'm going to sign it and not read it. I did. I'm heard when I signed it. Now, I don't know whether that's to be recommended on this troubled earth as a way of doing business or not, but that's the way somehow it's worked out for me. I'd rather take a man's word. I know this. If you want to make a deal with Larry McPhail or with Branch Rickey or George Weiss, I'd say with Walter O'Malley. If you want to make a deal with them, you had better beware when you start putting it in writing, because now you're challenging their legal backgrounds and the sharpness of their minds, and you're making a game out of this. And when you get these fellows in the game, they're going to win it. And they're going to somehow have a wild hole card up their sleeve in that document. I'd always rather, with men like that, I'd always rather have the deal absolutely verbally. Just say, well, now look, I'll do the job, and you want me to do it, and here's how much money. And then if something comes up, you go back to them and say, look, to the best of my recollection, this is what I heard you say. And the McPhails and the Rickeys and the O'Malleys and the Weisses so value their spoken word that if you say that to them, they have no defense. I've had this happen once or twice, and I've had men like that say, well, look, I'm not clear, but if your recollection is so sharp and you believe that this is what I said, then I said it.
It's very interesting to me that you include O'Malley in this.
I will include O'Malley. I had a great deal of trouble with O'Malley. I'd say that O'Malley is probably the most talented, devious man on the face of the earth. When you put it in writing. But if you have a simple understanding face-to-face with O'Malley, O'Malley is an honest man. And if you come to a situation in which you say, Walter, this is what I remember you said. He's liable to light another cigar and say, well, I don't know what else to say then, except if that's the way you remember you said it, the chances are I said it.
That's very good.
And also, when you are dealing like that, you're not issuing challenges or ultimatums, and you're not getting people's necks up, and you're not getting them into such a position that they can't retreat.
Mm-hmm.
And it may cost you your job.
Yeah. Now, Charlie Reston. You said just to remind you of Charlie Reston.
There's a tape down at, did you have that 15-minute, no, you were on vacation. I did a whole 15-minute broadcast on WCBS on Charlie Reston after he died.
I heard that you did. I didn't hear it.
And I'm pretty pleased with the way that came off. So let me get that tape back, which will save a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
But the background on the Charlie Reston thing is in 1934, Bob O'Farrell was the first manager for MacPhail with the Reds. And Cincinnati did something opening day of 34, which was the greatest, best thing that ever happened to me professionally. They got beat and went into a tie for 8th place with the other 3 teams that also lost opening day in the National League, 8 Club League then. And in 2 or 3 days, with Cincinnati consistently losing and without a victory, they soon had sole possession of 8th place. And never once did Cincinnati even threaten to emerge from the South. My first Major League ball club was an 8th place ball club from the first day, and it wound up 8th place the last day on merit. And that was the greatest thing that happened to me, because from the first ball game, I didn't have a winning ball club to announce. I was not misdirected by success of a team. I think that I would have been completely spoiled as a broadcaster had my first team been a pennant winner. I would have probably been a screaming egomaniac riding along on wins, forgetting that there is a hardcore of performance that is to be done by a professional broadcaster. And an 8th place, my first ball club, an 8th place ball club, made me a professional broadcaster because I had to broadcast and do things and find out things over and above the winning and losing of ball games, because the Cincinnati broadcasts in 34, for whatever interest they may have had, was not anchored on winning. That team was not going to win. And if that team was ahead in the early innings, you knew they still weren't going to win that game. It was a nothing team of old nothing ball players, with the 1 or 2 exceptions, and the notable exception was Paul Derringer, who the year before had set the record for the most losses in the major leagues. O'Farrell was the manager of this. Well, he had another fine, great ball player who much later was Ernie Lombardi. But by and large, this was a used-up ball club. Hopeless. MacPhail knew it. The bank knew it. Maybe not so much in detail, but the bank was so overwhelmed with the pitifulness of this club. Is one reason that they knew they had to get it into somebody else's hands, and that the bank had to get this paper out of their vaults and get some money back. And so O'Farrell starts out bravely to manage this ball club, and it was going no place. And MacPhail, I don't believe, faulted O'Farrell so much as a manager. MacPhail was a realist. He knew that this ball club had to be built. MacPhail started creating a farm system, something he'd learned from Ricky, from being one of Ricky's chief lieutenants in Mr. Ricky's farm system. MacPhail started building a farm system for Cincinnati, I think, before he did anything else at Cincinnati, before he even started to paint the ballpark, clean it up. And another thing that MacPhail always did was he always cleaned up every ballpark. That was one of the fundamental planks in his operation. It was a clean ballpark and clean restrooms, and especially clean restrooms for women. Because he said properly so, well, what self-respecting one wants to come to a dirty ballpark with a dirty restroom? And so he started a farm system which after MacPhail had left, threw off it was MacPhail's pennants, basically. Threw off those pennants of 39-40, and 40 was the World Championship ball club. So MacPhail was not faulting O'Farrell so much that the team wasn't winning, but that O'Farrell had a very nonchalant, happy-go-lucky attitude, and the then Boston Braves under Bill McKechnie came in, and Cincinnati got ahead of them in a couple of ball games. and through managerial blunders, I don't remember the details, but anyhow, old Farrell either put in the wrong man or didn't put up the right man, whatever it was. He blew a couple of big leads or games that Cincinnati thought they had won, and MacPhail was sitting in the stands thinking he had finally won 1 or 2 from the Braves, and suddenly they got away, and I think Hal Lee, L-E-E, an outfielder, got the base hit that broke up both ball games, and I think when Lee got the base hit the second day, the fact that the same man had done it again. Yeah, now I remember Farrell pitched to Lee in 2 cases that MacPhail thought he should not have been pitched to, and each time Lee broke up the ball game, and on the second day, MacPhail is now burning. And when MacPhail burns, I don't have to go to see a motion picture reconstruction of somebody imagining how Rome burnt when Nero set fire to it. Because when I saw MacPhail burn, I knew all about something on fire. He was sitting in his office burning. And then going into his office, to add to the heat and the height of his flames, going into the office in his fury, he couldn't wait to use his hand and take the knob and open the door. He kicked the door open and broke a toe. So he's sitting back of his desk, burning about these 2 ball games and this one today, and he's got this foot that's killing him. That he had also he had no sense to know that he had no business to kick the door, and he's mad at himself about that too. And here comes Bob O'Farrell, the manager. When the little office that MacPhail was sitting in out there, you had to come from the Cincinnati clubhouse, past the office door, to go down some steps to go out of the ballpark. And O'Farrell comes along and he's got a driver in his hands. Either he'd bought or somebody had given to him, but it was a brand new driver. I guess he was a weekend golfer. MacPhail, a pretty good golfer too. He's not mad at the game, but O'Farrell coming along as came past with that open door with that driver in his hand, he saw MacPhail sitting in there, and he made the mistake of stepping in through the door. And the first thing he said to MacPhail, as MacPhail is sitting there on fire, was he takes the driver and he sets his feet as though he were on the first tee, and he waggles the club head, and he said, "Gee, boss," he said, "isn't this a beauty?" And MacPhail didn't say anything, but except to himself, and he said to himself, with some profanity, "Well, I'm getting a new manager now. This is the final straw after pitching to Lee again today and having him beat you." And then the first thing he says to me after that is about a golf club. "Isn't this a beauty?" And sore foot and all, he didn't even bother to call Mrs. MacPhail or anything else. He just got a taxi and went straight to the airport. And he went to Nashville. And that's where he ran into Scotty Reston. And he went out to the Pacific Coast and he hung around out there for 3 or 4 days looking at managers. And then he came back to Cincinnati, and Fay Murray down at Nashville wouldn't let him have Charlie Reston. And so he gets back to the Cincinnati, and the phone rings, and it's Fay Murray saying, "My catcher's broken a hand. I've got to have a catcher." He says, "If you get me a catcher, I'll let you have Reston. That's your manager." So MacPhail got a catcher, and Reston came to Cincinnati in the middle of 34 and replaced O'Farrell. And Charlie and I ran together a great deal. And I owe him more than I owe any other man in baseball, which I think will come out in this script, this tape, Sunday tape. But if I don't get it, I'll fill it in for you later. But the next year, 35, Cincinnati is playing over in Pittsburgh. And we are doing that game from the studio in Cincinnati from the Western Union Paragraph 1 report. Wow report. And in the 9th inning, he had a second baseman named Camporas, who was a very good second baseman. And he had a raw rookie who was basically a first baseman, but had played a few games around second, named Frank McCormick, who later became quite a first baseman. Most valuable player in the league, first baseman on those pennant-winning ball clubs. MacPhail had found McCormick. In fact, MacPhail didn't find McCormick. There was a man in the Bronx a man in New York, who thought McCormick had a chance to be a professional ball player. And this man started writing MacPhail. Why he picked out MacPhail, I don't know. And he kept writing MacPhail about this boy named Frank McCormick, who was going to be a ball player. And MacPhail didn't pay much attention to the letters until he noticed that every time he got a letter from this man about McCormick, it was in a different colored ink. And that got MacPhail's attention. It just intrigued him enough that he went to send McCormick to a minor league camp in Beckley, West Virginia, and sign him. So that's one ball player that got caught on because some fellow wrote in a different colored ink now. But so on the Western Union report, Cincinnati was leading by a run, and Pittsburgh in the last half of the ninth inning got the bases loaded. And this was the team of the Wayners and the Vaughns and the Sewers, etc. And I don't remember who it was that got the base hit, but over the Western Union report came and through some pinch hitting maneuvering, Reston had Camp Forrest out of the ball game. For the ninth inning, he had McCormick at second base. And the Western Union report merely said, single between first and second to right, 2-run score, Pittsburgh wins 7-6. So I had the Pittsburgh batter hitting the ball to the right side, and I even took the liberty of having McCormick make the great effort of going over toward the hole and reaching for the ball and not coming up with it, and so the 2-run score and the game is over. So. And the Reds come home. And Charlie Reston barred the writers and the broadcasters to his dugout. And the Giants were into play. Giants with the Dodgers. Dodgers were into play. And Reston had given orders to the park police not to let anybody representing the newspapers or the radio stations come in the dugout. And I was barred. I didn't like it, but it didn't make a difference to me. And, of course, there was no way he could bar the other dugout. So some of the Brooklyn writers, one of whom was Harold Parrott, who later became quite a very good friend of mine, although he nearly cost me my job, or at least he stirred me up, set something in motion. Or at least maybe, let's say, he was the final catalyst to setting something in motion, something maybe that had to boil out. You have to remember in the early days of radio that we fellows in radio were muchly suspected and muchly hated and detested. The newspaper writers didn't like any part of us because we were a threat. Alan Gould, the Associated Press sports editor, told me in the spring of 1935 down in Florida. He said, you can be prepared for some pretty rough years because nobody in the newspaper world is going to like you. And if they're honest, they'll let you know. And I said, why? He said, because we've had it pretty easy for years. But we're not going to have it easy anymore. Because if you're doing this detailed, accurate play-by-play report, you're going to make newspaper men now go to work. They've got to be writers. They've got to go to the clubhouse. They've got to do things that they haven't done before and that they don't want to do. It's going to disturb the little pattern of life that they've got. They're going to have to really genuine to be newspaper men now. And he said, they're not going to like it and they're going to blame you for it. And I found that happen. So in this climate of hostility and suspicion, some of the Brooklyn writers came into their own dugout and then walked back of home plate across the field over to the front of the Cincinnati dugout and talked to Reston. And the first thing I knew is I picked up the Cincinnati Enquirer, the morning paper, at breakfast, a couple of days after this barring of the dugout. And there was a box on the front sports page saying radio announcer, harmful influence. And it picked up a story that Parrott had sent back to the Brooklyn Eagle, in which he quoted Reston as saying that the only reason he barred the writers and everybody from the dugout was because the radio announcer had been coming in the dugout, picking up tidbits of personal information and putting on the air to the embarrassment of the players in the ball club. And the only way he knew how to stop it was just to bar it. And the Enquirer, which of course didn't like radio, had made a big thing out of this. It didn't mention me by name, but who was the radio announcer who was the harmful influence? And when you were in your second year of broadcasting in the major leagues and you're sitting at breakfast with your young wife and you are making $50 a week and you're gambling everything on your future and you suddenly see this in bold type, that you are a harmful influence. So I took that, I never finished that breakfast. I'm a half a breakfast short all my life. And I beat it right down to Mr. John Clark. And he picked up the phone as soon as he saw it, and he called Powell Crosley. And Mr. Crosley called Larry MacPhail. And MacPhail said, well, he said, I will tell Reston to stop the band. But more than that, I can't do. I can get the dugouts reopened in my position as general manager. But he said, I can't tell my manager what to say and what not to say, what to think and what not to think. But I had made it very plain to Mr. Crosley that I was not a harmful influence, and that I wasn't. I represented him, and I wanted. He had to tell me I wasn't a harmful influence, and he told me so in the presence of Mike Pale. And so then it was up to me to go confront manager Reston. And I did. And I said, why did you do this? Well, I said, because when I got back from Pittsburgh, some friends of mine told me that you had said on the radio that if I had left Campuris in that ball game, instead of putting in McCormick, that he would have picked up the ball and turned it into a double play and saved the game instead of it going for a hit and Pittsburgh winning it. I was aghast. I said, Charlie, I never said anything like that at all. My friend said you said it. I said, well, I don't care what your friend said. I didn't say it. And I got John McDonald, who later became the secretary of the Reds and became secretary of the Dodgers under McPhail. McDonald was in the office, head man in the office. And McDonald heard the broadcast. And I said, would you tell Charlie what I said? He said, Charlie, he never said anything. He gave McCormick a big plug for trying to come up with a ball. Clean base hit to right field, that's all he said. Never mentioned Campuris by name. Never mentioned you by name. Oh, said Charlie, my friend said he said it. Frances Levy, who was McPhail's secretary, said to Charlie. She was a very established woman in baseball. Charlie, he never said that. He wouldn't change. So the dugout is reopened, but the manager is not going to change his stand that I had said something about him, which I hadn't said. When I'd been upheld by Mr. Crosley, I just said to myself, well, if this is the way this man is, he's not going to ever have the opportunity again of saying I said anything about it. I won't mention his name again. That's a sure way that he can never say I said dressed in this or dressed in that. And for the rest of the season, it was half a year, almost over half a year. As far as the radio audience was concerned, the Reds had no manager. And I never mentioned his name, and I never even referred to the manager. I just said relief pitcher so-and-so's coming in, or so-and-so's coming up to hit for so-and-so. It took a little doing, but I never mentioned his name. Of course, you'll have something about this on the tape.
Not even arguments in the field?
No, we never had no arguments. Because I never went to the dugout.
No, I mean Reston and the umpire argument?
Reston never, if he went to, I just said they had a discussion at home plate. The way I would broadcast it, they knew something with me, they knew, but I never included the manager. The manager was never a part, he just wasn't there. There was a club without a manager. So part of this was on the tape, I didn't know how to keep it going, and so that's the way it went to the end of the season. And during that fall, McPhail called me in his office. He was very pleasant. Well, he said, you and Johnny had pretty good go at it, didn't you? And he said, from your standpoint, I can't blame you. But he said, from my standpoint as general manager of the ball club, this is intolerable. I can't have this go on. And he said, I'm not going to talk to Preston. I'm just talking to you. He said, now you figure out a way to get this thing straightened out. Which was a high compliment Phil paid me. And of course I knew what I had to do. I had to straighten out the dressing. And so on the tape I did spring training camp. As soon as I saw him, I went over to him and we agreed to it. And we've been the best of friends ever since. So on and so on. Now you're going to have the tape, which I'll get from WGBS, of the broadcast I did on CBS. And I'm pleased with that broadcast.
I'm very pleased with that broadcast. And I did that broadcast extemporaneously as far as having notes are concerned. I had 2 or 3 words written down, that's all. But then I went out to Detroit to do it. I was supposed to have those 3 days off. That was just a short road trip. Went to Detroit for 3 night games and came back. And I was supposed to be off. Coleman, Rizzuto, and Garagiola were supposed to go. And I asked Perry Smith if I couldn't go, because if I could go in place of Coleman, I could get Coleman's 15-minute radio pregame show. And I went, because I wanted Coleman's show, because I wanted to do one on dressing. Now, the thing I wanted to do on dressing, I couldn't do between batters or at a half an inning. I wanted some time, talking time, leeway. So Perry says, if it's all right with Jerry, well, of course, it's all right with Jerry to go with his wife up in New England in the car for 3 days while I went to Detroit. So I'm trying to tell you how much I wanted to do this broadcast, because all of these years and so much went into it. Now there was a stinger, an addition. Again, this thing of the people in life and how it comes around. I did the broadcast on, I think it was Monday night in Detroit, and they had a mass for Charlie, special mass for Charlie, the next morning, in which all the Detroit players went. And that morning after breakfast, Charlie's sister, Marge, M-A-R-G-E, Charlie's sister Marge, called me and said that she was in town for this memorial mass for Charlie. And was I going? And I said, no, Marge, I'm not going. I said whatever I could say. I'd do whatever I did for Charlie last night on the AM back to New York. And I said, for me to go to a memorial mass would be a little bit hypocritical, because that's not the way I've been trained. That's not my background. It means nothing to me. And I said, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I feel more sincerely about Charlie by not going to this mass, knowing that just for me to go there would be as if to say, look, so everybody look around and see that Red Barber came. I said, I don't want to do that. I said, whatever mass or anything else, whatever the memory of Charlie I did last night on the air. I said, oh, I wish I could have heard it. Well, I said, you can have it. I have the tape right here, a tape recorder in my room. I had our engineer make a tape of it. I don't know why, but I just asked him to make a tape. Now I said, if you and your husband want to come up here after the mass to the hotel room, I'll be glad to play it for you. So she did. And she listened. And I referred to this thing about Charlie saying his friend said, I had said this about Camporis and McCormick and about him, etc. And he wouldn't change. He was loyal to his friends. That was one of his faults and one of his strengths. And she said, Red, do you remember that I went to Charlie at the time that this was going on, and I told him that you hadn't said what? I said, now I do, Marge. I had forgotten that. She said, yes, remember? I told Charlie. I said, Charlie, he didn't say this. You're making a terrible mistake. And she said, Red, do you know who told him and why his pride was such that he couldn't change his stand? It was his wife. First was his dress. He was quite an alcoholic. The marriage was ultimately ended in divorce. And for some reason, I guess, this poor, sick, ill woman completely misheard the broadcast. And when her husband came home still in a vapor, she gave him this completely distorted broadcast. But how could a man say that my wife was wrong?
Yeah.
Now, I think this gives you about the morning, and I'll get this tape. I'll make a note.
Hope these batteries hold up. We'll get some new ones in. Always squeaks. It drives me crazy. I can't seem to get it. Have it all lubricated again. So, Larry McPhail, Cincinnati. What do you want to do? You want to transition?
The 4 years at station in Florida, I knew that I was not ready for New York City, and I never made the slightest effort to get in touch with anyone in New York City, and in fact going to New York City was never in my mind.
And when I first went to Cincinnati, the only thought I had about New York City was the vague one that sooner or later I might like to go. But I had the intuition, the guidance to know, and no one ever told me, but I knew that I didn't ever want to go to New York until New York sent for me. I wanted to go into New York with a job, and I didn't want the job that I had to go hunt for, a job that would have to come to me. Maybe I read, growing up, and don't recall reading, that the best jobs in New York City were the jobs that the great city reached out for into the United States and brought the men in to take over. And as I look around, I guess by and large that's the way New York City continues to grow. There are lots of people that come in empty-handed, and lots of them are defeated. But by and large, the fellows with the good jobs in New York City are men who are doing good jobs elsewhere. New York said, well, we've got more to offer. This is, after all, the big town. You haven't made it unless you've made it in New York. This is certainly true in show business. Back in the days of vaudeville, as I hear from my friend and manager and fellow who really knew and whose life was centered around vaudeville, until it was no longer vaudeville, that in vaudeville, you just weren't until you had done it at the Palace. The attraction of New York became more realistic as the opportunities to do network broadcasts, to do World Series in New York, and then to represent WLW in New York on the Mutual Network for Army Notre Dame football games. And it came even more realistically closer when there began to be feelers from New York about did I ever think about coming to New York. Well, that sort of a thing left me cold. I never bothered to answer. But then NBC called. I don't remember who got sick or who got out of place or why they suddenly needed somebody. But they called one day. They called on Wednesday and asked would I go to Philadelphia and do the Army-Navy football game that Saturday, which is not much notice to get ready for a football game, particularly when you have seen neither team all season. And I can remember that they called on Wednesday because I left the next day, which was Thanksgiving. And I recall it very poignantly because my wife was quite ill, with pernicious nausea of pregnancy. And I had been refusing to go out of the house for more than 15 or 20 minutes for anybody, except for an actual assignment. But she, as always, in the workings of this career, in which she has participated as much as I have, insisted that this was a great opportunity and that she certainly could take care of herself, allowing for me to go into Philadelphia and do the game and come back. And as a personal note, I think sometimes we get a break out of our proportion our desserts. I believe in the thorough preparation to do a football game. I contend you can't broadcast a football game properly without a thorough preparation, but you know the offensive and the defensive men, and you know their abilities, and you know who passes and who punts, and you know what they're supposed to do, and therefore you know when they're not doing what they're supposed to do, which is very important in the proper recital of an event. Because in a sense, it's more the real story when a man is falling short of his abilities. For the Army-Navy game, there's so much hoopla about the game, and they don't play anybody the week before, so they have all that practice done.
so that they're coming to Philadelphia on Friday is merely just to pose for pictures. If you're looking to prepare yourself in either one of the service teams the day before the Army-Navy game, you're doing worse than what St. Paul said about trying to look through a mirror darkly. You can't see anything. And if you want to find somebody that is not only elusive, but is an impenetrable wall, a complete lack of information, is you find the fellows around either service academy on the day before the Army-Navy football game when they don't want to be bothered. They feel their work is done. And they've got some reunionizing to do. That's creating a word, but I think that's what it amounts to. And if you haven't seen the service fellows reunionize the day before an Army-Navy football game in Philadelphia, you haven't been around to reunionize them. They do it artistically, and they do it because, out of a great deep warmth, because when you move into the Army or the Navy, I don't know much about the Air Corps, but when you move into those two branches of the service, you've moved into a little world of itself. You've moved into a life of itself. And when you see people you haven't seen lately, you're seeing friends, you're seeing people you've served with, maybe in combat, you've been around the world with. It's a reunionizing. And it is expected to be a thoroughgoing reunionizing. In fact, you are not worthy of the uniform if you don't do a pretty good reunionizing. So, in the midst of the reunionizing, which I didn't know was going on, I got to Philadelphia, and for all the preparation I did for that game the next day, I might as well be reunionizing too, instead of sitting in a little hotel room, which was the last thing that could be picked up for me at the last minute, stewing about my lack of knowledge, and I knew I didn't have it, and also stewing about my wife's health, a lack of it. So the next day, this is the last game that they played at Franklin Field. And the Army had a skinny little back who was a great outstanding back named Monk Maya. And it had been raining and snowing around there, and the field was not too fast. The day was clear, but the field was something. And Navy kicked the ball off, and Army put it in play with a touchback on the 20-yard line and on the first play for scrimmage. Monk Meyer went off on a reverse around in for 80 yards and a touchdown. And of course that was an easy play, that was easy to see, and we had him every step of the way. And that was the only scoring for the day. The two teams just bogged down. It was soggy terrain, and neither team was very talented anyhow. And that one explosion was the only shot of the day. To borrow Mr. Stengel's apt phrase, I would have to say, end quote, that's the easiest football game I ever had to broadcast. This was long before you had multiple substitutions, and where you would have a defensive team that would come in, an offensive team that would come in when the ball changes hands. By and large, the fellows out there, they got out there and they played it, and they got muddy, and they stayed put, and Mr. Meyer's 80-yard run was a football game, and again, to borrow Mr. Stengel's apt phrase, and you can look it up. Army won 7-0. And I went back on the train, very happy in heart that I'd had my first Army-Navy game, and that I'd gotten away with the thing, and I knew what I had gotten away with. And shortly after that, John Royal, who was the big program chief of NBC, sent for me to come in and talk to him. And he asked me not to tell anybody in Cincinnati. He wanted me just to fly in the morning and talk to him, and then fly back in the afternoon. He'd give him a plane ticket. He wanted to talk to me about coming to work for him in New York. Now, this is serious. So I remember getting up before day and getting on the plane, DC-3, and we bumped along into New York. Went to see Mr. Royal. And he sitting back at his desk, shaking that massive head of his, and he was in command, and he was in command. But he was command, and he knew it. And he said, I want you to come in here and go to work. I said, what do you want me to do? He said, I want you to come in here and do whatever sports on this network I want you to do. And I said, what are you going to pay me? And that he almost climbed over the desk. He said, I'll pay you what you're worth. He said, you come in here and go to work. And I said, no, sir, not until I said, I might not need to know exactly what I'm going to do, but I need to know how much I'm going to get paid. And he sputtered a little bit, and I said, I am getting paid so much a week, 52 weeks a year at WLW, and I'm getting so much more money for doing certain things. And I'm guaranteed that I will have to make a certain amount of money for the year. And if I don't get it from these other sources, the company will make it up. And I said, I like the satisfaction and the continuity of doing baseball games 7 days a week. And I'm not going to come and work in New York until you spell out some duties and basically what you're going to pay me. And he said, I'm not going to do either one. And you can go back to Cincinnati and you can sit by Fountain Square till you die. So I went back to Cincinnati, and I didn't stop to sit by Fountain Square. I went home back to my business, and that was that. It was the Royal I've laughed over it many and many a time.
What year was that?
I would say this was a year before I came to New York. And I wasn't upset. I still had this thing in the back of my mind that I wasn't coming into New York until New York sent for me, until I had a job in my pocket. I wasn't about of my mind. To me, long before I'd seen New York, I was impressed about how big it was. And I wasn't scared to run at it. Well, I wasn't going to come in here as empty-handed, particularly when I didn't have to. I had a fine job. And I would like to say for myself that I believe, as I have been blessed with these wonderful assignments, I have appreciated the jobs that I've had. I know I've had great jobs. I don't know whether anybody's ever had the number of fine jobs that I've had in my business. And I've been aware of it, and I'm grateful for it. General Mills became the dominant sponsor in the games of Cincinnati for Wheaties. And at that period, Wheaties had come up with this campaign of the Breakfast of Champions. And they had a show called Jack Armstrong, Your American Boy. And Knox Reeves had created this campaign, the Breakfast of Champions, and it was just ideal for breakfast, for the Breakfast of Champions. And in these early days, in which the radio rights were minimal, almost nothing, and the announcers' fees were held down to nothing, General Mills, by and large, cornered the major league market and a lot of the top minor leagues with the baseball broadcasting. They had broadcasts, and they co-sponsored in different areas with the Saucony Vacuum, the Flying Red Horse. They did that in Cincinnati, did that in Detroit. General Mills was in Chicago, was in Cleveland, was in Boston, etc. And all for the Breakfast of Champions, and it was just going great. And they wanted very much to break the New York market. And the three New York teams at that time, Giants, Yankees, Dodgers, at the instigation of Stoneham of the Giants and Barrow of the Yankees, they had dragooned the divided, weak, poverty-stricken Dodgers into 5-year anti-radio agreements, in which all three clubs agreed that no matter what happened, they would not broadcast 5 years at a time. Yes, Mary?
Excuse me, Miss Barber.
Yeah?
Did this cut come out
Come
of
in.
the room?
What?
This, roller.
And you have to go back. People forget until Mike Bail put his hand on the Dodgers. that the Dodgers were practically helpless, and the Yankees and the Giants were titans. They beckoned their finger, the Brooklyn club went. And Ed Barber was scared to death of the effect of radio. He was certain it would ruin his attendance. And so was Stoner. And there was no doubt they were adamant, no radio. Some of my younger readers who've been born into a world in which they know nothing but radio and television may find this hard to believe. The radio ran into antagonism, resistance, resentment, one battle after another for years and years and years. And so the current anti-radio agreement ran through 1938. Well, Larry MacPhail came to a parting of the ways with Powell Crosley, and the details of that I don't know. And I think it was over something to do with MacPhail had in the original deal in which Crosley came in and bought stock, MacPhail was, I believe, given a certain stock option at a certain price or a certain amount of stock at a certain later period. And when the time came for MacPhail to exercise his option, he prepared to exercise it, and Crosley said, no, I won't let you buy it now. I believe, something to that effect, from something I heard MacPhail say, but naturally I'm not privy to it. And the reasons for MacPhail leaving, to my knowledge, are never printed. So it was something very internal between that lay in that area. And MacPhail was out of baseball the year of 1937 and went back to Michigan and was associated in the banking business with his father, his brother. The Brooklyn Club, which was in a split ownership and was helpless between the, exactly 50-50 between the McKeever and the Ebbets Ayers, was in debt and was in hock to the Brooklyn Trust Company. And they had this ball club in their basement, just as the bank in Cincinnati years before had the Cincinnati Ball Club. The Brooklyn situation had become so alarming and so terrible that strong measures had to be taken. It was just no temporizing. And Ford Frick, the president of the league, told those embittered, divided owners that weren't even speaking to each other and wouldn't agree on anything, that they were going to agree on one thing. And the Brooklyn Trust Company was right with him. That Mr. Larry MacPhail was going to come in and be general manager and run that ball club for their sake and for the league's sake and for baseball's sake and for the bank's sake.
Ford Frick did that.
And MacPhail came in.
Did Frick get in touch with them, friend? Was Frick the one who contacted him?
Mr. Frick was involved at the start of that. Now, how far Ford was involved, my recollection doesn't know. I wasn't around at the time. I know that Frick was an active participant to getting that Brooklyn thing straightened out and bringing MacPhail in. And I would say, from what I have heard and heard MacPhail say, that the most important man in that was Frick. The next most important man was the fellow who was the chief executive officer of the Brooklyn Trust Company, Mr. George V. McLaughlin, who is a rock crusher. When he decides to move, he moves. He had decided to move. So, with Frick and George V., they got the McKeever Ebbets Ayers quieted and in Concord, and after all, they were so big in their knees, they were looking for an out too. They had to have an out, and the heck was saving face any longer. So MacPhail came in, and MacPhail is not only a dynamic man and a man of ability, but he's also a beautiful, working, practicing diplomat. He honeycombed both factions, and they were equally fond of him. In fact, they got to fighting over who loved him the most. And he just made this thing run like a well-oiled sewing machine. And here's the bank, and Hart brought him in, and the first thing MacPhail did was he borrowed more money from the bank to paint the ballpark, clean up the restrooms, and then the bank thought, well, now we haven't got the bother with him anymore, and he turned around and made them shell up some more money, and he bought Doc Camilli. So they found out about I failed in a hurry. If they were to get their money back, they had to send some more in where he was. Well, that's where we get him. Camilli was his first major acquisition. The first thing he did was clean up that ballpark. And it wasn't long before General Mills, who had been working with MacPhail at Cincinnati, we began working with him about broadcasting in New York in 1939, and MacPhail was violently pro-radio, and he felt it was the strongest tool that he could have, and he was going to have it. And almost before he had won the executive chair at 215 Montague Street, Brooklyn, he notified the Yankees and the Giants that he was going to broadcast in 39, and he would not be a party to another 5-year term. He would not be a party to a 5-month term about prohibiting radio. He wouldn't be a party to 5 minutes prohibiting radio. He was going to broadcast. Well, that created a big rhubarb, and the Giants and the Yankees threatened him with life and limb and said, why, we'll run you out of town and so on. And he said, well, you just run me out of town all you want to, but I'm going to broadcast. And so throughout 1938, I was constantly in touch with the people at General Mills and their advertising agency, Knox Reeves, notably Cliff Samuelson and Brad Robinson and Jim Kelly, K-E-L-L. He's got an extra in there now to make it. And I had made it plain to them that I wanted to go to New York to broadcast. And they, of course, agencies and sponsors are very careful and conniving in their negotiations. And they were playing me along and doing everything they could to keep the price down, but they were keeping me on a string, but they were always saying to me, well, you know, there are 30, 40 fellows that want those jobs in New York, and we haven't got the jobs in New York, etc., etc., but you were high up on our list. Well, I did something that year, but I hope I never do again. I had a very good friend, and I did not take him into my calculations. I mentally, in my haste to go to New York, and I guess in my puppy dog trust of the guy that I'm talking to, I was gullible enough to believe that General Mills had 30, 40 guys in mind for the job. I guess there were lots of fellows who wanted to come to New York. But I did not take into account, as I should have, and it cost me money, and it's cost me money ever since. I didn't take into account, as I should have, that I had a very good friend who was general manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers named Larry MacPhail. I didn't talk to him about coming to broadcast in New York, and neither did he talk to me. And I didn't think anything about it. I was talking with the General Mills people and their agency people. And they were being elusive enough to say, well, Red, you know, there are going to be 2 jobs up there. They're going to be, the Giants and Yankees are going to be one broadcast, and the Dodgers are going to be another. And in our thinking, we don't know which one we're thinking about for you to go. In other words, they kept the thing so balanced and so confused deliberately. And all I'm trying to do is, I reached a stage of mind, and maybe this is why I didn't think about MacPhail, is I was so intent upon coming to New York with one of those 2 jobs that all I was doing, I was coming to New York. I just forgot all about anything else. And so, after the baseball season, when the time had come, I think it was when it was. It was the day that the Giants and the Green Bay Packers played for the championship at the Polo Grounds, and Green Bay won. That's the first time I saw a professional football game, and that was in I think it was November, or maybe in early December. I guess it was early December of '38, and you can look that up. Because I came in on a Saturday. No, I came into New York. My train got in Sunday morning, and I went to the Waldorf. The General Mills, Knox Reeves people were staying, and had breakfast in their room, and and talked with them about broadcasting in New York. And then we all went up to the Polo Grounds to see that football game. And then I got on a train and went back to Cincinnati. And our conversation was very brief that morning. And they said, well, we think, we don't know yet whether you're going to be at New York or whether you're going to be at Brooklyn. But we think you're going to be at Brooklyn. And we'll offer you $8,000 the first year, $10,000 the second year, and $12,000 the third year. But we have the option each year to renew it. I didn't have the option. I was tied for 3. They were only tied for 1. But if they picked up the second year, they had to pay me then 10. If they picked up the third year, they had to then pay me 12. And that had some rather interesting repercussions. And I was so, I guess every country boy that ever lived wants to run against New York City. And I sure did. I want to come. I don't think I ever tasted anything in my life like tasting coming to New York. And I was going to level these buildings and dry up the Hudson River and nothing flat. And so I went back to Cincinnati as far as my eyes, unthinking, just blindly unthinking. I never negotiated. They said these were 8, 10, 12. I said, okay, great. They said, however, in about a week we'll send you a contract. And all the figures and the facts and all being, I said, fine. So they did, and as I told you, the contract scared me to death, and Frank Smith straightened me out, and I signed it. And then I go to spring training camp. I stayed at Cincinnati and worked January, February, those 2 months, and then drove down to Clearwater, where the Brooklyn Club was then training. And they had joined the ball club. I hadn't been to New York, didn't know where we were going to live in New York. And all I did was I just had some moving people come get all the things that couldn't go in New York in the automobile and put them in storage until I sent for them. I drove down to Clearwater with Lylah and Sarah, baby, and we were going to stay at spring training camp. And of course, the innocence and you might say the innocent confidence of youth. We just got in the car and drove to Clearwater, and then when the time came, we were going to drive to New York, and we just figured there was a big place, and there were millions of people, there'd be a place for us to live, and that's all there was to it. And I drove over the Pulaski Skyway for the first time I ever saw it. I didn't even know which exit to get on. That's how, it just never entered my mind. I was just coming to New York. I had the Brooklyn job, but at spring training camp, I began to find out a little bit more. I was talking to MacPhail, and I asked him where should I live, because actually all I knew about New York was from either Grand Central or Penn Station to a couple of mid-Manhattan hotels and to the stadium or the Polo Grounds. That was that. I'd never even been in Brooklyn. I didn't even know where Brooklyn was. I didn't know Brooklyn was a separate borough. I didn't know that New York had boroughs, much less 5 boroughs. So I was sitting out in the sun in Clearwater, and I said to MacPhail, I said, where am I going to live? He said, I don't know where you're going to live. He says, complicated place up there. He said, 5 boroughs, rest of Long Island in New Jersey. Well, that's the geographical lesson. It's all new to me. He said, there's only one thing I'll tell you about where you live. I don't care where you live. You're going to do something that you've never done before in your life. You're going to spend some time commuting. But no matter where you go, up there, it's going to take you some time to get to where you're going from where you are. I don't care whether you live in Westchester, or you live in Connecticut, or you live on the island. So if you live in one borough, you're going to go to another one. And if you go someplace at night, he said, you're going to spend commuting time. He said, you haven't had to do much of that in Cincinnati, but you're going to do it in New York. Well, so at least he prepared me for that. And we found a place out in Westchester, and thanks to him, I accepted an hour's commute each way to Grand Central without even thinking. Because he told me that's the way it was going to be. And then, might have been the same day, or it might have been a day or so later, in the sun at Clearwater. Practices ended. MacPhail and I had been looking at it together, not saying anything. And he got up to leave, and I said to him as he left, I said, Larry, you got any instructions to me about this job in Brooklyn? when you look back, that's a pretty bad question. You know, I'm going to a town I haven't even been in. Going to work for a fellow I worked for before, but I'm working for him in a new area. And I knew that there was a lot at stake up there with the start of the broadcast. And MacPhail had never given me instruction years of Cincinnati, not even the smallest one. And he, in the years to come in Brooklyn, never gave me an instruction. But that day in Clearwater, he started to walk away, and he said, as he walked away, no. And he walked about 10 or 15 feet, and I can see it right now, it was just happening. And all of a sudden he whirled around, and his face got mad, and he bellowed, yes, I have. And all the veins in his neck stood out, and he got hoarse. And he was raging. He said, when I told the Yankees and the Giants that I was not going to be a party to that 5-year anti-radio ban anymore, that I was going to broadcast, he said, that Brannick, Eddie Brannick, the secretary, he said, that Brannick said to me, if you dare broadcast, if you dare break this agreement, we'll get a 50,000 watt radio station, we'll get the best baseball broadcaster in the world, and MacPhail will blast you into the river. And his face got even redder, and his veins stuck out another wrench, and he said, that's what that, I won't quote what he went on to say, Brannick said to me. He threatened me. Now, he said, yes, I've got an instruction. He said, I got a 50,000 watt radio station, WOR, whether you know it or not, it's 50,000 watts, and there's not a bigger one. And he says, I got you. And he said, I don't want to be blasted into the river. And he turned again, and this time he walked down the side. That's the only instruction that man has ever given him. And I like to look back and think he wasn't blasted into the river. In fact, for a couple of years, the Giants and Yankees, after we all got going, couldn't come up with sponsors and were off the air. And as Casey Stengel would say, and you can look it up, but the Brooklyn ballpark. And the Brooklyn broadcast from the start was the dominant broadcast in this town those years, and the Rickey years. The Brooklyn Club began to draw 1 million people in that little bandbox when the stadium wasn't drawing 1 million people. And you can look it up. Well, a little bit later, MacPhail and I got to talking about his breaking of the 5-year ban, and he said, oh, I don't want to tell you something now. Oh, he said, I wanted to tell you. But he said, that's Samuelson. Skip Samuelson, John Miller, he said, that's Samuelson from the start. He told me. He said, there's one condition that we make this whole negotiation on, is that you can't say a word to Barber. Because if you do, we won't be able to hold his price down. He'll ream us. He'll hold us up. MacPhail said that from the time we started talking, that my price for breaking the radio ban in New York City was $75,000 rights the first year. That was an unprecedented fee, $75,000 rights the first year. A 50,000 watt radio station. And said MacPhail, I don't care which one in New York. A 50,000 watt radio station and Barber. So, now it comes on. The General Mills was under contract to deliver me to the Brooklyn broadcast every step of the way. MacPhail was silenced. And they brought me in for $8,000. And I am convinced to this day that I can't prove it. And they let it out to the newspapers that it was printed and had been printed that I came in for $25,000. And the $25,000 figure, once I got here, seemed so reasonable that nobody ever doubted it. In fact, Bill Cora went to his grave swearing I told him I came for $25,000. He said I told him in Horace Stonham's office. And I'm not of a mind to go out and check it with Stoneham, because I don't know whether he remembers or not, and Coram is dead, and I know it because I buried him. And when you think about the advantage that people, for a few dollars, their pride of satisfying their ego of negotiating, buying something cheap. So my reckon was that every time I went to another job, I went for less money. I went for less money from Florida to Cincinnati, and I went for considerably less money from Cincinnati to Brooklyn. Because when I came back to Cincinnati after General Mills had made me a concrete offer, I said they were sending me a contract, a document. I came in on the train Monday morning, and the first thing I did was I went into my boss at WLW, and I told him that I had this offer and that I was quitting, and that I would like to quit at the end of February, which would give them at least 2.5 months, but that I would not be back in 1939. I was going to New York, end of month. And about an hour later, Mr. Crosby himself sent for me. Said it's been nice. He said, I've been informed that you give a notice to go to Brooklyn. Yes. He said, would you mind telling me what they're going to pay you? I said, $8,000. Well, he said, what are you making around here? I said, about 10. He said, I have discussed this with the fellows from radio station. And he said, let me say that I don't want you to go. We like you here. I like you professionally, I like you personally. I want you to stay. I want you to stay. Everybody at the station wants you to stay. And he said, I'm going to guarantee you twice what they offer me in Brooklyn. I'll guarantee you $16,000 next year. But that's not the ceiling. You're free to pick up other programs and sponsors that said if you make more, fine. And I think you will. But I'll guarantee you 16. That's twice what they're offering. And further, I will create a job we have never had, because we've only grown in sports since you've been here. I will make you our sports executive, and answerable only to the general manager. You'll be free to select and broadcast any sporting event that you want to. Well, that was a magnificent offer. Almost felt like crying. But Mr. Crosby was a pretty tough man, and he didn't, they used to say that WLW stood for World's Lowest Wages. And with a wife and an infant daughter, that's a pretty good guarantee. And I was more tempted by that executive job. I've never been an executive. I guess down inside there's always a feeling inside of me about certain things. I'd like the boss a little bit. That's a problem that my wife and I have been battling ever since we got married, because when I married her, she was superintendent of nurses at a hospital, and she was the boss. And so she quit work, and then she tried to boss one little husband that didn't want to be boss. And he always liked the boss, and he had married a woman who wanted to be boss, and so you can see and we've done the best we could. I talked to you now for 36 years, but it's been a battle. And it changes every day who's boss. But it didn't take me but a couple of seconds. I guess I smiled. It must have been a crooked smile, because it was sort of a painful smile. This was a hard thing. But I thought for a second, and I said, Mr. Crosby, I thank you, but I'm going to